including those 2 pilots who are now confirmed deceased. Have a listen to what she said.
Initial numbers indicate that 41 passengers and crew were transported to the hospital, as well as the ARF officers. At this time, we understand that 32 have been released, but there are also serious injuries. Sadly, the 2 pilots are confirmed deceased, and notifications are being made by Air Canada's care team at this time.
And then, David, as you mentioned, about 1,000 flights go through this airport every single day, making it one of the busiest airports in the country. It's mostly a regional airport, sort of facilitating a lot of domestic flights, but still one of the busiest airports here in New York and New Jersey. And many of the travelers now just waiting to see what will become of their flights, how long the delays will be. They talked to media a little earlier this morning.
We were honestly sleeping and then landing, and then all of a sudden, boom, woke up in shock, just didn't know what to do.
One of our friends was several rows back from us, and we walked past him on the way out because he was trying to find his glasses, and his nose was totally broken, bleeding on his face. A lot of people smacked their head against the seat in front of them.
And David, I'm going to try to get as close to the door as possible without getting into trouble. Just to give you a sense of what it's like inside. I don't know if you can get a sense from this vantage point, but again, it's very calm inside, except that many of the passengers are just sort of sitting down, hunched over, taking a look at those boards with all of the cancellations. As Catherine Garcia, the Port Authority executive director, told the media, it will be at least until 2 p.m. that this entire airport will be shut down, meaning all flights grounded, and it could extend beyond that depending on what investigators will need.
All right, Chris Reyes, we have you all day at LaGuardia Airport. Very much appreciate having you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quite something to hear those passengers on board the plane as well, describing no warning. It's just a sudden collision. And you hear one account there of a passenger being so violently thrown into the seat in front of them that their nose was bloodied, perhaps broken. There are multiple injuries that we are hearing about, 9 serious. And of course, the 2 pilots inside that plane, the cockpit gone from the collision, those 2 pilots killed in this crash. Now, it is heightening concerns around air travel, particularly in the United States. The government shutdown last October highlighted just how thinly stretched air traffic controllers are in the United States. Willie Lowry is with us in our Washington bureau. Willie, can you just describe what the situation for American air traffic controllers has been like?
Yeah, absolutely, David. As you mentioned, last fall's government shutdown, it really exposed a stress point in the transportation industry here in the U.S. So the country is short roughly 3,000 air traffic controllers, and it's struggled to hire and train new ones as many age out. And just last month, the U.S. Transportation Department Office of Inspector General opened a probe into what it calls the high failure rates among air traffic control trainees. Many of those who are on the job are working mandatory overtime and often 6 days a week. The Federal Aviation Administration has quite onerous requirements. First-time applicants must be under 31 years of age and are required to go to training at the FAA's Academy in Oklahoma City, and then required to do an additional 2 to 3 years of on-the-job training at airports. And according to the FAA, only 10% of applicants meet all the requirements necessary. Then there is the mandatory age of retirement. That's 56, though because of the shortage, that number has been pushed to 61 in some cases. The FAA has been trying to boost the numbers of controllers, but it's a long and slow process, David, and these airports across the country are thinly staffed at the moment.
All right, Willie Lowry in Washington, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Okay, we're going to continue to unpack what we know about this accident. There's no question that the investigation underway, and it will involve primarily American investigators, but because the plane was built in Canada, the airline, Air Canada from Canada, Canadian investigators will also be a part of it. Let's turn to John Cox now, who is a former airline pilot, accident investigator with the Airline Pilots Association. Good day to you, sir.
Good morning.
John, just you have seen the pictures, as have we all, of the nose of that aircraft. What does it tell you when you look at it's gone? The cockpit has been sheared away by the collision.
It says that there was high energy impact, and unfortunately, that the pilots that were in the flight deck have been reported to be deceased. The entire event, from the time that that airplane taxied out and also when that fire truck initialized its first movement, the NTSB is going to look at every moment of that. And so the collision itself, they're going to look at in great depth, but they're also going to look at what led up to it.
Now, when we listen to that audio, it does give us a sequence of events, but only in that confined minute or two around the event itself, the crash itself. What is clear is the firefighting trucks at the airport are called out to a different emergency. And to get to that emergency, they have to cross the runway that the Air Canada plane is going to use. They call out, ask for that permission. They get it from the ground controller. But seconds later, you hear that ground controller saying, truck one, stop, 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 stop. He says it 10 times. What does that tell you?
The fact that there is a question about the clearances that both the Air Canada RJ had, as well as the fire truck, that's going to be something that they look very carefully at. They're going to interview the controller. They're going to interview the fire truck driver and that crew as well as soon as they're able. And so they're going to understand that it appears right now that there was both vehicles had the proper clearance from air traffic control, that later the ground controller rescinded for the fire truck. So that's going to be a central area that the investigators look at.
And to be clear, there should not be a scenario where two things can be on the same runway at once.
That's correct, but understand that that's two different controllers. The what is known as the local controller would be talking to the aircraft. The ground controller would be talking to the fire truck. So there has to be coordination between those two individuals.
When we listen to the tail end of the audio, you hear a short conversation between that ground controller, or who is presumed to be the ground controller, and another pilot who has been impacted by this and instructed that they won't be flying tonight. And the pilot is trying to console the air traffic controller to some degree, but the controller responds and says, "I messed up." When you hear that on the tape, what's that tell you?
I think we have to view it in context, and at this point, I'm very hesitant to make any judgment on something like that until we understand everything about it. And that's the exact same way that the investigators are going to approach it. You have to approach it objectively. You listen and gather the evidence to get the understanding of what occurred here. If the controller did, in fact, quote, mess up, that will come out. But if there's things that led up to that that contributed, all of those things need to be taken into account.
We're hearing from some passengers who describe no indication that there was about to be any kind of out of the ordinary event, and then a sudden thud in which many of them were thrown forward in their seats. Presumably everybody would be seat belted at this stage of flight. What would be the types of injuries you would expect with something like this?
Anyone in the back of the aircraft, anyone in the aircraft at all, would sustain, potential facial impact if you go into the seat in front of you. There's going to be bruising of the hips from the seat belts. And this is part of what is known as survival factors. This will all be looked at to ensure that the seats remained attached to the floor as they should, that the seat belts did restrain people as they should. How did the evacuation unfold? How did the flight attendants do as far as directing the evacuation? You see that the overwing exits are open. All right, how did that unfold? All of those things are part of the investigation and will be looked at in depth.
I do want to talk about the exit itself. People say that there was no immediate announcement from the flight deck, from the pilots, and perhaps we know why. There is no cockpit anymore. The 2 pilots were killed in this incident. What would be the protocol for the remaining crew, those inside the cabin, the flight attendants, in the event that they don't get an order from the flight deck?
The flight attendants have the authority to initiate an evacuation when they are faced with a situation that is life-threatening and they need to get the passengers out. So the lead flight attendant would be the one who would initiate the evacuation once he or she understands that the flight deck is not capable of ordering that evacuation.
Last question to you, if I can. There's no fire here. And admittedly, the aircraft's gas tanks are in the wings. The engines themselves are on this aircraft mounted on the tail. What does it tell you that you can have such a violent collision but no fire?
The fact that the wings were not ruptured or opened up, there wasn't a fuel spill that we know of so far. There was not an ignition source. So it helped certainly with the evacuation, but this was a high energy impact. So the airplane was moving at a pretty good speed when the impact occurred. So people are going to be dazed. That's going to slow the evacuation down. But very fortunately, there was no fire.
John Cox, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
All right, we're going to play some of that audio for you again, just so you have an understanding of what happened in the seconds leading up to impact, and then what the ground controller said as he was collecting his own thoughts in that emergency phase.
Truck 1 Company, cross 4 Delta.
Truck 1 and Company, crossing 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want to prepare to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in progress for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my staff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
As he notes, they were dealing with 2 emergencies. One, at first, a strange odor in a different aircraft. That's why the fire trucks were crossing the runway and responding to that different emergency. And that is when the collision occurred, creating a second and much larger emergency. We are hearing from Canada's Transportation Minister, Stephen McKinnon, as well about this. He says he's deeply saddened by the tragic accident at LaGuardia Airport involving an Air Canada aircraft arriving from Montreal. He sends his thoughts to the families, loved ones, and colleagues of those who lost their lives. Those are the 2 pilots, as well as to all those who were injured. More than 40 taken to hospital, 10 said to be serious. Canada, the minister says, working with U.S. authorities as they investigate this incident. And we're following developments closely, and aviation safety remains our highest priority. We would note how exceptional this event is, that it's not since 1983 that Air Canada as an airline has had a fatal incident of any kind. It is exceptionally rare, and having an incident where a plane and a vehicle crash into one another at an airport is itself exceptionally unlikely and rare. And yet, here it appears to have happened. Air Canada has also launched a phone line for anyone concerned about passengers on board Flight 8646. That number, 1-800-961-7099. We will tell you everything we know, hear from the people who were on board the plane, and all the latest from investigators coming up here on CBC News Network. controllers to cross the active runway. Then you'll hear the ground controller urging them to stop. After the crash, you will hear the controller's conversation with a pilot in a different plane, telling them he messed up.
Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 at Delta.
Truck 1 and Company crossing 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please. Stop, 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 truck 1, stop, stop, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want to prepare to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in progress for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my staff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
I messed up. That is going to be a key line for investigators. Let us look right now at LaGuardia Airport. We have a live shot. That is what's left of the Air Canada plane. You see on the left side of the screen, the emergency overwing doors have been opened. That is perhaps where passengers were able to get out. The aircraft, the center of balance is completely changed because the front of the plane's gone, which is why it's tipped up in the air like that. And the cockpit itself, it doesn't exist. It's been sheared off completely in the collision with that fire truck. Now, the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board will take the lead on the investigation. We spoke with a former investigator for the NTSB, Greg Faith. He says those 3 words, "I messed up," from the controller will be a key focus.
He realized that he cleared that fire truck to cross the runway when the runway wasn't clear. And unfortunately, you know, these human error type events, you know, we are not infallible. And so it's going to come down to interviewing that particular controller and the other controllers. Was he distracted? Was he fatigued? Working late at night, fatigue, just because of our biorhythms and circadian rhythm. Even though that's your normal shift, and controllers work rolling shifts, they'll work a morning, a mid, and a night. And so they'll be looking at fatigue, they'll be looking at coordination, they'll be looking at workload to see why this particular controller did not realize or recognize in a timely manner that the aircraft was on the runway.
And indeed, there are things we do not know at this time, but there are things that we do know. Both pilots said to have been killed in that collision. We're also now hearing directly from Air Canada. It's put out an emergency number for passengers to call. We've been saying that over the course of the last hour, 1-800-961-7099. Marianne Demain here with me as well as we both look at this. And Air Canada saying they cannot confirm the exact number of injuries or if there are other fatalities at this time. We have heard from American authorities about perhaps 9 people seriously injured, but how seriously, of course, Marianne, we don't know at this point. Air Canada says it will continue to provide updates as it learns more. What do we know about that aircraft? It's built in Canada.
CRJ 900 Bombardier aircraft, 72 people on board. That was from a statement issued by Jazz Airlines, which was operating on behalf of Air Canada, which is why we saw some similar statements throughout the morning, not only from Air Canada, but also from Jazz Airlines. And now the aftermath of this crash, as we've been seeing throughout the morning, 72 passengers, 4 crew members, and as we know, the pilot and co-pilot were killed in that collision. When it struck that fire truck that was crossing that active runway, we also know there were 2 people on board that fire truck. So they remain in hospital in stable condition. But as we've been hearing from people, not only from air traffic control, we're now hearing from people who are on the plane, and they really describe what that impact was like when it happened at 11:40 p.m. last night.
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos from there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop. But in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming. Pretty quickly, we didn't have any directions because the pilot's cabin had been kind of destroyed. So somebody said, let's get the emergency exit and get the door in. Let's all jump out, and that's exactly what we did.
All of this unfolding on runway 4 at LaGuardia Airport just moments after the plane touched down from Montreal there in New York. And you can see the angle of that plane, which, David, you referred to as well, that balance thrown off because of the damage at the front of the plane and the fact that the passengers exited at the back. We saw the stairs as they were brought up at the back of the plane for the passengers to get off. We know 41 people and crew were taken to local hospitals. As of the update this morning from the Port Authority, 9 remained in hospital, including 2 passengers from that fire truck who are in stable condition. Yeah,
those, of course, would be firefighters in what is a very large firefighting vehicle. This is not something that you would see on a municipal street, for instance. It is a towering hulk of a vehicle that has a large nozzle on top for aircraft firefighting, responding to this different incident on a different aircraft.
That's right.
Key question, of course, and we don't have all the answers to this, but as we listen to the tape from air traffic control, it is clear that that fire truck had permission to cross the runway until they try to rescind it.
At that last moment, we hear that air traffic controller saying, "Stop, stop, stop," to truck 1, referring to that fire truck that was crossing that active runway, going to a separate incident involving a United aircraft. And this was a question that was asked this morning at the news conference with the Port Authority. What is the protocol for these fire trucks as they're crossing the runway? And this was their answer.
The procedure always is in deference to the control tower. Anytime anyone is moving on any of our runways or taxiways.
So they have to get clearance from the tower?
They have to get clearance from the tower to move on our runways and our taxiways.
And we heard in that audio that we've been playing throughout the morning, they did get clearance, but then that changed at that last moment. Did the firefighters who on board that fire truck hear that instruction to finally stop? Of course, that's now part of the investigation.
It certainly is. And look, they had come out of one fire station. You even hear, that after the crash, they call all the fire trucks, not just for that airport, but from the FDNY largely, and every vehicle that's coming in there until the airport is fully closed calls for permission to go onto that runway, even though there's been a crash there. So it does speak to that right-of-way requirement that planes have priority. Even a fire truck that's responding to an emergency, planes still have priority. And so there is that question. The airport, as we say, closed. That means no flights in or out.
No flights in or out. It is closed until at least 2 o'clock this afternoon. The investigation is going to be extensive, not just lasting today, but over the coming days and months even. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered here, even the plane's speed at the time. We know American media outlets reporting different speeds at that news conference this morning. The Port Authority saying that goes to the NTSB, which is now handling this investigation. A big part of this investigation, which we also heard from Greg Faith, the aviation expert you spoke to and referred to, and we just heard from just a few moments ago, talking about staffing, because staffing specifically...
That has been a key question among air traffic controllers, and particularly in the United States.
Right, and this happened at 11:40 p.m. when staffing traditionally goes down. So he talks about why this is really going to be a big part of this investigation as it unfolds.
Night, when the arrival rates go down, they may reduce staffing. So just like at Washington Reagan, when we had the mid-air, staffing levels go down at night because the arrival rates go down. So the workload is more manageable in the eyes of the FAA, but that could be a factor.
LaGuardia Airport also releasing a statement on social media this morning saying it's working with its federal partners, of course, police, fire departments, all federal agencies that are taking part in this investigation. The names of the pilots have not been released. They're still notifying their families. That's part of the process that's continuing this morning. And we've been seeing that number on the screen right now for anyone who's trying to get in contact or information about anyone who was on that flight AC 8646 this morning.
One thing that I'm going to point out is on this particular configuration of aircraft, the CRJ. NBC News quoting sources there, but that speaks to the sheer force that would have been involved here. All right, Marianne, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Let's look once again at the runway here at LaGuardia Airport. Runway number 4, it is closed, as is the entire airport right now. The plane there, you see what is left of the cockpit, the wires that lead from that flight deck to all of the controls dangling from the front of the aircraft. You see the two overwing exit doors. They are open. On the other side of the aircraft, you're just able to see on the left side of your screen the stair car that was brought in either as part of the rescue efforts or to get passengers off of that aircraft. And as we say, multiple passengers injured, glasses were thrown off. And yet at this point, we are told the only fatalities were at the very front of that aircraft. The U.S. Transportation Secretary says a team from the FAA now on the way to the scene. It will, however, be the National Transportation Safety Board, their investigators, which take control of this. And we will have extensive coverage of what we learn throughout the course of the morning here on CBC Morning Live.
Fix, don't do what I think you're about to do.
What do you think I'm gonna do?
Out! Hands where we can see them.
I'm here with Susan, a retired paramedic and Chip Reverse Mortgage customer. Now, as a paramedic, you've spent your life helping others. I'm proud of that. So how do you feel now?
No, you see the scene there, an Air Canada jet traveling from Montreal crashing into a firefighting vehicle on the runway at New York's LaGuardia Airport just before midnight. The two pilots on board were killed by the impact. 76 passengers and crew were on board, 41 taken to hospital, where 9 remain with serious injuries. Let's turn back to Chris Reyes, who is at LaGuardia Airport in New York. Chris, lots of details coming in. I'm going to quote NBC New York, which has sources among the emergency response, noting a couple of things. First, that the plane, the design of the plane has the nose quite low to the ground, and the impact point said to be with the fire truck right in the center of that very large fire truck. The two firefighters in the front of the truck were then thrown from the vehicle. And remarkably, these same sources saying that when they arrived at the emergency scene, one of the two flight attendants on board was actually outside the plane, had been ejected from the plane, but was still strapped in to her jump seat. All the more remarkable. Take us through the details of what we know happening just before midnight.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm inside LaGuardia Airport right now, David, and it's quite calm here as passengers just wait for the status of their flights. But as you described, when this collision happened just about before midnight last night, it would have been a chaotic scene. And that's why I want to hear from the passengers on that flight first, describing what they experienced.
We were honestly sleeping and then landing and then all of a sudden, boom, woke up in shock, just didn't know what to do.
One of our friends was several rows back from us, and we walked past him on the way out because he was trying to find his glasses, and his nose was totally broken, bleeding on his face. A lot of people smacked their head against the seat in front of them.
Okay, so what we know right now, David, is there were some 70 passengers on that flight. So again, a chaotic scene as many of them were transported to hospital. A lot of them have been released, but those who remain in hospital have serious injuries, according to the executive director of the Port Authority, which is the agency that oversees LaGuardia and many of the transportation hubs in New York and New Jersey. But beyond that, we don't have a lot of information to share because investigators are currently on site. And Catherine Garcia, the executive director, deferred all questions to those investigators. She did give an update on the passengers of that flight. Have a listen to what she said.
Initial numbers indicate that 41 passengers and crew were transported to the hospital, as well as the ARF officers. At this time, we understand that 32 have been released, but there are also serious injuries. Sadly, the 2 pilots are confirmed deceased, and notifications are being made by Air Canada's care team at this time.
And at this point, David, it's a bit of a holding pattern here at LaGuardia Airport. And I'll tell you, the most striking thing right now about being here is how empty and deserted it is. I want to give you a sense of where I am. I'm sort of in that hallway between the parking garage, which is over there, and then it leads you into the departures gate, which is where a lot of the Air Canada flight passengers would have gone through. There is a board in there that shows all of the cancellations. I counted about 60 flights canceled, and that's just from 6 a.m. to about 10 a.m. this morning. You can imagine more cancellations will come throughout the day. But this is one of the busiest airports in New York City and in the US. On any given day, this place would be packed. But right now, it is empty. I did get the chance to go in there. I didn't want to bring our cameras in because we were told to stay away from that area. In fact, they have a media staging area just outside of the airport where many of the local crews are situated. And in there are just many passengers sort of hunched over, waiting to see what the status of their flights are. I've seen many passengers walk out knowing that they're not even going to be able to fly out today.
It is remarkable, Chris, just seeing LaGuardia, one of America's busiest airports, as empty as it is, and all the more remarkable to look here live at the scene of this interaction between the plane and the fire truck. Interaction does not do it justice as a word. The front of the plane totally demolished, the nose gone, where the flight crew, the 2 pilots, would sit doesn't exist anymore. All the wiring hanging down that leads back to the flight controls and the place all those passengers and the 2 flight attendants would sit. You see the destruction there. There's some indication, according to NBC News, by the sheer impact here, that the flight attendant, one of them, presumably at the front of the aircraft, was thrown clear of the aircraft and found outside in her jump seat by other firefighters as they arrived. Chris Reyes, you're talking about it being a very busy airport. Just give us some of the context here of how busy LaGuardia is, particularly with those late night on a Sunday arrivals.
LaGuardia, it services millions of passengers every single year. It takes in and mostly domestic flights. So a lot of regional carriers come through here, especially coming from Toronto and Montreal. So that's about an hour and a half flight. It would be a pretty routine flight for anybody who's ever taken that. It's very short. You know, I've taken that route, and before you can even really buckle your seatbelts, you've already landed in your destination. And so in this case, that 1 hour and a half flight turned into a nightmare. And this airport, which as you mentioned, one of the busiest airports in the country, now completely shut down, at least according to the Port Authority Executive Director, at least until 2 p.m. this afternoon, but possibly longer, depending on what investigators need. The National Transportation Safety Board now in charge of this investigation. But as you mentioned, given that this is an Air Canada flight, and that is an aircraft made in Canada, Canadian investigators will be a part of this investigation, and there will have to be a wait for them to come in and to land on the ground. We're going to wait for the next update from the Port Authority officials to see what else, what other updates they have to share at this moment. But right now, it is pretty much just a holding pattern, very quiet, very deserted here at LaGuardia Airport, with people wondering what's next and when they're going to be able to fly out.
All right, Chris Reyes at LaGuardia, thanks very much for being there.
Thank you.
All right, there's going to be a lot of questions about what happened here, and we don't have all of the answers at this point, but we do want to speak about some of the air traffic control elements here, and we're going to turn to Harvey Skolnick, who is a retired FAA controller. Harvey, good morning to you.
Good morning, David.
Difficult to say good, of course, for both of us on a day like this. I don't want to get ahead of investigators, but there is information, at least out there, listening to the tape of air traffic control, particularly the ground controller who cleared that fire truck initially to cross the runway. You've heard it. What does it? What strikes you?
So there are protocols that are in the FAA handbook for air traffic controllers on runway crossings. The ground controller, which controls all the movement areas on the airport with the exception of the runway, has to coordinate with the local controller or the tower controller, and that's the person who clears airplanes to land and take off and who has ownership of the runway. And there is specific phraseology for the ground controller to call the local controller and say, request to cross runway 4 at taxiway Delta with three vehicles. And the local controller has to respond in a specific way, say, cross runway 4 at taxiway Delta, and then it's the responsibility of the ground controller to say the crossing is complete and the runway is clear. I don't know what happened here. I can't hear that. Sometimes the coordination that goes on between the local controller and the ground controller is not recorded because it's not done over an interphone or radio frequency. It's done just one person talking to another, so I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
There may be other witnesses in the tower that can attest to that, but runway incursions have always been an issue in the FAA. This kind of thing doesn't happen very often because of the specific phraseology and procedure that controllers are taught. So I honestly can't explain why he would have allowed those trucks to cross the runway without specifically being told to do so. And we don't know that he was or wasn't, but that's just a mystery right now.
Harvey, you've done such a good job explaining what would be required. I actually want to play the tape of what occurred and then come back out and get your reaction to something the controller says to a pilot at the very end of it. Let's listen to it.
Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 Delta.
Truck 1 and Company, crossing 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want to prepare to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in progress for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know. I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
Harvey, I mean, you've been there in a tower. You've been there behind a screen. You've been there in these high-stress moments. to hear a controller say, "I messed up"? What goes through your mind?
Oh, I feel terrible. I just don't have a clue what he was thinking about when he cleared the aircraft across as an airplane was landing on the runway. There's just no explanation that I could give anyone right now as to why that rule, which is so specific, in this case was violated. I just, and I feel for that controller. I mean, you know, sometimes we get brain freezes. This may have been what happened there, or maybe there's more to it than we see right now, and we'll have to wait for the investigation.
Yeah, and Harvey, investigators will look not just at this isolated few seconds of time. They will look at the broader context, and we know there is a broader context here, that there has been continued understaffing of air traffic controllers at U.S. airports. There have been concerns about fatigue and overwork. Can you sort of paint that broader picture that investigators will look at in this case?
I'm not sure if that will play a part in this case, but generally speaking, for all my years in the FAA, and there were many, and up until now, staffing has always been a problem at facilities. They've always seemed to operate at the very minimal staffing amounts. It's always been difficult for controllers to get time off, to get shift changes, and that exists today. The FAA says they're going to hire 2,600 controllers this year. Of that 26, usually a third don't make it through the entire program. Morale is low throughout the agency. They just won't take hold of the fact that they never hire enough people to get this job done. There are too many times when positions have to be combined in order to get breaks, in order to give someone a day off. It just makes no sense to me why there isn't more attention being paid to hiring more people so these positions are staffed to where they're supposed to be.
Harvey, I want to show folks, as if you were looking down on the airport, this map that shows the runway on which this occurred. You will see on the left side of the map there, fire station, and you see a red line that comes out from it. The fire trucks were called out from that station to respond to a totally different incident, a United Airlines plane with an unusual odor, the potential that it could have been smoke, and so they respond as if it's an emergency. They go down that taxiway Delta. You see in red the long line, that is runway number 4. And we just heard the air traffic, the controller, the ground controller, at first saying, yes, cross it, and then saying don't. This appears, Harvey, to have happened almost halfway down the runway. Where would the Air Canada plane likely have been in its landing at that moment, halfway down the runway?
So I'm not seeing that on my screen.
Yeah.
But I do have the LaGuardia airport map in front of me, and so it seems to me. Can't be for sure. First of all, right, the trucks were responding to something that happened earlier. So when they come out of their area and go onto a movement area, they call ground control. And they say to ground control, hey, we want to proceed to such and such a point on the airport. And ground control says, Roger, proceed out on Delta, hold short of runway 4. The vehicles can go right up to the edge of the runway, and that's where they're going. And so it seems to me that the CRJ actually, and I can't be positive, was on the ground rolling out when this airplane got the clearance to cross the runway.
So they'd already, in other words, they'd already touched down, but they're at that speeding point where they're attempting to slow down after the landing.
That's what I think.
Yeah. Harvey Skolnick, really appreciate your expertise early this morning. Thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure. Thanks.
Okay, this aviation disaster, we will have the latest as you look there at New York's LaGuardia Airport and what's left of an Air Canada CRJ. As the morning unfolds, we are getting more information on this fatal Air Canada plane crash that happened at New York's LaGuardia Airport. We know 2 pilots have been killed after their passenger jet struck an airport rescue vehicle at LaGuardia Airport. Dozens of other people on board that plane and 2 in the fire truck have been injured. Marianne Demain continues to watch all of this, and we are getting bit by bit more information, including the severity of these injuries.
Yeah, it's interesting, just talking about the force. You were talking about the sources who were speaking to NBC News in New York. The force of this crash pushed one of the flight attendants, still strapped in the jump seat, found outside of the plane.
Yeah, let us emphasize that, because that, again, it's being reported by a different agency, NBC News, quoting emergency sources who responded. That is remarkable. And on 2 levels, just the force of this, but secondly, that means there would only be 1 flight attendant left in the plane.
Right, because we know, as confirmed from the airline, this is a Jazz airline flight flying on behalf of Air Canada, that there were 72 passengers on board that flight, 4 crew members. 2 of them, as we know, the pilot and co-pilot passed away as a result of this collision. And then the flight attendant who was outside of the plane after this crash. And then the 1 remaining inside with the 72 passengers. And we are hearing from the passengers who just talk about not only the silence coming from the cockpit, but also the chaos as they tried to figure out, A, what happened, and B, how do we get off this plane?
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos in there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop. But in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming. Pretty quickly, we didn't have any directions because the pilot's cabin had been kind of destroyed. So somebody said, let's get the emergency exit and get the door in. Let's all jump out, and that's exactly what we did.
This was flight 8646 arriving from Montreal, just touching down at LaGuardia on runway 4 when this collision happened with that fire truck that was on its way to respond to another incident with the United Airlines flight, as we've been reporting all morning. And then this collision happened despite warnings from air traffic control, who initially said it was okay to go, but then telling them to stop, but they didn't. So that's part of the investigation. Now, why didn't they stop? Was there no time? Did they not hear it? Of course, we don't know that, but we do know that among the injured are the 2 firefighters who were in that fire truck in stable condition, so they will be able to talk to them if they haven't already.
Yeah, get some sort of indication of what happened there. Let's look live one more time at the aircraft itself, live this morning at LaGuardia Airport, an airport that, Marianne, remains closed.
Until at least 2 p.m. this afternoon. We know that Air Canada and Jazz Airlines have both released statements this morning. I'll read you a portion from Air Canada. It says the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey confirmed that the pilot and the first officer were killed in this accident. We are deeply saddened by the loss of 2 Jazz employees, and our deepest condolences go out to the entire Jazz community and their families. It goes on to say that it cannot confirm the exact number or injuries or if there are any other fatalities at this time. So we're keeping an eye on that. Jazz also sending out their condolences.
All right, Marianne, we're going to continue coverage for everybody here on CBC Morning Live, but it is remarkable. And a lot of the focus, not just on those injured, but on the words of the ground controller saying on tape, I messed up. Big questions this morning in New York. Breaking news on this Monday morning, I'm David Common. A fatal plane crash. An Air Canada jet has collided with a fire truck on the runway at New York's LaGuardia airport. The two pilots are dead this morning and dozens of passengers have been injured. Right now, let's look at the scene on LaGuardia's runway 4. This is live. The Air Canada Express plane, a Bombardier CRJ 900, was arriving in New York just a few minutes before midnight in the darkness last night. As it landed, it struck an airport fire truck that was responding to a separate emergency call. The preliminary passenger list on board shows 72 passengers and 4 crew. More than 40 people were taken to hospital. Most have since been released, but some remain in serious condition, including the 2 firefighters who were inside that large airport firefighting vehicle. We are also hearing directly from some people on board the plane this morning.
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos from there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop, but in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming. Pretty quickly, we didn't have any directions because the pilot's cabin had been kind of destroyed, so somebody said, let's get the emergency exit and get the door in, let's all jump out, and that's exactly what we did.
We've also compiled what are key excerpts of the audio from air traffic control. They show us the moments just before and after the collision. What you're about to hear is the controller approving that fire truck, as is required, to cross the runway, and then realizing something is amiss, urgently ordering it 10 times to stop, but there is no response. Then the crash, and the controller calls out to Air Canada pilots to tell them help is on the way. At that point, they may already be dead. This clip not in real time, though. It has been edited for clarity.
Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 Delta.
Truck 1 and Company crossing 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please. Stop, 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 truck 1, stop, stop, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000. Jazz 646. Jazz 646, I see you collide with a vehicle here. Just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicle's are responding to you now.
Is the runway closed?
Delta 2603, go around. Runway heading 2000.
Heading 2000, go around. Delta 2603.
LaGuardia Tower.
Truck 32, runway 4 is closed, correct?
Yes. Go on to runway 4 now. Proceed on runway 4. You have access. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want to prepare to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in process for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my staff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
Those are some of the key details investigators will look at. The controller saying, I messed up, acknowledging they were in the midst of a stressful emergency, a different event, when he approved and then rescinded the allowance of the fire truck to cross the runway that the Air Canada jet was then landing on. We've got our whole team on this. Chris Reyes is at LaGuardia Airport with the very latest. Willie Lowry in Washington looking at how air traffic control staff shortages and operational overloads have been straining the United States. And Marianne Demain here in studio with me tracking the latest developments, particularly here involving Air Canada. Let's start though with Chris Reyes and what we know, Chris, about what happened.
I want to start with those passengers who were on that flight because, you know, I'm inside LaGuardia Airport right now, David, where it is eerily quiet. On any given day, this would be one of the busiest airports in the country. And as you can see, it's pretty empty where I am. This is the departures area. This is the departures gate for Air Canada and Porter Airlines. So flights from Canada coming into New York City. But on that flight, it was obviously chaos just moments before midnight when this collision happened. Have a listen to what they said.
We were honestly sleeping and then landing, and then all of a sudden, boom, woke up in shock, just didn't know what to do.
One of our friends was several rows back from us, and we walked past him on the way out because he was trying to find his glasses, and his nose was totally broken, bleeding on his face. A lot of people smacked their head against the seat in front of them.
And so David, very quickly after that collision, 72 passengers on that flight were rushed to hospital. There was a scramble to unite those passengers with family. Many of those who remain in hospital are have serious injuries, according to officials who briefed the media. Catherine Garcia is the executive director of the Port Authority agency, which is the agency that oversees LaGuardia as well as other transportation hubs in New York and New Jersey. And this is what she said about the passengers on board.
Initial numbers indicate that 41 passengers and crew were transported to the hospital as well as the ARF officers. At this time, we understand that 32 have been released, but there are also serious injuries. Sadly, the 2 pilots are confirmed deceased, and notifications are being made by Air Canada's care team at this time.
And you can imagine that this is a fluid situation, David. So some of those details might change. That update was given by Catherine Garcia at about 4:30 in the morning. We haven't heard anything from her or other officials since. So there is this feeling of a bit of a holding pattern at this airport that is now completely shut down.
Let's talk about what happens in this investigation. We know the NTSB has been activated and they will take charge of this, but they will not be the only ones responsible for this at one of America's busiest airports.
Yeah, that's right. So let's start with the investigation, because many of the questions that were put to Catherine Garcia about air traffic control communication, about the moments leading up to that collision, she deferred to those investigators. So the National Transportation Safety Board now leading this investigation. As you mentioned, very likely the Canadian investigators are going to be called in. So as all of that is happening and those investigators are on site, the passengers here are just waiting to see what will become of their trips. So inside that departure area, we can't get any closer because our cameras are not allowed in. There is just a wait and hold pattern, pretty much, with many of the passengers. I took some video when I went inside there a little bit earlier. Let's show that now to show you what it's like inside and to show you the big board of cancellations. I counted some 60 flights, all completely canceled from 6 a.m. till 10 a.m. this morning. So as you can imagine, those cancellations will only grow from here. I actually talked to some passengers who were walking out of the airport. So this is the parking garage. Again, David, normally, I mean, this passageway would be so busy given how many flights come through LaGuardia on a daily basis. And many of the travelers that I talked to were leaving because they knew that they were not going to be able to fly out today. You know, I don't want to show you too much because of privacy, but you see a person right there sleeping on the ground, very likely not knowing what will become of her flight. So that is pretty much what you can expect to be the scene here at LaGuardia for the next couple of hours. Catherine Garcia saying that at least until 2 p.m., this entire airport will be shut down. And then depending on what investigators need, that could extend later throughout the day. And then that will add more cancellations and more delays. And talk to any traveler, David, who has come through any of the 3 airports in New York and New Jersey. So that would be LaGuardia, JFK, and Newark. And they will tell you, even before this incident, it was already such a big headache to fly, given those air traffic control shortages, given the fact that TSA agents right now not coming into work because of the bottleneck created with the government shutdown and those delayed paychecks. So already a headache to fly out before this collision. You can imagine this just adds another layer of challenges.
Certainly does. And we will talk to Willie Lowry in just a moment about some of those air traffic control enduring challenges in a moment. Right now, though, Chris Reyes at LaGuardia Airport, very good to have you there this morning. Thank you. Want to show you the scene itself this morning as we have daylight pictures at our LaGuardia airport. That is the Air Canada plane tilted up. Its center of balance changed completely after the nose was sheared off. You see emergency vehicles still around it after that collision. Here's some detail. What we have been hearing out of NBC News' local affiliate in New York. They say one of the two flight attendants on board was in fact found on the tarmac, out on the cement, outside the plane after the collision. Because of the sheer force, she was ejected, still found strapped into her jump seat, but outside the plane. This is an aircraft, a CRJ 900, built by Bombardier in Canada, that only has two flight attendants regularly. And so the one in the back of the plane then would have been responsible for the safety and evacuation of the 72 passengers, some of whom had been seriously injured. We're also hearing from that same NBC News report that the plane itself sits very low to the ground and likely made contact with that fire truck. It appears in the middle of what is a very large fire truck, almost like a moving shipping container in terms of its size. It's much bigger than a regular fire truck. Chris was telling us a little bit about some of the concerns around air travel safety in the United States. Let's look right at the map here that shows us where this happened approximately. See on the left side of your screen there, it says fire station. So the fire trucks were called out from that station, we believe, to a different incident involving a United Airlines plane that had a strange odor on board. As they left on taxiway D, that's not a place that planes would land and take off, they proceed down that taxiway. In order to do that, they've called and asked permission to do so from ground controllers. They get it. Then they get to the threshold of runway 4. That is the active runway where Air Canada is just about to land. They ask for permission there to cross that runway. They get that permission. But then the ground controller urgently tries to get them to stop. There's no response. The collision occurs. You see there the yellow circle, the approximate site of this crash. Let's turn now to Willie Lowry to look at some of the broader questions here around air traffic control in general. Willie, what has been the situation? I would take you back to the last major incident to right in the city you're in, at Reagan National, at the main Washington airport, and the collision mid-air between an Army helicopter and an airliner.
Yeah, absolutely. That one a little over a year ago, and really sparking lots of questions. Those questions kind of amplified following last fall's government shutdown, which really exposed a stress point in the transportation industry here in the U.S. The country is short, David, more than 3,000 air traffic controllers, and it's really struggled to hire and train new ones as many age out. Now, those staff shortages have been a long-time complaint among air traffic controllers. Earlier in the show, you spoke with Harvey Skolnick, a retired U.S. air traffic controller. Let's take a brief listen to some of what he had to say.
Staffing has always been a problem at facilities. They've always seemed to operate at the very minimal staffing amounts. It's always been difficult for controllers to get time off, to get shift changes, and that exists today. The FAA says they're going to hire 2,600 controllers this year. Of that 26, usually a third don't make it through the entire program.
David, the U.S. Transportation Department Office of Inspector General opened a probe into what it calls the high failure rates among air traffic control trainees. Many of those who are on the job, as you heard from Skolnick, are working mandatory overtime and often 6 days a week. And because of the strains of the job, controllers can only work a maximum of 10 hours during a single shift and must have at least 10 hours off between shifts. That stretches to 12 hours for shifts starting at midnight.
Willie, as you're speaking, we just have some additional news about a different New York airport, and that is Newark International. So there are three airports. There's JFK, there's LaGuardia, where this crash occurred, and then Newark in New Jersey. The air traffic control tower there has actually been evacuated as you and I are speaking as a result of smoke in the immediate area. That means there is a ground stop now additionally at Newark Airport to address this. There's no controllers left in the tower, and so all aircraft at Newark and any that are bound for Newark are being told to hold in position right now. We'll get you the latest on that. But Willie, you're talking about some of the strains of on air traffic controllers, particularly in the U.S. It's not like you can easily replace them. It is a lengthy process to be trained for air traffic control.
Yeah, that's right, David. That's one of the big challenges here. The Federal Aviation Administration has quite onerous requirements. First-time applicants must be under 31 years of age. They have to pass a medical exam. They also have to pass the air traffic skills assessment, a computer-based test that basically examines whether a candidate possesses the required critical knowledge, skills, abilities, and other certain personal characteristics required to be an air traffic controller. And all applicants are then required to go to training at the FAA's Academy in Oklahoma City, and then required to do another additional 2 to 3 years of on-the-job training at airports. And according to the FAA, only 10% of applicants meet all the requirements necessary. Then there's a mandatory age of retirement at 56. Now, because of the shortage, that number has been pushed in some instances to 61. But the FAA has really been trying to boost the number of controllers for years. But as you mentioned, it's a long and sometimes arduous process.
Willie Lowry in Washington with a lot of the context around this, and certainly what will be considered by the NTSB as they start their investigation. Thanks very much.
My pleasure.
Okay, I was mentioning that incident at Newark International Airport. We're looking here at LaGuardia just to keep you up to date on the other New York airport where there is some sort of incident right now, Newark International. They are saying at this point in time the tower has been evacuated. That is as a result of smoke in the area. And when I look at, you see Newark there on the sort of bottom left part of your screen, major international airport for the New York area. They have ordered flights coming from Halifax, Ottawa, Montreal, Toronto Pearson, Toronto Billy Bishop, and Quebec City to not fly to Newark right now, to hold if they are at their origin airport to stay there for now. It's yet another nightmare in New York with one of the 3 major airports closed. Now, as a result of this fatal Air Canada crash, you see it there. You see what is left, effectively nothing of the front of the aircraft. That is where those 2 pilots were. Both pilots, we are told, have been killed in this incident. One of the flight attendants, according to reports, ejected from the aircraft. That would leave only one, likely at the back of the aircraft, responsible for everybody else on board. We're also hearing from Canada's Transport Minister, Stephen McKinnon. He said this morning that he's deeply saddened by the accident and that his thoughts are with the families, loved ones, and colleagues of the victims. McKinnon says Canada is working closely with the U.S. authorities as they investigate, and they're following developments closely. He says aviation safety remains his highest priority. Air Canada has also launched a phone line for anyone concerned about passengers on board Flight 8646. I'll bring it up on your screen now, 1-800-961-7099. I will point out this is an extraordinarily rare event on 2 fronts. Runway incursions, as they call it, when a vehicle interacts in some way with a plane on a runway. Those happen very infrequently, and they are even more rare to have fatal effects, as has happened here. I would also point out the last time Air Canada had a fatal event was 43 years ago, back in 1983. We are getting a clearer picture of the crash scene at LaGuardia Airport. So let's look at the airport fire truck. That's what's left of it, almost completely demolished. We are told the plane struck right in the center of that truck. It appears now to be on its side. You can also see what appears to be the tail fin of the Air Canada plane there as well. We've zoomed in on that image, centering in on the truck. NBC News is quoting 2 sources as saying the middle of the fire truck was hit. You can see damage to the back half as well. Sources tell NBC the fire crew was seated up front, and so they were actually thrown from the truck. Both firefighters said to now be in serious condition. We don't know everything about what happened. Investigators are really just beginning what is going to be a months-long process. But there will be key questions. Why exactly was that fire truck cleared to cross the runway as an Air Canada plane was landing? The audio from air traffic controllers does give us some insight. Let's listen to a retired air traffic controller on what might have gone wrong.
So there are protocols that are in the FAA handbook for air traffic controllers on runway crossings. The ground controller, which controls all the movement areas on the airport with the exception of the runway, has to coordinate with the local controller or the tower controller, and that's the person who clears airplanes to land and take off and who has ownership of the runway. And there is specific phraseology for the ground controller to call the local controller and say, request to cross runway 4 at taxiway Delta with three vehicles. And the local controller has to respond in a specific way, say, cross runway 4 at taxiway Delta. And then it's the responsibility of the ground controller to say the crossing is complete and the runway is clear. I don't know what happened here. I can't hear that. Sometimes the coordination that goes on between the local controller and the ground controller is not recorded because it's not done over an interphone or radio frequency. It's done just one person talking to another, so I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
There may be other witnesses in the tower that can attest to that, but runway incursions have always been an issue in the FAA. This kind of thing doesn't happen very often because of the specific phraseology and procedure that controllers are taught. So I honestly can't explain why he would have allowed those trucks to cross the runway without specifically being told to do so. And we don't know that he was or wasn't. But that's just a mystery right now.
Harvey, you've done such a good job explaining what would be required. I actually want to play the tape of what occurred and then come back out and get your reaction to something the controller says to a pilot at the very end of it. Let's listen to it.
Truck 1 Company, cross 4 at Delta.
Truck 1 and Company crossing 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please. Stop, truck 1, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want to prepare to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in progress for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my staff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
Harvey, I mean, you've been there in a tower, you've been there behind a screen, you've been there in these high-stress moments. To hear a controller say, I messed up, what goes through your mind?
Oh, I feel terrible. I just don't have a clue what he was thinking about when he cleared the aircraft to cross as an airplane was landing on the runway. There's just no explanation that I could give anyone right now as to why that rule, which is so specific, in this case was violated. I just, I feel for that controller. I mean, you know, sometimes we get brain freezes. This may have been what happened there, or maybe there's more to it than we see right now, and we'll have to wait for the investigation.
That's Harvey Skolnick, a retired FAA air traffic controller. All right, this is the aircraft in question. The front of the aircraft, the nose, the flight deck, all of it gone. You see there Air Canada Express. So some key details here. This aircraft is operated on behalf of Air Canada, but is not in fact owned by Air Canada. It is Jazz Aviation, which is owned by different companies and is contracted by Air Canada to run some of its shorter haul routes. So the Air Canada Express plane, again, operated by Jazz Aviation. But the effect is very clear at this point. Doesn't matter who was flying. The 2 pilots on board killed and at least 9 people very seriously injured in this crash at New York's LaGuardia Airport. All right, this is the aircraft itself. As we look at this Air Canada crash that occurred between a fire truck and a CRJ 900 yesterday in New York. We have a couple of recordings that we want to play as well, but take a look at the fire truck that it collided with. There you see it on the left side of the screen. There it is again in close-up, tilted on its side. Police cars from the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey surrounding it, and then the wreckage. The two firefighters inside that truck survived. They both have serious injuries. The aircraft struck it in the middle of the fire truck, and the nose of the aircraft, as we saw, largely destroyed. All right, we do want to play you so a couple of recordings, including from air traffic control at LaGuardia in the moments after the crash, before and after the crash. Here's the key parts to this. In order to cross a runway, a fire truck needs to get permission, and that happens. You will hear the fire truck, truck one, calling for permission, getting permission, and then that permission being urgently rescinded by the ground controller. You will then hear, in the aftermath of the collision, a conversation between the same ground controller and the crew in a different plane, a Frontier Airlines plane, and he will say, "I messed up."
Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 Delta.
Truck 1 and Company crossing 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please. Stop, 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 truck 1, stop, stop, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want to prepare to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in progress for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
That earlier emergency involved a different airplane, a United Airlines plane that had reported a strange odor on board, and that is why the fire trucks were responding by crossing the runway. Again, they asked permission, as is required to do so. They got that permission, and then clearly something went wrong. And investigators will now look at what went wrong, why the controller was saying, "I messed up," after having tried to stop those fire trucks, saying 10 times. Who will lead this investigation? It'll be the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB. They will be joined by Canadian representatives from Canada's TSB, as well as representatives of Air Canada and the Canadian maker of that aircraft, Bombardier. I was speaking with Greg Faith, who is a former senior safety investigator with the NTSB. And he says a lot of what these investigators will focus in on comes down to those 3 words from the controller: "I messed up."
He realized that he cleared that fire truck to cross the runway when the runway wasn't clear. And unfortunately, these human error type events, we are not infallible. And so it's going to come down to interviewing that particular controller and the other controllers. Was he distracted? Was he fatigued? Working late at night, fatigue, just because of our biorhythms and circadian rhythm. Even though that's your normal shift, and controllers work rolling shifts, they'll work a morning, a mid, and a night. And so they'll be looking at fatigue, they'll be looking at coordination, they'll be looking at workload to see why this particular controller did not realize or recognize in a timely manner that the aircraft was on the runway.
That is Greg Faith, who is a former NTSB investigator there at LaGuardia Airport. These are nighttime pictures in the aftermath of all of this. Of course, it was in the darkness. The big questions: could the fire truck see the plane? Could the plane see the fire truck? It was landing, and therefore at high speed. This collision appears at this point to have happened about halfway down the runway, runway number 4, and so the plane would have been on the ground. Its nose wheel likely on the ground itself. This plane rides low on the ground, such is the nature of CRJs in particular, and that would have put them essentially at the same level as the fire truck, a truck they slammed directly into. We're hearing from Canada's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Anita Anand, who says Canadian consular officials are now there to help passengers on that Air Canada flight. She says another consular team is en route to New York to provide additional support. You see her message there. We also have a new message from New York's Mayor, Zoran Mamdani. He says the National Transportation Safety Board investigating the incident goes on to talk about first responders whose swift actions saved lives, and he is grateful to them. All right, it is all quite something. Those first responders were responding to multiple events. Not only were they dealing with passengers and crew on board the plane and the two pilots who sadly have been killed in this incident, but they would have been dealing with their own colleagues, two firefighters inside that firefighting truck. Some suggestions are they were thrown from the vehicle in serious condition, but survived. It is a terrible and remarkable day in some of the detail here. Marianne Demain following a lot of this for us. We've been listening, Marianne, to this clip of that ground controller and some of the key details. What are we learning about what was happening inside the plane at that point?
A lot of panic, fear, and confusion. That's what we're hearing from some of the passengers who have been speaking to local media there in New York after this crash happened. Of course, they didn't know what was going on. This is a very short flight from Montreal to New York, a very standard flight, only about an hour and a half. This was 11:40 p.m. Some of them were also sleeping, jolted awake by the force of this crash between this plane and that fire truck on that active runway, runway 4 at LaGuardia's airport. So listen to what this one passenger told CNN this morning. It gives you a sense of the confusion that was unfolding inside that plane.
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos in there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop, but in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming. Pretty quickly, we didn't have any directions because the pilot's cabin had been kind of destroyed. So somebody said, let's get the emergency exit and get the door in, let's all jump out, and that's exactly what we did.
The airline confirming, as we've heard throughout the morning, 72 passengers on board, 4 crew members, and of course, the pilot and co-pilot killed as a result of this collision. There were stairs that were brought to the back of the plane, which may explain partly why the plane was left at that angle with the nose pointed upwards. But then, of course, all of the damage to the cockpit there, the debris, and then in the distance, not quite visible in this shot that you're looking at right now, the fire truck that it collided with on its side. We know that 2 passengers, 2 firefighters inside that fire truck were taken to hospital, among the 41 taken to local hospital for treatment. They are now in stable condition, so investigators will likely be talking to them this morning if they haven't already.
There's a tale in the numbers here. So as we look at that plane, the 2 pilots have been killed and quite possibly in the collision itself. Immediately behind them would sit one of only 2 flight attendants, the other one at the back of the plane. There's some reporting from NBC News in New York that flight attendant at the front of the plane was in fact ejected by the force of the impact, thrown out onto the tarmac. If that's the case, it means there would just be a single flight attendant at the back of that plane to look after 72 passengers. That number tells a story in and of itself. Another key question here is, why was a fire truck on an active runway in the first place? You've been looking at that.
We've been looking at it and listening to it. That audio that you've been playing throughout the morning, air traffic control talking to that fire truck, Truck 1, giving it clearance initially. That then changes in a matter of seconds, telling it to stop multiple times. That doesn't happen. We know that that's the protocol. It has to have clearance first from air traffic control, which it did. So it does appear to be following that protocol initially. Why did the truck not stop? Did they not hear it? Did they not see the plane? That's now part of the investigation. But this was a question asked to the Port Authority at a news conference this morning.
The procedure always is in deference to the control tower anytime anyone is moving on any of our runways or taxiways.
So they have to get clearance from the tower?
They have to get clearance from the tower to move on our runways and our taxiways.
And then the aftermath of that collision, this fire truck now completely destroyed, laying on its side. Again, the firefighters who were traveling in that in that fire truck you're looking at right now in stable condition. So they are a key part of this investigation and trying to get those answers.
This is one of the three airports in the New York area, major airports, and a very busy airport. We're seeing some indication now passengers are driving to Philadelphia just in order to get a flight because LaGuardia is closed.
Closed completely, which means no planes coming in, no planes coming out, and it will likely be that way until at least 2 o'clock this afternoon local time. It may be even more extended because when you look at the damage there and all of the debris and how wide the debris field is, it could take them quite some time, which means the airport could be closed even longer. In the meantime, we have been hearing from different airlines, of course, including Air Canada. Again, this was an Jazz Airlines flight operating on behalf of Air Canada. And in this statement released this morning, it says, "We are deeply saddened by the loss of 2 Jazz employees, and our deepest condolences go to the entire Jazz community and their families." It does go on to say that Air Canada cannot confirm the exact number of injuries or if there are other fatalities at this time. Again, that number may be fluctuating because as of this morning, we know at least 9 still remained in hospital. We don't know the extent of the injuries. We also don't know how fast this plane was traveling. That's one of the many questions that still need to be answered. Different media outlets reporting different things. The Port Authority saying that is up to the NTSB, which is handling this investigation.
Yeah. Very clearly, though, it wasn't slow. You just have to look at the aircraft itself and see the damage there and understand it was about halfway down the runway, quite likely, when this impact occurred, at which point, you know, had things been normal in flight until this point, the nose gear would have been down, the aircraft sort of very low to the ground, as is normal with this aircraft, and then that collision occurring. It's all quite something. All right, Marianne, appreciate you staying on top of this for us. Thank you. Let's look again at this plane. You see it tilted up there. That the result of a change in the center of gravity. Off to the left there, that is the fire truck. Officials are saying, some sources saying, that the plane came into contact with the fire truck right in the middle of the fire truck. That caused the damage you see there, but on the fire truck itself, tipped it over on its side, largely destroyed it, but allowed the 2 firefighters who would have been in the very front where you see the number 35 there on the side. That is the cab of that very large ARF, or Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting Vehicle. They were either thrown from that vehicle or were able to get out, survived, said to have experienced serious injuries, but no doubt they will be interviewed at some point by investigators trying to understand exactly what happened. Daylight now in LaGuardia, the airport closed, the pilots dead on this Air Canada CRJ 900, 72 passengers, 9 still in serious condition. Okay, back in New York, we will look now at runway 4 at LaGuardia Airport, where the wreckage of an Air Canada plane still sits on the runway after a fatal collision. The two pilots of this plane dead, the cockpit gone. Dozens of passengers behind that nose of the plane have been injured when it collided with an airport fire truck that was responding to a separate incident. More than 40 people were taken to hospital, including the firefighters, many of the passengers and flight crew. Most have since been released, but 9 remain in serious condition. And we have heard from passengers about what they experienced.
We were honestly sleeping and then landing, and then all of a sudden, boom, woke up in shock, just didn't know what to do.
One of our friends was several rows back from us, and we walked past him on the way out because he was trying to find his glasses, and his nose was totally broken, bleeding on his face. A lot of people smacked their head against the seat in front of them.
All right, those are some of the passengers as they were bussed to the terminal from the plane, tilted up because the center of gravity is completely changed. These are nighttime pictures now. Investigators are set to head to that scene, and they will include investigators from Canada because this plane was made in Canada, and the airline, Air Canada, of course, also from this country. Let's turn to Chris Reyes, who got very quickly to LaGuardia Airport in the aftermath of this crash. Chris, what's happening there at LaGuardia now?
Oh, David, I'll tell you, one of the most striking things about it being inside LaGuardia Airport right now is how deserted it is. I mean, this is one of the busiest airports in the city, in the country on any given day. This would be full of travelers going back and forth in this hallway. So in the distance, that's the parking garage. But let me just turn you around. And these are the departure gates. These are the departure gates for a lot of flights coming in from Canada, from Air Canada, as well as Porter Airlines. And you can see some passengers. This is just some press coming out right now. There's an entire media staging area just right outside LaGuardia. You can see the passengers are just, I think, in a holding pattern pretty much at this point, because even though the airport is completely shut down, there are still travelers here waiting to see what will be the status of their flights. I looked at that, the board right there, and it shows cancellations across the board from 6 o'clock this morning to 10 a.m. Later this morning. And that's just the cancellations for now. And I counted about 60 flights canceled completely. And as far as we know, according to the according to the Port Authority, that is the agency overseeing LaGuardia Airport, that at least until 2 p.m., David, this entire airport will be shut down as investigators on site try to make sense of what happened just before midnight last night.
Initial numbers indicate that 41 passengers and crew were transported to the hospital, as well as the ARF officers. At this time, we understand that 32 have been released, but there are also serious injuries. Sadly, the 2 pilots are confirmed deceased, and notifications are being made by Air Canada's care team at this time.
And David, as you can imagine, those details will change as we get more updates throughout the morning and later this afternoon. But at this point, not a lot of information to share directly from LaGuardia. We'll just have to wait for that next update from the Port Authority.
All right, Chris Reyes at LaGuardia Airport in New York. Thanks very much for being there. These are pictures, of course, taken overnight of the plane itself. I also want to show you a bird's eye view, a map that shows where this occurred. And you'll see on the left side of your screen there, it says fire station. That is where the fire trucks were dispatched from for a completely different incident involving a different plane. They traveled down taxiway D, and then, as is required, they called into ground control and requested permission to cross the active runway. Runway number 4 there, you see the long line. It is the active runway. They got that permission to cross, and then the air traffic control tape tells us the controller urgently called on that truck or trucks to stop. He said it 10 times. It's very clear that the fire truck did not stop based on what we see in these pictures. There was a collision, a fatal one, killing the 2 pilots on this Air Canada plane. All right, we've been talking to various people over the course of the morning about what investigators will learn. Let us look at the airline side of this now with Carl Moore, who is an aviation industry expert, a professor in the Faculty of Management at McGill University, and he is in Montreal. Carl, good day to you.
Good morning, David.
I think you've probably heard some of the same air traffic control tape we've heard. You have seen the scene we are now looking at. Your initial thoughts on what is an extraordinarily rare but terrible event?
Well, it appears that the controller made a terrible mistake. He said that the National Transport Safety Board will look into it and give a rendering of that. But I've flown that flight many times. It's Montreal to LaGuardia. I've done that many times. I talked to a retired Air Canada pilot out of Montreal that flew that literally hundreds of times. So it's something where you really go, a lot of Montrealers, we've been there, we've been on that flight, and it's very scary thought. LaGuardia is one of the more busier and smaller, crowded kind of airports as well. But it appears that this is simply a human error, very unfortunate indeed.
I want to unpack a few things for you. One, it looks at the way the investigation will unfold here. We're just seeing now an alert from Canada's Transportation Safety Board that it is deploying a team to LaGuardia Airport following this collision. This plane built in Canada, Air Canada, of course, a Canadian company. Why is it that, does that explain why Canadian investigators would participate in this broader American investigation?
Well, absolutely. It's because it's an Air Canada plane, a lot of Canadians on the plane. Again, this is a close ally. They would be absolutely respectful of the NTSB. They're one of the best in the world. And the NTSB would respect the Canadians as well. So I think it's a matter of it's an Air Canada flight, and they'll go down there and keep an eye on it. But I think we can be very confident the NTSB are very, very, very good indeed.
They will no doubt be looking at the broader context, not just the incident involving, the single ground controller who granted permission and then rescinded permission for that fire truck to cross the runway before this collision with the plane happened. But they will look at the bigger picture. And what is that bigger picture when we talk about air traffic control in the United States?
Well, controllers are overworked. Typically, we've heard that for a number of years. There's not a sufficient number. They don't hire many, as a criticism I've heard many times over the years. So it's something where, and President Trump's move to save money, which has some positive aspects, this seems to be one where people are not going to work as much, they're not being paid. And so there's some things where you go, above all, safety is job one for the controllers and for the airline. Above all, get the passengers and the pilots and the crew there safely. That did not happen here. And the question is, are we not spending adequate funding in places where it really must be spent?
A lot of people will be focusing, Carl, on the horrifying scenario that is played out, as well they should. 2 people on that flight deck are dead and not going home to their families, and 9 people have been seriously injured. But there's also likely a story involving the flight attendants, who are themselves highly trained. There's some indication from NBC News that one flight attendant was in fact ejected from the aircraft and was found in her jump seat out on the tarmac of the plane when emergency responders came out. That would, by my count, on this aircraft, leave ordinarily just a single flight attendant to deal with 72 passengers. Can you walk us through some of the training that would be involved for he or she?
Well, the flight attendants get a very good training, and I've been by to talk to the people who do the training and chatted with them here in Montreal. So they're trained because job number one is safety, and the flight attendants, the pilots are very central, so are the flight attendants. And the flight attendant, when we get the front of the plane, very typical one at the back, it'd be unbelievably, thankfully, unusual for her to be ejected. So normally there'd be 2 people there, one at the front, one at the back, to help the passengers get safely off the plane. And they're trained for that. And they understand I really have to be good at this because human lives are involved. They're very good at that. But it's a matter of half your workforce is ejected from the plane. And, we're more worried about, did she live and is she going to survive that all right? It was up to the one person. Now, there might be some other Canada personnel on the plane as well that could help, but it would be something that would be a tremendous burden for one person. But given the circumstances, we understand why it occurred.
I do want to ask you about Air Canada, an airline. This is, from a business perspective, a terrible thing to have happen, but for this airline, an extraordinarily rare thing to have happen. I believe the last time there was any fatal incident involving Air Canada was 1983.
Yeah, my memory is imperfect, but that sounds about right, David. It's been a long time. They have a very, very good track record. They're very concerned about safety, as every good airline in the world is, but Air Canada really does stand out as one of the best ones. So something happens. This appears not to be Air Canada's fault. It was the fault of the controller, and that's simply what it is. We'll find out for sure if that's true or not eventually, but it appears Air Canada was squeaky clean in this incident, and they really are an excellent airline.
In terms, Carl, of the investigation, this plane remains on the tarmac. LaGuardia remains closed, they're saying, until at least 2 p.m. this afternoon. It seems clear to me, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts, that that plane is not going anywhere, not until investigators are clear on it. So operations may resume, but it'll be on a different runway.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be somewhere that they really want to make sure that, because when lives are involved like this, they want to learn from it and make sure that we avoid this in the future. That's exactly the right response. They're going to take their time and make sure they've done a very thorough job in this case, and that's exactly what their job of the inspectors should be, and that's what they do. Very good track record that way.
All right, Carl Moore, thank you very much. I want to recap you everything that we know about this crash at this point. You see live that plane at one of the 3 major airports in New York, LaGuardia. It was last night, around 11:47 p.m. That plane, with permission to land, had come in on LaGuardia's runway number 4. At around that same time, there was a different incident involving a different plane that prompted fire trucks at the airport to respond, and they asked permission, as is required, to cross the same runway Air Canada was about to land on. They got that permission, but the tapes tell us the controller then urgently tried to rescind it, telling the fire truck 10 times to stop. However, it was at this point the collision occurred. When we look at the aircraft itself, the fire truck there, tipped over by the force of the crash, effectively destroyed. The 2 firefighters who were in there seriously injured, but they survived. The 2 pilots inside the Air Canada plane did not. 72 passengers on board. 9 people remain in hospital in serious condition as fire trucks are moving around that scene. Investigators, including those from Canada, set to arrive and take apart that aircraft and the entirety of what has transpired late at night in the darkness in New York. These are the nighttime pictures that show the immediate hours after this crash at LaGuardia's airport. There, an Air Canada plane, a CRJ 900, built in Canada, staffed by Canadians, many passengers on board Canadian themselves. And we know that the 2 pilots on board were killed. Where did this happen? Let's show you the map, the overhead look of LaGuardia Airport itself. What happened? Fire station, fire trucks dispatched from that to a different emergency in another part of the airport. They traveled down taxiway D, asked permission of ground controllers to cross the active runway. They got that permission, but then mere seconds later, an urgent order from ground controllers, stop, 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 said repeatedly. The collision occurred, and then every emergency vehicle, not just at the airport, responded, but in the Fire Department of New York sending additional resources. You see one there on the left side of your screen. Quite the day in New York City. Breaking news on this Monday morning, a fatal plane crash involving an Air Canada jet colliding with an airport fire truck on the runway at New York's LaGuardia Airport. The 2 pilots are dead. Dozens of passengers have been injured on that Air Canada plane. Let's look at the scene right now on LaGuardia's runway 4. This is the Air Canada Express plane, and at Bombardier CRJ 900. It was arriving in New York just before midnight, coming from Montreal. As it landed, just shortly after it touched down, it struck an airport fire truck responding to a separate emergency call and crossing the runway. The preliminary passenger list shows 42 passengers on board, plus 4 crew, more than 40 people taken to hospital. Most, though, have since been released, but some, perhaps as many as 10, remain in serious condition, including the 2 firefighters who were inside the fire truck. On board the plane, panic, and we are hearing from some of the passengers this morning.
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos from there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop, but in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming. Pretty quickly, we didn't have any directions because the pilot's cabin had been kind of destroyed, so somebody said, let's get the emergency exit and get the door in, let's all jump out, and that's exactly what we did.
The air traffic control audio is very instructive of what happened. We've compiled excerpts of it from just before and after the collision. So to help you understand, you will hear the controller approving that fire truck to cross the runway. Required that that happens, but then urgently ordering it to stop. There is no response to that stop order. After the collision, you hear the controller speaking out to the Air Canada pilots, telling them help is on the way. What is clear, though, is they may well have already been dead. The cockpit sheared off the plane. Should note, this clip is not in real time. We have edited it for clarity.
Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 at Delta.
Truck 1 and Company crossing 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please. Stop, 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 truck 1, stop, stop, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000. Jazz 646. Jazz 646, I see you collide with a vehicle here, just hold position, I know you can't move. The vehicle's there responding to you now.
Is the runway closed?
Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000.
Heading 2000, go around, Delta 2603.
LaGuardia Tower.
Truck through 2, runway 4 is closed, correct?
Yes, go on to runway 4 now. Proceed on runway 4, you have access. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want prepared to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in process for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my staff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
It's hard to hear, but that is the controller saying, I messed up. And then this was the aftermath. That plane on runway 4, tilted up, the nose gone, the flight deck sheared away, the pilots dead. This is a complex story. It's why we have team coverage for you this morning. Chris Reyes is at LaGuardia Airport with the latest. Willie Lowry in Washington, looking at how staff shortages and operational overloads have been straining U.S. air traffic control. And Marianne Demain in studio with the latest developments, particularly here in Canada. Let's start, though, with Chris Reyes at LaGuardia. Take us through what we know of what happened.
Yeah, so it's been about 5 hours now, David, since that first update from the Transportation Authority, which is the agency that oversees LaGuardia and other transportation hubs in New York and New Jersey. The only update that we've received from their executive director, Catherine Garcia, is the status of the passengers on that flight. So let's start with that. Have a listen to what she said.
We were honestly sleeping and then landing, and then all of a sudden, boom, woke up in shock, just didn't know what to do.
One of our friends was several rows back from us, and we walked past him on the way out because he was trying to find his glasses, and his nose was totally broken, bleeding on his face. A lot of people smacked their head against the seat in front of them.
So, David, apologies for that. Those were actually the passengers on that flight as they got off that plane after the collision. So you can just sense the panic in their voice. Imagine the chaos of that collision. But as I mentioned earlier, we did hear from the executive director of the Transportation Authority. They're leading the officials who are currently on site, beginning this investigation. So Catherine Garcia is executive director. And at 4:30 this morning, she gave an update on the status of those passengers on that flight.
Initial numbers indicate that 41 passengers and crew were transported to the hospital, as well as the ARF officers. At this time, we understand that 32 have been released, but there are also serious injuries. Sadly, the 2 pilots are confirmed deceased, and notifications are being made by Air Canada's care team at this time.
But beyond that information, David, she really wasn't able to share any more information and deferred a lot of questions around the air traffic control communication. You know, what led up to this collision, any details around that emergency vehicle that was on the tarmac that collided with the aircraft. So the National Transportation Safety Board are now leading this investigation. Those investigators are currently on site, and they will be piecing together what happened that caused this deadly crash.
And Chris, that NTSB GO team, as you say, has been launched as we look here live at the plane itself. Quite something to see birds flying in the background. That just tells the tale of how quiet things are at LaGuardia. All air traffic stopped there. But the NTSB, Chris, is going to be joined by Canadian investigators, we understand, as well.
That's right. So those investigators, some of them are on site, and as you mentioned, some of them likely arriving a little bit later, maybe this morning or this afternoon. Our understanding right now, I'm trying to get more details, is that Canadian consular officers are en route to New York and possibly LaGuardia Airport to provide more support for those passengers. But really what's striking about being inside LaGuardia Airport in this moment, David, is just how quiet and deserted the place feels. I'm just going to step out of the shot to give you a sense of that feeling. This is the hallway that leads up to the departure gates for flights like Air Canada and Porter Airlines. The departures board, all red, every flight canceled. I counted some 60 flights already canceled from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. this morning. You can imagine that that is only going to grow more throughout this afternoon. According to the executive director of the Port Authority, at least 2 p.m., the entire airport will be shut down. And then depending on what investigators need, that could extend to later today, maybe even tomorrow. And that is leaving a lot of passengers in the lurch. You know, I was able to walk inside the closer to the departures gates. We can't bring our cameras in. Many passengers, even though the airport is shut down, they're sort of relegated to just waiting inside the airport to get any information about their flights and whether they're going to be able to even fly out today. In fact, on the bottom floor, I was looking over the railing. There was somebody just sleeping on the ground, possibly resigned to not being able to fly out today at all. But again, a lot of this in limbo as we wait for the next official update.
And that will certainly be coming in the next couple of hours. Chris Reyes, very much appreciate you being at LaGuardia for us this morning.
Thank you.
Now, with LaGuardia closed until at least this afternoon, dozens of flights have been canceled, many travelers being sent to other nearby airports to make another connection, and that's leading to long lines and lengthy delays. Let's look at New York's JFK Airport, already a sea of people waiting hours to pass through security. All of this made worse by a shortage of TSA workers across the country. Hundreds of them have quit because they're going unpaid during a partial government shutdown. The White House is today deploying ICE agents to some airports to try to fill the gaps. The U.S. government shutdown last October highlighted the strain under which air traffic controllers are working. That's a key question, particularly as we listen to that tape of the air traffic controller saying, "I messed up." This after clearing fire trucks to cross the runway the Air Canada plane was landing on. There is a bigger context beyond just that moment, beyond just that decision, and it is the question of the conditions under which air traffic controllers are working. Willie Lowry looking at that for us this morning. Willie.
Yeah, David, last fall's government shutdown, it really exposed a stress point in the transportation industry here in the U.S. The country is short more than 3,000 air traffic controllers and has struggled to hire and train new ones as many age out. Now, the staff shortages have been a long-time complaint among air traffic controllers. David, as you know, you spoke earlier in the show with Harvey Skolnick, a retired U.S. air traffic controller. Let's take a brief listen to some of what he had to say.
Staffing has always been a problem at facilities. They've always seemed to operate at the very minimal staffing amounts. It's always been difficult for controllers to get time off and to get shift changes. And that exists today. The FAA says they're going to hire 2,600 controllers this year. Of that 26, usually a third don't make it through the entire program.
And just last month, the U.S. Transportation Department Office of Inspector General actually opened a probe into what it calls the high failure rates among air traffic control trainees. Now, many of those who are on the job are working mandatory overtime and often 6 days a week. Because of the strains of the job, controllers can only work a maximum of 10 hours for a single shift and must have at least 10 hours off between shifts. Now that stretches to 12 hours off between shifts for those starting at midnight.
And of course, air traffic control is a very specialized job, one that requires a lot of training. It's not like you can slot people into this easily, Willie.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Now, the Federal Aviation Administration has quite onerous requirements. First-time applicants must be under 31 years of age. They have to pass a medical exam. They also have to pass the air traffic skills assessment. That's a computer-based test that examines whether a candidate possesses the required critical knowledge, skills, abilities, and other personal characteristics to be an air traffic controller. Now, all applicants are then required to go to training at the FAA's Academy in Oklahoma City and then required to do an additional 2 to 3 years of on-the-job training at airports. And according to the FAA, only 10% of applicants meet all the requirements necessary. There's also a mandatory age of retirement, that's 56, though because of the shortage, that number has been pushed to 61 in some cases. And as we've mentioned, the FAA has been trying to boost the number of controllers, but it's a long, slow process.
Willie Lowry, thank you very much. Just want to provide you a little bit of context about what we know, what we don't. Investigators will have a lot of work ahead of them. We have heard the tape. We've played it numerous times. You will be hearing it over the course of the day of that ground controller giving the okay for the fire trucks to cross runway number 4 at New York's LaGuardia. There are also, in the seconds that follow that, you hear that same ground controller saying the word stop 10 times. Now, the question is, did the fire truck hear it? Where was the fire truck at the time? Did it have enough time to actually stop to clear the runway, to get out of the way? Where was the Air Canada plane? Was the controller fully aware of where it was at the time? These are all going to be the questions for investigators. Let's turn to somebody who has investigated numerous crashes. And it is Mary Schiavo, who is a lawyer and aviation analyst and former Inspector General at the U.S. Department of Transportation. Mary, good day to you.
Good day.
A lot of people are fixating on the audio. It is what we have in hand right now. I'm sure you've heard it. What are your takeaways, but what also are your cautions around coming to instant conclusions here?
Right. Well, the first takeaway is when you're coming into land, and I've been a pilot since before I was a lawyer, but when you're given clearance and you're on final to land on that runway, that aircraft who's given clearance and is coming into land on its final approach owns that runway. So that's first and foremost. But here what we have is we seem to have 3 people that needed to know what's going on, or actually 4 different entities, and we don't hear any coordination among them. So the tower, also known as local control, conducts the aircraft coming into land, and that gave the plane clearance to land. Then you have ground controllers that coordinate with everything on the ground. Where are the aircraft moving? What's the taxiway movement? The fire trucks. And remember, this emergency equipment is airport specific. It is trained and right there on the airport at the airports all across the country, and it's supposed to be trained to know all the runways, the approach patterns, the taxiways. So that's the second part of it. But what we don't hear is, were the ground controllers coordinating with the tower? And of course, there was no way, apparently, that the aircraft would have heard that they just cleared a fire truck across the runway they're coming in to land on. So there are 3 people communicating, but not with each other. And of course, the aircraft had the right of way and always does. When landing. Takeaway from this is looking very eerily similar to the fatal crash in the United States in January of last year. And in that case, of course, the tower was communicating with an aircraft, also communicating with a helicopter, but the aircraft couldn't hear what they were telling the helicopter, and the helicopter couldn't hear what they were telling the aircraft. And obviously, air traffic control made a mistake, both tower and ground. And it was, and the FAA has already accepted responsibility, it was the government's fault. Here, it's early to tell, but we hear clearly a communication that put a fire truck on a runway when, by federal aviation regulations, that aircraft owned the runway.
Mary, I got to ask you, because the incident to which you refer over the Potomac River in Washington killed everyone on that plane just shortly before that aircraft landed. We have an incident today under which the 2 pilots have been killed, a number of the passengers injured, and some quite seriously. If it turns out that it is, as you say, this disconnect of communication, lessons that perhaps ought to have been learned over the Potomac have potentially repeated themselves again. And I stress potentially. There's a lot we don't know here.
That's right.
But what is that lesson that ought to have been learned?
The lesson is that the Federal Aviation Administration has been sort of underwater, if you will. They have been behind the 8 ball for a number of years. This isn't something that just happened. Literally decades ago, we were planning for a new air traffic control system, which would make any kind of collision, ground or air, a thing of the past. We have that capability in terms of IT capabilities and equipment. That exists right now, but we have never finished in the United States building out this next generation air traffic control system. And the problem is we have a mishmash of systems. We don't have all of the good ground separation that we could have electronically, and we don't have controllers and other people in the FAA that are trained to coordinate. And that came out at the hearing of the DCA crash. The FAA had not staffed key positions, including people that would help different entities communicate with each other, interface, if you will. And they hadn't even reviewed the routes, the workloads, and all that for years. And some of the positions that did that were empty. They hadn't been filled. So the FAA has not really been performing at peak performance. And yes, there is a staffing shortage, but that is unacceptable when you have separations of seconds between aircraft, a few hundred feet. And just a decade or so ago, they decreased that separation to get more traffic in the system. If it's not fixed and fixed soon, and this will be a second accident, it appears that will be the FAA's fault within, a little over a year. Something has to give, or the amount of traffic has to be reduced at key airports. Which, of course, the airlines don't want. It's key to how they make their living.
Mary, my last question to you, and I don't want you to overly speculate on this, but I want to understand the processes that would have happened inside that aircraft following the crash. It's clear the flight deck's gone. It's quite likely the pilots have already been killed. We're looking at a picture of the plane. It comes to a stop. There is reporting from NBC News that says when the fire trucks that responded to the crash showed up, they found one of the flight attendants outside the aircraft, still in her jump seat. This is an aircraft that has just 2 flight attendants. So by that math, if all this is as it was, there's only 1 person left inside that aircraft. Could you take us through what a moment like that would be like?
And when I saw the crash pictures too, I thought immediately, condolences to the pilots' families, but I thought immediately then of the 2 jump seats right behind the cockpit, and that part appears to be gone too. And I thought about the flight attendants who might be there. On this kind of aircraft, if you have 2 flight attendants, 1 does have to be in the back, but it's a long way up those rows to get the emergency exits opened. But fortunately, and now flight attendants are much more aggressive in making you listen forcefully sometimes, with verbally, about how you do this, how you get it open. And in many accidents recently, we have seen it has been the passengers that have managed to get it open, help people out, etc. There was the flight a little over a year ago coming from Minneapolis to Toronto Pearson, and it crashed in Minneapolis, and the passengers in the plane ended up upside down, and the passengers, worked really hard, and I think there was one flight attendant still inside and worked very hard to get people out. But listening to those emergency instructions is very important. And when I was Inspector General, for example, I got to go to the Civil Aeromedical Center owned by the FAA in Oklahoma City, and got to actually lift those doors and try to get them open. And it's harder than it looks, but anyone can do it if you have to do it and you're strong enough. You need some upper body strength, but it's the fact that passengers are able to do that and help get people out that really does help save lives and not stop to get their bags.
Very good point, and yet often ignored when we talk about incidents like this. All right, Mary Schiavo, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we are looking live here at the plane itself. You see one of those fire trucks there on the right-hand side. That is the kind of truck that this plane interacted with. You see what it looks like, the size of it, how when this aircraft, a smaller aircraft, is landing and coming at speed towards something like that, they are essentially face to truck. They're not over top of the truck. They would have collided directly with it. We also have seen images of the truck on its side, the one that it collided with, and it is in pieces, turned up. All right, the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Canada confirming that more help is on the way. Anita Anand says that consular officials are in contact with New York authorities and are assisting passengers who were on this flight. She also says another team is en route to New York to support those affected by the crash. We've also heard from Ontario's Premier Doug Ford, who was himself at Billy Bishop Airport, the island airport in Toronto, on an unrelated event, but began speaking about this Air Canada crash.
Good morning, everyone. And before we begin, I know, RJ, you mentioned it, but I'll mention again, I want to acknowledge the devastating collision that took place at LaGuardia Airport late Sunday evening. My thoughts are with the families of the loved ones of the two pilots who were killed, and I'm hoping for a full recovery for all those who were injured.
That is Ontario Premier Doug Ford speaking in Toronto about the crash, which occurred at New York's LaGuardia Airport. Air Canada has launched a phone line for anyone concerned about perhaps loved ones who were on board that plane, Flight 8646. The number, there you see, 1-800-961-7099. This is specifically for people who have a connection to passengers on board the plane. We're also getting a clearer picture of the crash scene itself. Let's look at the airport fire truck that was in that collision with the Air Canada passenger jet. Not much of it left. It is on its side. NBC News is quoting sources saying the middle of the fire truck was the impact point. You can see significant damage to that truck. Sources also tell NBC News the fire crew was seated up front, 2 firefighters. They were thrown from that vehicle and are now in serious condition, but did survive. We have much more ahead on CBC Morning Live. Okay, we're tracking the latest on this Air Canada plane crash in New York City. 2 pilots dead after their passenger jet struck a rescue vehicle at LaGuardia Airport. It happened just before midnight. Dozens of people on board the plane and the 2 firefighters inside the fire truck are injured. Authorities say the airport will remain closed until at least 2 p.m. Eastern today for cleanup and investigation. Marianne Domain looking at the developments here, and there are quite a few of them, including the role that Canadian officials will play. This happened in the United States, but there are key Canadian connections to all of this.
That's right, because of course the National Transportation Safety Board is handling this investigation. But we know this morning, confirmed from the Transportation Safety Board of Canada, that they do have investigators going there to support the investigators who are handling what's happening there at LaGuardia. We also saw the statements from both Air Canada and Jazz Airlines. Of course, this flight was a Jazz Airlines flight operating on behalf of Air Canada, and they both say they are, of course, cooperating with this investigation, but also sending their condolences to the families of those affected by this crash. This is the image that we have been seeing throughout the morning, that plane with the nose completely destroyed, where 2 of the Air Canada pilots were killed. Again, this was a Jazz Airlines flight, but those pilots killed this morning after they collided with that fire truck crossing that active runway this morning. We know that in total, that plane was carrying 72 passengers and 4 crew members. And the fire truck that it collided with had 2 firefighters on board. In total, 41 taken to hospital. And as of right now, from the update we got this morning, no new numbers have been released. At least 9 still remained in hospital, including the 2 firefighters who were on board that fire truck.
Big question is why that fire truck had been cleared to cross over that runway that the Air Canada jet was either about to land on or had landed on. There are a lot of things we don't yet know, but that is a core question.
Right, and we've been listening to that audio from air traffic control throughout the morning, giving us some insight into those critical seconds before this fatal collision. We heard that clearance given, as is protocol, to that fire truck before it crossed that runway, runway 4, but then that changed, and then the air traffic controller telling that fire truck to stop. That didn't happen. That sequence of events was asked to the Port Authority officials who were speaking at the news conference this morning. They referred those types of questions to the NTSB, but they did comment on what the protocol normally is in that situation.
The procedure always is in deference to the control tower anytime anyone is moving on any of our runways or taxiways.
So they have to get clearance from the tower?
They have to get clearance from the tower to move on our runways and our taxiways.
And now we're looking at that fire truck on its side, completely destroyed, the debris field quite large. It's going to take some time, but they are able eventually, if they haven't already, to speak to the 2 firefighters in that truck. They are in stable condition, David.
Let's talk about the passengers, 72 of them. We've talked about some seriously injured. This is, of course, a Canadian plane. There would certainly be Canadians among those passengers.
Yeah, flight 8646, traveling from Montreal to New York. It's only an hour-and-a-half flight, a very short flight. And we know on board that flight, not only Canadians and possibly a lot of Americans and maybe others from abroad, there was also an unaccompanied minor. So gives you a snapshot of who was inside that plane. And now we're getting a snapshot of what was happening on that plane in the moments after that collision.
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos from there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop. But in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming. Pretty quickly, we didn't have any directions because the pilot's cabin had been kind of destroyed. So somebody said, let's get the emergency exit and get the door in. Let's all jump out, and that's exactly what we did.
All of this happening at 11:40 p.m. And so it was dark, it was late. Some people were sleeping and jolted awake as a result of this collision. So they have mostly been reunited with their families if they weren't transported to local hospitals. There is a number for people to call if they are concerned about anyone who was on that plane. We've been showing that throughout the morning. That number sent out by Air Canada this morning, which you now see at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, absolutely. 1-800-961-7099. Marianne, thank you very much. All right, let's look at daytime here. Bit misty now at LaGuardia Airport. You see a fire truck that is on scene. Of course, this is a different fire truck, not the one that was hit. It responded, the one you're seeing, to this incident. LaGuardia remains closed at this time. The NTSB GO team either has arrived or set to arrive, and they will eventually be joined by representatives of Canada's Transportation Safety Board, as well as representatives of Air Canada and the plane's maker, fighter Bombardier. More ahead on CBC Morning Live. All right, this is the Air Canada CRJ 900 involved in this incident just before midnight. You're looking at it live right now at LaGuardia Airport in New York. The front of the plane basically gone. The nose section, the cockpit, sheared away. The 2 pilots killed. The 72 passengers and 2 flight attendants behind that cockpit survived, but there are at least 9 or 10 people seriously injured, more than 40 taken to hospital. Most have since been released. We are also hearing from some of those passengers this morning, but right now let's look at the map here in LaGuardia. You see on the left side of your screen, it says fire station. There's a red dot there. On that dot, that is where the fire truck would have been dispatched from, proceeding down taxiway D to respond to a completely different incident on another aircraft. They requested permission to cross runway number 4, the long line you see there. They got that permission, but then the ground controller came back, urging them to stop. It's unclear. This is not assigning blame at this point. That will, of course, be the role of investigators. But it is quite something. Let's listen now to some people who were on board the plane.
We were honestly sleeping and then landing, and then all of a sudden, boom, woke up in shock, just didn't know what to do.
One of our friends was several rows back from us, and we walked past him on the way out because he was trying to find his glasses, and his nose was totally broken, bleeding on his face. A lot of people smacked their head against the seat in front of them.
Let's turn now to Chris Reyes, who is there at LaGuardia Airport and has been in the hours following this crash. Chris, take us through. You are looking out at the air side of the terminal itself now.
That's right. You have to bear with me, David, because in the rush to get to the scene as fast as possible, it's just me and an iPhone. But that means that I've I've been able to give you different vantage points from all over LaGuardia Airport, from the media staging area where many of the roads are blocked. And now I am on the 5th floor of the parking garage overlooking this crash site. And I know that you've been showing it all morning, David, but it's quite something else to look at it in real time. This has been the state of that aircraft for the last 8 hours now. You can see all of the emergency vehicles that are surrounding it. And presumably the investigators that are now looking into this crash are on the ground. You can also see, I've counted at least 11 planes that are grounded and this airport completely shut down. Again, I'm using an iPhone, David. So what I'm going to do to give you an even closer look is I'm just going to flip it around. So bear with me. Again, I'm on the fifth floor of the parking garage, and I can confirm that it is misty, it is windy, and it is cold. So let me just flip the camera, because this should give you a much closer view of what is happening at the crash site in real time. So you can see right now, very static, and you just see emergency vehicles, the tarmac almost completely empty, and the planes grounded. And there's a few vehicles that have been sort of going up and down the runway just in the last half hour or so. I don't know whether those are the vehicles that have the investigators in them, because what we heard this morning from the Port Authority, which is the agency that oversees LaGuardia Airport, is that investigators are currently on site from the National Transportation Safety Board, who are now overseeing this investigation. So that is currently the site of the crash. As you mentioned, it will likely stay that way for many hours today and maybe into tomorrow and the rest of the week. What we heard from the executive director of the Transportation Authority is that at least 2 p.m., this entire airport, which is one of the busiest airports, not just in New York City, but in the country, will be completely shut down with all flights grounded. And I showed you a little earlier today, David, inside the airport, where many travelers are just sitting around patiently waiting to hear the status of their flights.
Chris, quite something to see from your vantage point, as well as the other images of that crashed Air Canada plane on the ground there at LaGuardia. It will be the job of investigators, of course, to determine what happened second by second. There are some clues that we have to this point.
Yeah, and they're not answering those questions at this moment. So anything to do with air traffic control communications, which you have been airing with that eerie statement of "I messed up." They're not answering those questions. They're also not answering questions about what led to the crash, what the emergency vehicle was doing there, other than responding to a different incident, because they've deferred those questions to the investigators that are on the ground. The only information that they're sharing at this point, and remember, important to note that this information was shared at 4:30 this morning, was the status of those passengers on that aircraft. Have a listen to what Captain Garcia say about that.
Initial numbers indicate that 41 passengers and crew were transported to the hospital, as well as the ARF officers. At this time, we understand that 32 have been released, but there are also serious injuries. Sadly, the 2 pilots are confirmed deceased, and notifications are being made by Air Canada's care team at this time.
You can imagine, David, likely the scramble that took place in the hours after the collision as families and passengers reunited. We are hearing from Garcia that there was an unaccompanied minor on that flight that also had to be reunited with family. Right now, what we're waiting for is a new update from officials, again, on the status of the investigation and those who still remain in hospital.
And Chris, this comes at a time that was already seeing very significant travel disruption, not just across the country, but quite specifically in that New York area.
Exactly. So we're talking not just LaGuardia, but Newark and JFK as well. Newark in particular, with air traffic control shortages, air traffic controllers calling out as they were getting squeezed out of their paychecks with that government shutdown. So talk to any traveler traveling through those airports, David, and they'll tell you even before this collision what a headache it was to travel with the delays, not knowing whether your flight was going to be canceled or how it was going to be rebooked. You can imagine this is going to add an extra layer of challenges and headaches as they wait for the status of their flights. Some 1,000 flights come in and out of LaGuardia Airport every single day. Last year, I believe they serviced some 30 million passengers. So it's not an understatement that this is a very, very busy airport, and it is striking, David, just how empty and deserted it feels. I don't know if we can put up some of the photos and videos that I took earlier this morning just to show that empty hallway from the parking garage into the departures gates. Normally, that would be busy with the traffic of travelers, and it was completely empty when I was there just moments ago.
Chris Reyes, we are looking at those images right now. Thank you very much. There at LaGuardia Airport overlooking the crash scene itself. And we will look now at live pictures close up. You see a fire truck there. That is not the one that it collided with. That is one that responded to the emergency. The fire truck itself that was involved in the collision with the Air Canada jet killing the two pilots has itself been demolished. The two firefighters in serious condition, as are several of the passengers this morning after this late night in the darkness just before midnight crash at New York's LaGuardia Airport. In the midst of everything happening at New York's LaGuardia Airport with the fatal crash involving a Air Canada CRJ 900, the U.S. president is also speaking about the ongoing war, now in its fourth week, against Iran. He'd said earlier today that he would suspend airstrikes by the American military in the hopes of striking a deal. Let's listen now to President Donald Trump.
Major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. Perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly. I would say that if they carry through with that, it'll end that problem, that conflict, and I think it'll end it very, very substantially. We have very much in mind our partners in the Middle East. We've had great relationships with a lot of them, as you know. A lot of them were surprisingly hit, and I was surprised to see it, and so was everyone else. But we have, they're very much in mind in the discussions. So the discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. We're going to get together today by probably phone because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess. But we'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Who is Steve Witkoff speaking with, Mr. President?
A top person. Don't forget, we've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. You know, it's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No, not the Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the son.
Are these direct?
Nobody. We have not heard from the son. Every once in a while, you'll see a statement made, but we haven't. We don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
Mr. President.
So that appears to be a potentially significant development in the United States' war on Iran. The U.S. president saying suspending airstrikes for a period of 5 days as talks continue. If, in fact, they are talking directly to the Iranians, these would be the first direct talks since the war began. They had been mediated by the Brits, the Qataris, and the Egyptians until this point, not talking to the Supreme Leader, but other unnamed officials in the regime about potentially ending this war. All right, let's turn back to our top story, the crash involving an Air Canada plane and an airport fire truck at New York's LaGuardia. Airport officials say the National Transportation Safety Board now on site. Canadian investigators will head there as well. Carl Moore, an aviation expert, professor in the Faculty of Management at McGill University, explained to us what the Canadians' role will be.
Well, absolutely. It's because it's an Air Canada plane. A lot of Canadians on the plane. Again, this is a close ally. They would be absolutely respectful of the NTSB. They're one of the best in the world. And the NTSB would respect the Canadians as well. So I think it's a matter of it's an Air Canada flight.
A lot of people will be focusing, Carl, on the horrifying scenario that has played out, as well they should. 2 people on that flight deck are dead and not going home to their families, and 9 people have been seriously injured. But there's also likely a story involving the flight attendants, who are themselves highly trained. There's some indication from NBC News that one flight attendant was in fact ejected from the aircraft and was found in her jump seat out on the tarmac of the plane when emergency responders came out. That would, by my count, on this aircraft, leave ordinarily just a single flight attendant to deal with 72 passengers. Can you walk us through some of the training that would be involved for he or she?
Well, the flight attendants get a very good training, and I've been by to talk to the people who do the training and chatted with them here in Montreal. So they're trained because job number 1 is safety, and the flight attendants, the pilots are very central, so are the flight attendants. And the flight attendant, when we get the front of the plane, very typical one at the back, it'd be unbelievably, thankfully, unusual for her to be ejected. So normally there'd be two people there, one at the front, one at the back, to help the passengers get safely off the plane. And they're trained for that. And they understand this is, I really have to be good at this because human lives are involved. They're very good at that. But it's a matter of half your workforce is ejected from the plane. And, you know, we're more worried about, did she live and is she going to survive that all right? It was up to the one person. Now, there might be some other Canada personnel on the plane as well that could help, but it would be something that would be a tremendous burden for one person. But given the circumstances, we understand why it occurred.
I do want to ask you about Air Canada, an airline. This is, from a business perspective, a terrible thing to have happen, but for this airline, an extraordinarily rare thing to have happen. I believe the last time there was any fatal incident involving Air Canada was 1983.
Yeah, my memory is imperfect, but that sounds about right, David. It's been a long time. They have a very, very good track record. They're very concerned about safety, as every good airline in the world is, but Air Canada really does stand out as one of the best ones. So something happens. This appears not to be Air Canada's fault. It was the fault of the controller, and that's simply what it is. We'll find out for sure if that's true or not eventually, but it appears Air Canada was squeaky clean in this incident, and they really are an excellent airline.
In terms, Carl, of the investigation, this plane remains on the tarmac. LaGuardia remains closed, they're saying, until at least 2 p.m. this afternoon. It seems clear to me, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts, that that plane is not going anywhere, not until investigators are clear on it. So operations may resume, but it'll be on a different runway.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be somewhere that they really want to make sure that, because when lives are involved like this, they want to learn from it and make sure that we avoid this in the future. That's exactly the right response. So they're going to take their time and make sure they've done a very thorough job in this case, and that's exactly what their job of the inspectors should be, and that's what they do. Very good track record that way.
Now, with LaGuardia currently closed, there are long lines and lengthy delays at several major hubs across the U.S. This is largely due to a shortage of TSA workers, those who clear you through security. They've been impacted by a partial government shutdown. Take a look at New York's JFK this morning, one of the locations travelers are being rerouted to because of the crash. Many airports have been in turmoil. Hundreds of TSA workers have quit because they've been unpaid during the partial government shutdown. The White House today deploying ICE agents to some airports to try to fill the gaps. As we look now at New York's LaGuardia Airport, this is runway 4, the wreckage of the Air Canada plane after the fatal collision with an airport fire truck that was crossing the runway. More than 40 people were taken to hospital. Most have since been released. 9, though, remain in serious condition in New York hospitals. We've also been hearing from some of those who were on board the plane.
We were honestly sleeping and then landing, and all of a sudden, boom, woke up in shock, just didn't know what to do.
One of our friends was several rows back from us, and we walked past him on the way out because he was trying to find his glasses, and his nose was totally broken, bleeding on his face. A lot of people smacked their head against the seat in front of them.
And now, just in from the Federal Aviation Administration, the Secretary, Sean Duffy, the Secretary of Transportation, says his office will look into whether air traffic control staffing was an issue in this incident. All right, there are many pieces of this that we are unpacking, including, remarkably, reports that one of the 2 flight attendants ejected from the aircraft onto the pavement. She was there in her jump seat, belted in. That's where firefighters found her after the collision. There are only 2 flight attendants on board this type of aircraft. The other one would have been in the back, and it would have been left up to him or her to get all 72 passengers off the aircraft. As we look at this plane, you see the considerable level of destruction at the very front of the plane. That is where the flight deck, the 2 pilots would have been seated. The wiring, the insulation, all of it around that area of the aircraft has been torn away as it struck this fire truck, which had been granted permission to cross the runway before that permission was urgently rescinded. Unfortunately, it appears not in time. It'll be the job of investigators to figure out what happened here. This is CBC News Network.
You are looking live at New York's LaGuardia Airport, where we are tracking breaking news. An Air Canada Express plane collided with an emergency response vehicle upon landing. The pilot and co-pilot were killed in the overnight crash. Several people are still in hospital, and an investigation is underway into what went wrong. Hello and welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. I'm Arthi Pol. We have breaking news coverage for you on this story as we continue to learn new details about what happened in New York. The Air Canada Express plane, a Bombardier CRJ-900, was arriving in New York from Montreal at around 11:47 p.m. local time last night. But as it landed, it crashed into a fire truck that was responding to a separate emergency call. 41 passengers and crew were initially taken to hospital. 32 have now been released, but 9 remain in hospital in serious condition. Passengers on that plane described panic, fear, and confusion.
we went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos in there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop. But in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming. Pretty quickly, we didn't have any directions because the pilot's cabin had been kind of destroyed. So somebody said, let's get the emergency exit and get the door in. Let's all jump out, and that's exactly what we did.
The U.S. National Transportation Board will be leading the investigation into what happened. The Transportation Safety Board of Canada will also play a role. Investigators will pull the cockpit voice recorder and look at some key questions. Could the fire truck see the plane? And did the plane see the fire truck? There is also a massive shortage of air traffic controllers in the U.S. right now. Might this have played a role? All of the questions that investigators will be looking at. Now, the pilots were cleared to land, but in an audio recording, you can hear the air traffic controllers say 10 times, "Stop, stop, stop." There's no response. And the controller later says 3 words, quote, "I messed up." That will undoubtedly play a major role in the investigation. We want to play for you now the recording here, and we should tell you the clip isn't in real time. We have edited it for clarity.
Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 Delta.
Truck 1 and Company crossing 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please. Stop, 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 truck 1, stop, stop, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000. Jazz 646. Jazz 646, I see you collide with a vehicle there, just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicle's are responding to you now.
Is the runway closed?
Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000.
Heading 2000, go around, Delta 2603.
LaGuardia Tower.
Truck 32, runway 4 is closed, correct?
Yep, go on to runway 4 now. Proceed on runway 4, you have access. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want to prepare to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in progress for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
Now, we are waiting to learn the identity of the pilots who died in this crash, as well as the passengers who were on the flight. The CBC's Chris Reyes is at LaGuardia Airport in New York. So, Chris, the airport remains closed right now. No flights landing or taking off. Describe the scene for us.
Good morning, Arthi. So I've been on scene for 5 hours now. First at the media staging area just outside the airport, where you have pretty intense police presence, and some of the roads surrounding the airport completely closed off. And I'm now inside LaGuardia Airport, just outside of the departure gates. And you can see it is eerily quiet here. It is quite striking, Arthi, to see more emergency personnel roaming this area than actual travelers. This is one of the busiest airports, not just in New York City, but across the country, servicing some 1,000 flights every single day. But I want to start with those passengers on that aircraft and what they said to media after this crash. Again, this happened just about 15 minutes before midnight last night. Quite a nightmare on that tarmac. Have a listen to what they had to say.
We were honestly sleeping and then landing, and then all of a sudden, boom, woke up in shock, just didn't know what to do.
One of our friends was several rows back from us, and we walked past him on the way out because he was trying to find his glasses, and his nose was totally broken, bleeding on his face. A lot of people smacked their head against the seat in front of them.
And the last update that we received, Arthi, was about 5 hours ago from the executive director of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey that oversees LaGuardia Airport, as well as other transportation hubs in the city. And she wasn't ready to share many details beyond just the status of the rest of the passengers. This is what she said at about 4:30 this morning.
Initial numbers indicate that 41 passengers and crew were transported to the hospital, as well as the ARF officers. At this time, we understand that 32 have been released, but there are also serious injuries. Sadly, the 2 pilots are confirmed deceased, and notifications are being made by Air Canada's care team at this time.
And Arthur, you can imagine those details are going to change. We are waiting for another update from officials. I was just upstairs. So outside of these doors is a parking garage. And on the 5th floor, there's a pretty clear vantage point, which I'm not able to capture on my iPhone because in our rush to get here, it is just me and this iPhone. But it is quite clear seeing the crash site. It is quite something to see that in real time. I counted some 11 planes grounded on the tarmac, and then that aircraft, that Air Canada aircraft that we've been showing all morning, tilted up with the nose completely destroyed, surrounded by emergency vehicles. So that is the state of the crash site right now. That tarmac completely empty, although I did spot a couple of vehicles on the runway. Not sure whether those are the vehicles that had investigators in them trying to get them to the crash site, because what we did hear from Catherine Garcia is that investigators are on site. And because this is a made in Canada aircraft, it's an Air Canada carrier, very likely Canadian investigators are going to be called in as well. I'm also in touch with the New York consulate and waiting to hear whether extra consular officers will be sent not just to New York City, but to LaGuardia Airport to manage any other passengers on that flight who might still be on site.
And we certainly know that consular assistance from the Canadian side is already being deployed. We know that the Transportation Safety Board Canadian investigators are also going to be part of this investigation. You know, it's striking also. We're nearly 12 hours after this collision, still a very, very active scene in terms of this investigation. The aircraft still on the tarmac, but also interesting to note the scene behind you because it is empty, and we have to talk about what happens next here, both in terms of the crash investigation, but also those significant travel disruptions at what is usually one of the busiest airports.
Absolutely. And Arthur, you know, the good thing about having an iPhone is you can kind of carry it around. I'm going to try to get you as close to the gate as possible, where actually we've been told as media to not go into that area. But I'm just going to get you as close as I possibly can, because maybe you can just get a glimpse of the travelers that are just sitting down or waiting around, likely trying to get some answers on the status of their flights. And what I saw on that departures board earlier this morning is that every single flight had been canceled from 6 a.m. all the way to 10 a.m. And so, as you can imagine, that is only going to increase. And this is going to add another layer of headache to an airport that is already facing so many challenges, just like other airports in this city, from Newark to JFK, given those shortages with air traffic controllers. That's been happening since even before the government shut down, even before they were not receiving paychecks. And then on top of that, those TSA agents that have been calling out, causing major delays and lineups at all three airports in New York City and New Jersey. So right now, it is a holding pattern here inside LaGuardia Airport, eerily calm and quiet. The travelers seemingly very patient, waiting to hear what's going to happen with their trips, whether it's going to be canceled or diverted or what have you. And I'm just peering over the railing right now, Arthi, because earlier I saw somebody actually sleeping on the ground. So that's sort of the state of travelers right now here at LaGuardia. But like I said, important to underscore how strikingly eerie it is that this is empty, because again, Arthi, I mean, if you've ever gone through LaGuardia Airport, it is one of the busiest airports that you can use if you're coming into New York City. And this hallway from the parking garage that would lead you to the departures gate would be, you know, full of foot traffic on any given day. And as you can see right now, it's almost nearly empty, save a few travelers who maybe got word that they're not flying out at all today.
We understand the tarmac, of course, will be closed there at 2 p.m. at the earliest is when it will open. Thank you for this, Chris. That is the CBC's Chris Reyes at LaGuardia Airport in New York. And of course, we're getting a lot of reaction as well to this story, including now from Canada's Prime Minister. Mark Carney has issued a statement online saying the collision involving an Air Canada Express aircraft last night in New York that claimed the lives of the pilot and co-pilot and injured dozens more is deeply saddening. He goes on to say Canadian officials are working closely with their U.S. counterparts on the ground as the investigation continues. My thoughts are with the victims, their families, and all those impacted. And we know, of course, as we've been discussing this morning, there are a lot of unanswered questions as investigators try to piece together how this collision happened. So for more on what we know so far, we've reached Canadian airline pilot Dominic Daou in Montreal. Dominic, thank you for making time for us.
No problem. Good morning.
You know, first I want to ask you, when you take a look at the crash, when you heard this news and you see what the aircraft looks like right now, what goes through your mind?
Well, like everything, like every other accident, the first reaction is, how could this happen? You know, my first reflex last night when I saw that it was a collision, I looked at the weather, because weather is usually a big factor in our perception of the environment, or what we call situational awareness. Last night's weather wasn't perfect, but I really don't think it was a factor. So other than a violent collision, there's not much else to see on those images.
You know, certainly from what we're learning from the audio that has been released, and what it reveals is, in fact, the plane was cleared to land, and also the emergency vehicle, the fire truck on the tarmac, was cleared to move. And you hear this exchange that happens, and you hear the air traffic controller try to urgently transmit a message to get the plane to stop. When you're flying, you know, how easy is it to respond to something quickly?
Well, it's a good question. Usually, you know, the radio is a good tool to communicate, and it's instantaneous. The only problem with this technology, it's a fairly old technology, it's just a regular VHF radio. And one of the things that we hear on the recordings is there's a weird noise at some point. There's like a big electrical noise, and it's a noise that we hear in the headset when two pilots or two pilot controller try to speak at once. And this technology doesn't allow for simultaneous transmissions. So if somebody wants to talk and somebody else is already transmitting, it's possible that this message, the stop, 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 never made it to the truck. It's really hard from this standpoint to know what they actually heard.
Because that is certainly what you do hear in terms of the audio that has been revealed, that there was this desperate attempt to try and get the truck to stop because the aircraft was approaching the runway. I want to also ask you, I know it varies, but at what speed is a plane like this traveling on approach? How fast is it going?
Well, like you said, it varies a lot. We don't know exactly where they were in their deceleration phase. We can assume that they landed probably around 120 knots, which would be close to 200 kilometers an hour. Major airports like LaGuardia, they usually ask the pilots to get off the runway as soon as they can, so that we make the most of the runway usage time. So they built high-speed exits, which are exits that instead of being perpendicular to the runway, they're at an angle. So that allows the planes to leave the runway a little bit quicker. I think that's what Air Canada may have targeted for an exit. We call them high-speed exits. But really, it's too soon to say what exit they were planning. But just looking at the extent of the damage, it's safe to assume that they were faster than taxi speed. So the exact number I can't give you.
Also, when I go back to the audio that we have heard from the air traffic controller, and it specifically says, you hear the controller saying that he messed up. How big of a role will that play in the investigation as it goes forward? And how common is that to have those sorts of errors? As you mentioned, there can be sort of, when people are talking over, it's hard to sometimes communicate over these radio systems. I'm wondering to hear, I messed up from an air traffic controller. What was that like for you, and how big of a role will that play?
It's well, my first thought is it's really sad to hear this man admit a mistake. Mistakes happen. There's a system in place that's supposed to catch mistakes like this. It's too soon to assign blame, obviously, but what concerns me at the present is really more, was this man put in a position that was impossible to manage? It's okay to give a tough job to somebody, but it's probably not okay to give him an impossible job. So my first thought goes to how many aircraft did he actually have to manage? In the recordings that we hear this controller talk to airborne traffic and to traffic on the ground, which for a big airport like this is fairly unusual. So one of the questions that the investigators are going to ask is probably going to be, was the tower staffed like it was supposed to be? It's also probably going to come up, was the government shutdown, did it have an impact on staffing? But if this controller was working two positions in the tower, we can probably assume that he was fairly saturated. We know he was already working with another irregular situation down the runway further down, where another aircraft requested the emergency services. So that probably got his attention as well. So it was a complicated situation.
You know, I also wanted to ask you, as we conclude our conversation, in terms of, you know, the pilots, of course, are part of the crew here. We know that there was also a flight attendant who we believe was injured. So normally speaking, there's a ratio of about one flight attendant for every 40 passengers. Those are the Canadian rules. So when you've got more than 70 people on the plane, how challenging is that? You have got half the crew was killed in this crash, and you've essentially... it appears that there was one flight attendant trying to get all of these passengers off the plane. How challenging is that?
Well, I think the fact that everybody got off safely is a great testament to the work that the flight attendants did. We typically train, you know, between the cockpit and the cabin, there's a coordination that takes place when we need to evacuate. In yesterday's case, it's pretty evident that there was never a call to evacuate from the cockpit. So those flight attendants probably decided to evacuate on their own decision, which was the thing to do in this circumstance. But the other challenge I noticed also was that the plane was slanted, so there was the front exits weren't usable, so that's an extra challenge. So kudos to the job that they did. It's just very unfortunate that it ended up there.
Did you know the pilots, Dominic?
No, the names haven't been released, and to be honest, I'm really apprehensive right now because I think the entire community is holding their breath right now.
Well, Dominic, with that, of course, you know, my heart goes out to the entire community because certainly it is a huge loss. Thank you to you for this conversation. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Dominic Dow is a Canadian airline pilot. We reached him today in Montreal. And so as we have been reporting, this flight originated in Montreal, and it is a regular route used by thousands of Canadians. So let's go to that city now and speak with the CBC's Gloria Enriquez. Gloria, what are you hearing from Air Canada where you are?
Yes, Aarti, Jazz Aviation operates as Air Canada Express, and early this morning in a statement, its president Doug Clark offered his condolences to those affected by the tragedy, adding that the airline is fully collaborating with authorities as they try to determine what happened. We also learned that the preliminary passenger list had 72 passengers on board and 4 crew members. However, the airline doesn't know how many people are injured or the extent of the injuries so far. They said said that they have set up a helpline for family and friends of those passengers as they try to figure out more information about what happened, about them. That number is 1-800-961-7099. Now, we also heard from the union representing the two pilots who died in the crash, the union calling it a profound tragedy, saying that these two pilots have dedicated their entire lives to the safe transportation of passengers. They say that a union team is heading out to New York to assist in the investigation, and they are also providing support to those affected.
Now, what about officials? We know that we just had a statement issued by Canada's Prime Minister. What are other Canadian government officials saying so far about the crash and the assistance that will be provided?
Yeah, we have heard from Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand in a tweet saying that Canadian consular officials are collaborating with local authorities to help passengers as well, and that more people are heading out to New York to provide more assistance. And we also heard from Transportation Minister Stephen McKinnon, who says that Canada is working closely with U.S. authorities and they are following the developments closely. Locally here, we also heard from Quebec Premier François Legault, who says he learned with dismay about what happened at New York's LaGuardia airport, saying that, of course, he sends his condolences to the families and his thoughts are with the families of the two pilots who died in this tragedy. Aarti?
Thank you for this. That is the CBC's Gloria Enriquez in Montreal. So Ontario's Premier Doug Ford has also spoken about the collision. Here's what he had to say earlier today in an event in Toronto.
I want to acknowledge the devastating collision that took place at LaGuardia Airport late Sunday evening. My thoughts are with the families of the loved ones of the two pilots who were killed, and I'm hoping for a full recovery for all those who were injured.
At the event in Toronto, Ford announced the province will be taking ownership of the Billy Bishop Airport, which is owned by the city. He says that under a modernization plan, its runway will be expanded to allow for jets. Well, with LaGuardia now closed, we know more than 500 flights have already been canceled, affecting tens of thousands of people. Many travelers are being sent to nearby airports to make another connection, but that's leading to long lines and lengthy delays. Take a look at this. It's New York's JFK Airport earlier today. There's already a sea of people waiting hours to pass through security. It's a situation being made worse by a shortage of TSA workers who are responsible for security. Hundreds of them have quit because they're going unpaid in a partial government shutdown. The White House is now deploying immigration and customs enforcement agents, otherwise known as ICE agents, to some airports to try and fill the gaps. So that deadly collision at one of the busiest airports in the U.S. is heightening concerns over air safety in that country. And there's a critical shortage of air traffic controllers, and the federal government shutdown last October has only made the problem worse. The CBC's Willie Lowry is in Washington, and he's looking at that part of this story for us. He joins us now live. So, Willie, just how bad is the problem when it comes to having enough air traffic controllers in the U.S.?
Yeah, Aarti, last fall's government shutdown really exposed a stress point in the transportation industry here in the U.S. The country is short more than 3,000 air traffic controllers, and it's really struggled to hire and train new ones as many age out. Now, the staff shortages have been a long-time complaint among air traffic controllers. Earlier this morning, CBC spoke with Harvey Skolnick, a retired U.S. air traffic controller. Let's take a brief listen to some of what he had to say.
Staffing has always been a problem at facilities. They've always seemed to operate at the very minimal staffing amounts. It's always been difficult for controllers to get time off, to get shift changes, and that exists today. The FAA says they're going to hire 2,600 controllers this year. Of that 26, usually a third don't make it through the entire program.
And Aarti, just last month, the U.S. Transportation Department Office of Inspector General actually opened a probe into what it calls the high failure rates among air traffic control trainees. Many of those who are on the job are working mandatory overtime and often 6 days a week. Now, because of the strains of the job, controllers can only work a maximum of 10 hours for a single shift and must have at least 10 hours off between shifts, but that stretches to 12 hours between shifts for a stint that starts at midnight.
And now, Willie, it's not as simple as hiring more people to cover this shortage. It's a very complicated and extensive process. So let's go through that a little bit. How complicated is it to become an air traffic controller?
Yeah, it is absolutely a long, years-long process. So the Federal Aviation Administration has quite onerous requirements. First-time applicants must be under 31 years of age. They have to pass a medical exam. They also have to pass the air traffic skills assessment. That's a computer-based test that examines whether a candidate possesses the required critical knowledge, skills, ability, and other personal characteristics to be an air traffic controller. All applicants are then required to go to training at the FAA's Academy in Oklahoma City and then required to do an additional 2 to 3 years of on-the-job training at airports. Arthi, according to the FAA, only 10% of applicants meet all the necessary requirements. Then there's a mandatory age of retirement, that's 56. But because of the shortage, that number has been pushed in some cases to 61. Again, the FAA has been trying to boost the number of controllers, but it's a long, long process.
Willie, thank you for this. That is the CBC's Willie Lowry in Washington. And there now is another look at the Air Canada passenger jet on the tarmac at LaGuardia Airport in New York. And a quick recap of what we do know so far. The aircraft collided with a fire truck on runway 4. The pilot and co-pilot were killed in that crash. 41 people were hurt, some with serious injuries. Officials from the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board are on scene and have launched an investigation. Canadian crash investigators will also be involved. We'll have much more live coverage for you right here on CBC News Network. You're looking live at LaGuardia Airport in New York. The airport remains shut down and a major investigation is underway. It has been launched after 2 pilots were killed when an Air Canada Express regional jet collided with a firefighting vehicle on the runway. It happened shortly before midnight. And Marianne Demain is following the developments for us on this story. So, Marianne, we've heard that clip of what was happening inside the air traffic control room in terms of trying to stop the truck from continuing on. But what more about what was going on inside the plane, do we know?
Yeah, we're hearing from the passengers who were on that flight, a Jazz Airlines flight operated on behalf of Air Canada. It was 11:40 p.m., so many of these passengers may have been sleeping, but now we're hearing jolted awake because of this crash. The whole front end of the plane completely destroyed, and inside, as we're hearing from one passenger this morning, pure chaos.
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos from there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop. But in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming. Pretty quickly, we didn't have any directions because the pilot's cabin had been kind of destroyed. So somebody said, let's get the emergency exit and get the door in. Let's all jump out, and that's exactly what we did.
Jarring end to their flight, which was only about an hour and a half long. They were flying in from Montreal. They had just touched down at LaGuardia Airport when that collision happened on runway 4 between that plane and a fire truck that was crossing through that active runway. We know that the airline has confirmed that 72 passengers were on board that plane, as well as 4 crew members. And there were 2 firefighters on board that fire truck that was then left on its side completely destroyed. 41 people taken to local hospitals. As of the update this morning, 9 remain there, including the 2 firefighters who are now in stable condition, Arthi.
And now, Marianne, it's important here to get a full picture of exactly what the scenario was. And many may be asking, why was there an emergency vehicle on the tarmac in the first place?
Yeah, and going back to that audio that we've heard from air traffic control, because the protocol is that air traffic control has to give clearance to any vehicle that's crossing through any of those active runways. It was nighttime. Not clear what the conditions were that may have contributed to this, if at all. But we heard that change in direction. They got the clearance, and then that changed quickly. That vehicle was told to stop multiple times, and it didn't, and that's what resulted in this crash. Now, there was a news conference this morning with the Port Authority. They were asked about that protocol and whether it was followed, and this is what the executive director had to say this morning.
The procedure always is in deference to the control tower anytime anyone is moving on any of our runways or taxiways.
So they have to get clearance from the tower?
They have to get clearance from the tower to move on our runways and our taxiways.
The question is, did that vehicle, that fire truck, see the plane oncoming? Did the plane see that vehicle? Why didn't they stop when air traffic control said that they could no longer pass through that active runway? Did they not hear it? Of course, that's now part of the investigation. And because those 2 drivers who were traveling in that now mangled fire truck are in stable condition, they will be spoken to by investigators this morning.
And we know that both agencies, Canadian and U.S. agencies, will be part of the investigation when it comes into what happened here. And we know that the U.S. Transportation Safety Board is already there, and the Canadian one will be part of this. But as a result of that, I mean, we're 12 hours, almost 12 hours since that crash occurred, and the aircraft is still on the tarmac, along with a number of emergency vehicles. The airport is shut down right now.
Yeah, no planes going in, no planes going out. It will remain that way until possibly 2 p.m., but looking at the damage and the extent of this investigation that's needed, it could be delayed. But as of right now, it is until 2 p.m. We know Air Canada and Jazz Airlines have sent their condolences to the families impacted by all this. The names of the pilots have not been released here, but so many factors that may have contributed to this. They're looking into all of that. What was the speed of this plane? It's not clear, though American media outlets have been citing different speeds. That has not been confirmed by any of the investigators, including the NTSB, which is in charge of this. But one of the factors here is staffing, including in air traffic control. And we heard from one aviation expert on that this morning.
At night, when the arrival rates go down, they may reduce staffing. So just like at Washington Reagan, when we had the midair, staffing levels go down at night because the arrival rates go down. So the workload is more manageable in the eyes of the FAA, but that could be a factor.
Many things being looked at in this investigation. It's going to take some time, but in the meantime, passengers scrambling for alternate ways to get around with that LaGuardia closure.
Marianne, thank you for the latest on this. That is the CBC's Marianne Domain. And as we head to break, there's another live look this hour at the tarmac in LaGuardia at the airport there. As you can see, that Air Canada Express plane still on the tarmac. You can see emergency vehicles continue to be there. The entire front of the aircraft absolutely destroyed. We know that the two pilot and co-pilot were killed in this crash. We'll have much more after the break. You're watching CBC News Network. We continue to follow breaking news out of New York, where an investigation is underway into a fatal collision between an Air Canada jet and a fire truck on a runway at LaGuardia Airport last night. The pilot and co-pilot on the flight from Montreal were killed. A total of 76 passengers and crew were on board the plane. 41 were taken to hospital. 9 remain there with serious injuries. We are hearing now from some of those who were on board.
We're honestly sleeping and then landing, and then all of a sudden, boom, woke up in shock, just didn't know what to do.
One of our friends was several rows back from us, and we walked past him on the way out because he was trying to find his glasses, and his nose was totally broken, bleeding on his face. A lot of people smacked their head against the seat in front of them.
Just some of the passengers speaking about what they experienced when that plane collided with a fire truck on the tarmac at LaGuardia. Let's go back now to the CBC's Chris Reyes. She is at LaGuardia Airport in New York. So, Chris, take us through what happened, what we know right now. And daylight is finally emerging, of course, on the tarmac there. It is, however, it looks misty and windy, dark skies overhead, but there's still emergency crews on the tarmac there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I can confirm that it is misty and it is cold and windy outside. You can actually still see the crash site from the fifth floor of the parking garage here at LaGuardia Airport, and it is static site, save for all of those emergency vehicles surrounding that aircraft that is still on a tilt with its nose completely destroyed. And right now, there's a bit of a holding pattern here at LaGuardia Airport. We're waiting for the next update from officials. That's being led by the Transportation Authority of New York and New Jersey. That's the agency that oversees LaGuardia Airport, as well as other transportation hubs in New York and in New Jersey. And at this moment, beyond the status of those passengers in that Air Canada flight, we're not hearing any more details. We're not hearing any more details about that air traffic control communication. We're not hearing any more details about the events that led up to that collision, any more details about that emergency vehicle. And then, of course, the chaos that ensued that had emergency vehicles rushing those passengers to hospital, frantically trying to reunite them with family. Right now, we're just waiting for updates, and you get a sense of that waiting feeling inside LaGuardia Airport. I'm just going to step aside to show you this empty hallway. This is a hallway that leads from the parking garage to the departure gates, and many of the flights, including Air Canada and Porter Airlines, flies out of those gates. And right now it is empty. In fact, Arthi, you're seeing more emergency personnel roaming this airport right now than you're actually seeing travelers. The travelers that are still here seem to be either waiting for status on their flights or whether they're going to be able to fly out at all, or they're just stranded here. In fact, I saw a couple of people just sleeping on the ground. I mean, that tells you how much weight they're anticipating for the rest of the day. So right now they're patiently waiting, but it is eerily quiet here. And I keep saying that because LaGuardia is not only one of the busiest airports in New York City, but one of the busiest airports in the country, even though it services mostly domestic flights. About 1,000 flights a day come through LaGuardia Airport. And on any other day, Arthi, this hallway would be full of foot traffic. But as you can see, that is not what's happening right now. It is just almost completely empty. And that is pretty much the sort of the vibe in and around the airport, save this one area just outside LaGuardia Airport, which has now been designated as the media staging ground. And that is also surrounded by a lot of emergency personnel, given that some of the roads around the airport are still closed.
Chris, thanks for the latest from LaGuardia. That is Chris Reyes reporting. So, of course, as we've been discussing this morning on that air traffic control audio of the fatal collision, we heard the controller saying, quote, "I messed up." Those 3 words will be key to the investigation, according to a former senior investigator with the NTSB. Greg Feith shared some of his expert insight with us earlier today on CBC News Network.
The controller had multiple things going on. He cleared the fire truck to cross runway 4. The question is, did he lose situational awareness regarding the Air Canada flight that he believed either had landed or didn't have a clearance to land yet? He just lost their situational awareness. And then by the time he realized there's an airplane on the runway, it's rolling out, he was trying to get the fire truck to stop and hold their current position. When you look at a vehicle like that, it is brightly colored. It's yellow. It's unlike a fire engine that you would normally see that responds to residential or commercial type fires. I mean, this is a very large, very stout vehicle. It's carrying not only water, but firefighting foam, has a turret on it to be able, or a big nozzle to be able to put out an aircraft fire. So when it gets moving, yes, it takes a little bit of time because it weighs so much. And then you have a 100,000-pound aircraft. Even in the latter part of the landing roll, is still moving at probably 30 to 50 miles an hour, preparing to get off on a taxiway. So when the collision occurred, you have two very stout structures that unfortunately, when they collided, in this case, the aircraft, the brunt of the impact, you can see from the picture of the front of the CRJ, that it just shredded and collapsed the entire front end of the aircraft. And unfortunately, because the airplane has a very low profile, unlike maybe an Airbus or a Boeing that sits higher, the RJ sits very low to the ground, and it has a slight nose down attitude when it's on the ground. So the two pilots literally are at just above ground level when they struck the side of that fire truck. He realized that he cleared that fire truck to cross the runway when the runway wasn't clear. And unfortunately, you know, these human error type events, you know, we are not infallible. And so it's going to come down to interviewing that particular controller and the other controllers. Was he distracted? Was he fatigued? Working late at night, fatigue, just because of our biorhythms and circadian rhythm. Even though that's your normal shift, and controllers work rolling shifts, they'll work a morning, a mid, and a night. And so they'll be looking at fatigue, they'll be looking at coordination, they'll be looking at workload to see why this particular controller did not realize or recognize in a timely manner that the aircraft was on the runway.
That was part of an earlier conversation with former senior NTSB investigator Greg Feith in Denver, Colorado. Now stay with us. There's much more news straight ahead right here on CBC News Network. You are looking live at pictures of the runway at LaGuardia Airport in New York as we continue to follow the news that broke overnight, that deadly collision between an Air Canada jet and a fire truck. The U.S. National Transportation Safety Board has launched an investigation to try and pinpoint exactly what happened. Officials from the Transportation Safety Board of Canada will also have a role in that investigation, as of course the plane was manufactured here in Canada. And earlier, we got insight into the investigation from Mary Schiavo. She's a former U.S. Department of Transportation Inspector General who has investigated numerous aviation crashes.
When you're given clearance and you're on final to land on that runway, that aircraft who's given clearance and is coming into land on its final approach owns that runway. So that's first and foremost. But here what we have is we seem to have three people that needed to know what's going on, or actually four different entities, and we don't hear any coordination among them. So the tower, also known as local control, conducts the aircraft coming into land, and that gave the plane clearance to land. Then you have ground controllers that coordinate with everything on the ground. You know, where are the aircraft moving? What's the taxiway movement? You know, the fire trucks. And remember, this emergency equipment is airport specific. It is trained and right there on the airport at the airports all across the country, and it's supposed to be trained to know all the runways, the approach patterns, the taxiways. So that's the second part of it. But what we don't hear is, were the ground controllers coordinating with the tower? And of course, there was no way, apparently, that the aircraft would have heard that they just cleared a fire truck across the runway they're coming in to land on. So there are three people communicating, but not with each other. And of course, the aircraft had the right of way and always does. When landing. Takeaway from this is looking very eerily similar to the fatal crash in the United States in January of last year. And in that case, of course, the tower was communicating with an aircraft, also communicating with a helicopter, but the aircraft couldn't hear what they were telling the helicopter, and the helicopter couldn't hear what they were telling the aircraft. And obviously, air traffic control made a mistake, both tower and ground. And it was, and the FAA has already accepted responsibility, it was the government's fault. Here, it's early to tell, but we hear clearly a communication that put a fire truck on a runway when, by federal aviation regulations, that aircraft owned the runway. The Federal Aviation Administration has been sort of underwater, if you will. They have been behind the eight ball for a number of years. This isn't something that just happened. Literally decades ago, we were planning for a new air traffic control system, which would make any kind of collision, ground or air, a thing of the past. We have that capability in terms of IT capabilities and equipment. That exists right now, but we have never finished in the United States building out this next generation air traffic control system. And the problem is we have a mishmash of systems. We don't have all of the good ground separation that we could have electronically, and we don't have controllers and other people in the FAA that are trained to coordinate.
That was Mary Schiavo. She's an aviation analyst, and we spoke to her earlier today on CBC News Network. Stay with us. Plenty of news straight ahead. You're looking live at New York's LaGuardia Airport just before 11 a.m. here. The airport is expected to remain closed for at least 3 more hours as the investigation continues into a deadly collision between an Air Canada Express plane and a firefighting vehicle. Here is what some passengers on board experienced.
Fear. I mean, it was pretty shocking. I didn't know what to expect. We were honestly sleeping and then landing, and then all of a sudden, boom, woke up in shock. Just didn't know what to do.
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos in there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop, but in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming. Pretty quickly, we didn't have any directions because the pilot's cabin had been kind of destroyed, so somebody said, let's get the emergency exit and get the door in, let's all jump out, and that's exactly what we did.
One of our friends was several rows back from us, and we walked past him on the way out because he was trying to find his glasses, and his nose was totally broken, bleeding on his face. A lot of people smacked their head against the seat in front of them.
And here again is a live look to LaGuardia Airport. Of course, you can see that aircraft remains on the tarmac where that collision occurred at about 11:45 p.m. last night. Of course, we will continue to have breaking news coverage on this story. You're watching CBC News Network. You are looking live at New York's LaGuardia Airport, where we're tracking breaking news this hour. An investigation is now underway after a collision between an Air Canada Express plane and an emergency response vehicle happened as the plane was landing. The pilot and co-pilot were killed in the overnight crash. Several people are still in hospital. Hello and welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. I'm Arthi Pohl. We continue to learn new details about what happened in New York. The Air Canada Express plane, a Bombardier CRJ 900, was arriving in New York from Montreal at around 11:47 p.m. local time last night. But as it landed, it crashed into a fire truck that was responding to a separate emergency call. 41 passengers and crew were initially taken to hospital. 32 have now been released. 9 remain in hospital in serious condition. Passengers on that plane described panic, fear, and confusion.
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos from there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop, but in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming. Pretty quickly, we didn't have any directions because the pilot's cabin had been kind of destroyed. So somebody said, let's get the emergency exit and get the door in. Let's all jump out, and that's exactly what we did.
Now, the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board will be leading the investigation into what happened. The Transportation Safety Board of Canada will also play a role. Investigators will pull the cockpit voice recorder and look at some of the other key questions people may have. Could the fire truck on the tarmac see the plane approaching? And did the plane see the fire truck as it came down? There is a massive shortage of air traffic controllers in the United States as well. So might that have played a role in this fatal crash? We do know that the pilots were cleared to land, and moments before the crash, an air traffic controller can be heard apparently giving clearance to the fire truck to cross part of the tarmac. But then you can hear the controller try to stop it, saying 10 times, "Stop, stop, stop." But there was no response. And the controller later says 3 words, quote, "I messed up." That will undoubtedly play a major role in the investigation. We do want you to take a listen to that audio, and we should tell you that the clip isn't in real time. We have edited it for clarity.
Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 Delta.
Truck 1 and Company crossing 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please. Stop, 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 Truck 1, stop, stop, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000. Jazz 646. Jazz 646, I see you collide with a vehicle here, just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicles are responding to you now.
Is the runway closed?
Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000.
Heading 2000, go around, Delta 2603.
LaGuardia Tower.
Truck 32, runway 4 is closed, correct?
Yes, go on to runway 4 now. Proceed on runway 4, you have access. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want to prepare to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in progress for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know, I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
The Canadian Air Traffic Control Association has also just released a statement on the crash, and it says, quote, "We are deeply saddened by the devastating accident at LaGuardia Airport involving Air Canada AC 8646. Our hearts go out to all those affected, including the passengers, crew, and their families. Our thoughts are also with our aviation colleagues. Moments like these are felt across the entire aviation community. We stand in support and solidarity with all those impacted." And of course, we are waiting to learn more about the crash, including the identity of the pilots who died, as well as the passengers who were on the flight. And the CBC's Chris Reyes at LaGuardia Airport joins us now. So, Chris, the airport remains closed right now. No flights are landing or taking off. Tell us more about the scene and what you can see. We know that you've taken a look at the tarmac.
That's right. So first, Arthi, an interesting development just in the last few moments. I've actually spotted at least 4 or 5 travelers now arriving here to the departures floor of LaGuardia Airport, hoping against hope that maybe they'll still be able to fly out either today or maybe even tomorrow. Regardless, they're arriving at the airport. And so through those gates are where travelers and passengers right now are just waiting to hear, presumably, about the status of their flights. And I actually took a glance at that departures board just moments ago to see if it had changed from earlier this morning. And I am seeing a few United Airlines flights that were supposed to take off this morning now departing. The time on the board says 2 p.m., 3 p.m. And so there are a few flights that are trying to take off from LaGuardia. I don't know how that's going to happen because, less than half an hour ago, I was upstairs on the 5th floor of this parking garage where I could see a clear look at the tarmac where you have that Air Canada aircraft, which you've been showing all morning, tilted with that nose completely destroyed. And it's surrounded by emergency vehicles and at least 12 planes that are just grounded and not moving on the tarmac. So I don't know how flights are actually going to take off from LaGuardia today, but obviously some travelers are still crossing their fingers. The other thing, Arthi, that we're waiting for is a new update. So we haven't had an official update since 4:30 this morning from the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. So that's the agency that oversees LaGuardia Airport. And even with that update, the only thing that we really heard was about the status of the passengers of that Air Canada flight and nothing else. So I want you to listen to that. That's Catherine Garcia. She's the executive director.
Initial numbers indicate that 41 passengers and crew were transported to the hospital as well as the ARF officers. At this time, we understand that 32 have been released, but there are also serious injuries. Sadly, the 2 pilots are confirmed deceased, and notifications are being made by Air Canada's care team at this time.
So again, I mean, you can imagine the frantic shortly after the collision of just trying to reunite families, trying to get those injured to the hospital. We were told by Catherine Garcia that there was an unaccompanied minor on that flight that had to be reunited with family, but we haven't heard from officials since then. And instead, what we get is this sort of eerily quiet atmosphere inside LaGuardia and even outside of the airport. We know that investigators are on the ground. As you mentioned, the National NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, they're leading this investigation. So they've been on the ground since that press conference by those officials at about 4:30 this morning, but we haven't heard any updates. So it is just a sort of a holding pattern here at LaGuardia Airport, one of the busiest airports, Arthi, in New York and across the city, just at a standstill with no flights coming in or out. And Catherine Garcia saying that at least 2 p.m., the airport will be completely shut down, but possibly even longer than that, depending on what investigators need. And like I told you, you got my eyes on that tarmac moments ago, and it hasn't moved for hours, and so there hasn't been any real development to tell you that things are moving at this airport at this time.
And of course, we're showing our viewers the live images of that aircraft as it continues to sit on the tarmac right now. The front end completely damaged. You can see vehicles still there. You've talked about how investigators are also there. So I guess some of the question here is what happens next in terms of both the investigation and in terms of those travel disruptions as well. You mentioned that it looks like some flights might be scheduled, but we're still waiting for official confirmation.
I mean, exactly. There are 3 airports, as most people know, that service New York City and New Jersey. So you've got Newark, you've got JFK, and then you've got LaGuardia, which services mostly domestic flights, but it's still a very busy airport. Some 1,000 flights a day come through LaGuardia. And so obviously, if you have this airport Arthi, completely shut down for even just the rest of the day, the bottleneck that creates on a system that is already strained, given what's been happening at airports across the country just in the last few months, with the government shutdown, with shortages of air traffic controllers, with TSA agents also calling out because, again, some of them are not getting paid because of that bottleneck created by the government shutdown. So obviously there's motivation to get things going, but at this point there are just no signs here on the ground that that's going to happen anytime soon.
Thanks for this, Chris. That is the CBC's Chris Reyes, and she is reporting from LaGuardia Airport in New York. So, of course, as we know, LaGuardia is one of the busiest airports in the U.S. It is closed now, as far as we know, until at least 2 p.m. Eastern. The investigators are working to determine the cause of that collision that happened just more than 12 hours ago. So here to help us navigate through this story, we've reached former airline pilot Dan Bubb. He's currently an aviation historian at the University of Nevada in Las Vegas. Dan, thank you so much for joining us today.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
So I understand that you haven't flown into LaGuardia Airport, but certainly you know it well in terms of just how congested and busy it can be. Tell us a little bit about what it might have been like at that time of night.
So as everybody knows, LaGuardia is a very busy airport throughout the day. Over 1,000 flights a day go in and out of the airport. And so it's very busy. It's very congested. There's a lot going on. And so everybody has to be very vigilant about what's happening. Certainly the pilots, not just when they're in the sky, but when they're on the ground, when they're on the runway. And so there's really a lot happening there. And it's these type of incidents can happen, when it gets really busy, when you have controllers, for example, who might be overworked, who might be staying longer on their shifts. They miss something, and this happens. So it's really sad. And my heart goes out, first of all, to the pilots, their families, to the passengers, the rest of the flight crew, and the firefighters as well. Certainly a devastating event.
When we talk about the next steps here as part of the investigation, we know that we've heard that audio that was released, and that was discussing the air traffic controller. Essentially, it sounds like there's clearance given to the emergency vehicle on the tarmac, and then clearance also given to the aircraft in order to land on that runway where, of course, the fire truck would be traveling. Then an attempt to rescind that clearance as well. I mean, in terms of listening into that, how large of a role will that play in the investigation?
It's going to play a critical role. The FAA and the NTSB are going to listen to the transcript. They're going to listen to the cockpit voice recorder. They're also going to look at the flight data recorder to put the whole picture together, what happened. As I mentioned, it's a very busy airport, and, air traffic controllers are human. They make mistakes. Pilots are human. They make mistakes. Obviously, we try to minimize those mistakes as best we can through rigorous training and recurrent training. And it was a chain of events. A fire truck responding, I believe, to a United plane that had fumes on board that were making people ill. And then this happened. And so, and I have to say, in 15 years of being a pilot, I have never seen a ground vehicle collide with a plane on a runway, resulting in death. So this is very rare. But I think it undermines a couple of key points. That one is everybody has to stay hypervigilant at all times. And secondly, we have to make sure that there are mechanisms in place to prevent these type of events from happening in the future.
So when we do also talk about, you touched on how rare something like this is. I'm wondering, when is the last time that we may have seen an Air Canada aircraft like this be involved in a crash on descent?
I believe the last one was in Toronto when the plane flipped upside down, or something of that nature. It's been a long time, and I think it speaks to the aircraft safety, the fact that we do have a very safe air traffic system, and that these type of accidents are very rare. From what I recall, it's been a very long time since an Air Canada plane was involved in some sort of accident like this.
In terms of your role as a former airline pilot as well, I'm wondering about visibility. Certainly it was nighttime. We see that from all of the shots from the crash site shortly after that collision. Would you be able to see that there is a fire truck there, and what might you be able to do?
So the visibility is at night. From what I ascertained, it was pretty good. It wasn't snowing, it wasn't foggy or anything like that. But when you're a pilot and you're coming into land, you're focusing on what we call the touchdown landing zone, part of the runway, which is about the first 2,000 feet of the runway. And so you're really, really focused on that. But the other pilot who is not landing the plane is, being visible, is looking out for other aircraft, other things that can happen. But when you've touched down and you have, something like this happening, from what I can understand, the pilots were finishing what we call the landing roll, which means they were getting close to the end of the runway. The aircraft had slowed substantially. And so there just wasn't enough time to veer off the runway. It was very sudden, it was very unexpected. And so I think the pilot did the best that they could, which tragically resulted in this crash. But you're so focused on the runway that you're not really looking at what's around the airport at that particular moment. And so these type of things can happen. Fortunately, they're rare. They don't happen a lot, but sometimes that happens.
Certainly we know that, there are many airports where you actually are taking a shuttle once you deplane to the actual terminal. So there are vehicles that can be on the tarmac, whether they're emergency vehicles responding to something, or whether it is that transit that is happening, or maintenance crews going to work on an aircraft as well. How complicated and challenging is it to ensure that all of those small moving parts are coordinated with precision to avoid something like this?
It's a very busy environment, and this is why air traffic controllers, ground controllers have to pay attention, pilots have to pay attention. But I think it's also really important to iterate, Arthi, that aircraft have priority, whether they're on the runway, whether they're on the tarmac. So all ground vehicles have to give way to aircraft no matter what, including fire trucks. So if a fire truck has to wait, they're going to have to wait because the aircraft get priority. But again, it's just a very busy environment. There are a lot of moving parts. There are a lot of things happening. And so everybody has to stay hyper-vigilant about what's going on around them. We call it situational awareness. You have to be aware of what's going around you all the time, whether you're landing, whether you're taxiing, whether you're taking off, you're up at altitude. So really, again, it just underscores the importance of communication, the importance of everybody staying vigilant and making sure that these things don't happen.
One of the questions, of course, that is also emerging, and emerged in this case, and also when there was another crash over the Potomac as well several months back, is, the state of the industry when it comes to staffing. What is the current state of the industry, and could this be rather a consequence of that?
It certainly could. We still have a shortage of air traffic controllers, even though a number of classes are full. I think one of the important things for people to keep in mind is that it takes a while for an air traffic controller to gain sufficient experience before they're placed in a busy airport like LaGuardia. Lots of times they may work in what we call a center, they may work a TRACON, they might work at a smaller airport until they have sufficient experience and have demonstrated proficiency to work in busier towers like LaGuardia. So I think we're trying to fill those vacancies, but again, it's critical to keep in mind the status of air traffic controllers, mentally, how well they're doing, physically, how well they're doing. Are they working beyond their shift? Or are they working too many hours? It's critical to keep an eye on them, to make sure they're not exhausted, because those are when things happen. They may miss certain things. So I think it's going to be really important to try to fill those open positions as quickly as we can, but it takes a while because they have to really demonstrate that proficiency for good reason, because the stakes are so high. You're dealing with human lives, and they really have to be able to demonstrate that they can effectively control aircraft at busy airports like LaGuardia.
Dan, I want to thank you so much for your time today. Of course, the conversation will continue as we learn more about what happened here, but we appreciate this discussion. That is former airline pilot Dan Bubb. He joined us today from Las Vegas. Thanks again.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
So we know AC 8646 was an Air Canada Express flight operated by Jazz Aviation. And we're now hearing from the company that operates the Air Canada Express plane involved in that collision at LaGuardia. The CBC's Brett Ruskin joins us now from outside the Chorus Aviation headquarters in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, with word on what we're hearing from that company. Okay, so Brett, what's the latest here?
Yeah, Arthi, so this is Chorus Aviation behind me again. As you mentioned, the parent company of Jazz Aviation operated this flight, and we heard and received a statement from them earlier today. I can read it here. It says, "The entire Chorus family is mourning the loss of our Jazz colleagues. Chorus is standing firmly behind the Jazz team, ensuring they have every support necessary as they look after those affected by this tragedy." We've also heard through the course of the reaction to this incident from the Airline Pilots Association. They put out a statement saying the loss of our two fellow crew members aboard Flight 8646 is a profound tragedy. These pilots dedicated their careers to the safe transport of passengers, and we are thinking of their families, loved ones, and colleagues at Jazz Aviation during this devastating time. We also saw that Jazz Aviation included in their statement that they have been and will continue to work with the various agencies that are investigating this incident. Arthi.
Brett, thank you for this. That is the CBC's Brett Ruskin outside the Chorus Aviation headquarters in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. So now, as we've been reporting, the flight originated in Montreal. It is a regular route used by thousands of Canadians. The CBC's Gloria Enriquez is in Montreal with more on that. Jazz Aviation, the operator of the Air Canada flight, and what that company is saying.
Jazz Aviation operates as Air Canada Express, and early this morning in a statement, its president Doug Clark offered his condolences to those affected by the tragedy, adding that the airline is fully collaborating with authorities as they try to determine what happened. We also learned that the preliminary passenger list had 72 passengers on board and 4 crew members. However, the airline doesn't know how many people are injured or the extent of the injuries so far. They said that they have set up a helpline for family and friends of those passengers as they try to figure out more information about what happened about them. That number is 1-800-961-7099. 99. Now, we also heard from the union representing the 2 pilots who died in the crash, the union calling it a profound tragedy, saying that these 2 pilots have dedicated their entire lives to the safe transportation of passengers. They say that a union team is heading out to New York to assist in the investigation, and they are also providing support to those affected.
Now, what about officials? We know that we just had a statement issued by Canada's Prime Minister. What are other Canadian government officials saying so far about the crash and the assistance that will be provided?
Yeah, we have heard from Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand in a tweet saying that Canadian consular officials are collaborating with local authorities to help passengers as well, and that more people are heading out to New York to provide more assistance. And we also heard from Transportation Minister Stephen McKinnon, who says that Canada is working closely with U.S. authorities and they are following the developments closely. Locally here, we also heard from Quebec Premier François Legault, who says he learned with dismay about what happened at New York's LaGuardia airport, saying that, of course, he sends his condolences to the families and his thoughts are with the families of the 2 pilots who died in this tragedy.
That's the CBC's Gloria Enriquez in Montreal. Thank you. Now, we mentioned that we heard from the Prime Minister this morning on this collision. Here is his statement that was issued on the social media platform X. Mark Carney says the collision involving an Air Canada Express aircraft last night in New York that claimed the lives of the pilot and co-pilot and injured dozens more is deeply saddening. Canadian officials are working closely with their U.S. counterparts on the ground as the investigation continues. He goes on to say, "My thoughts are with the victims, their families, and all those impacted." So we know that other politicians across this country are also responding to the deadly crash last night at New York's LaGuardia Airport. Here's what Ontario Premier Doug Ford had to say at an event earlier today in Toronto.
I want to acknowledge the devastating collision that took place at LaGuardia Airport late Sunday evening. My thoughts are with the families of the loved ones of the two pilots who were killed, and I'm hoping for a full recovery for all those who were injured.
Now, Ford made those remarks about the crash in an event where he announced the province will be taking ownership of the Billy Bishop Airport, which is owned by the city. He says that under a modernization plan, its runway will be expanded to allow for jets. Okay, we continue our coverage then of that deadly collision at one of the busiest airports in the U.S. and it's heightening concerns over air safety in that country. There's a critical shortage of air traffic controllers, and the federal government shut down last October has only made the problem worse. The CBC's Willie Lowry is in Washington with more details on that.
Yeah, Arthi, last fall's government shutdown really exposed a stress point in the transportation industry here in the U.S. The country is short more than 3,000 air traffic controllers, and it's really struggled to hire and train new ones as many age out. Now, the staff shortages have been a long-time complaint among air traffic controllers. Earlier this morning, CBC spoke with Harvey Skolnick, a retired U.S. air traffic controller. Let's take a brief listen to some of what he had to say.
Staffing has always been a problem at facilities. They've always seemed to operate at the very minimal staffing amounts. It's always been difficult for controllers to get time off, to get shift changes, and that exists today. The FAA says they're going to hire 2,600 controllers this year. Of that 26, usually a third don't make it through the entire program.
And Arthi, just last month, the U.S. Transportation Department Office of Inspector General actually opened a probe into what it calls the high failure rates among air traffic control trainees. Many of those who are on the job are working mandatory overtime and often 6 days a week. Now, because of the strains of the job, controllers can only work a maximum of 10 hours for a single shift and must have at least 10 hours off between shifts, but that stretches to 12 hours between shifts for a stint that starts at midnight.
And now, Willie, it's not as simple as hiring more people to cover this shortage. It's a very complicated and extensive process. So let's go through that a little bit. How complicated is it to become an air traffic controller?
Yeah, it is absolutely a long, years-long process. So the Federal Aviation Administration has quite onerous requirements. First-time applicants must be under 31 years of age. They have to pass a medical exam. They also have to pass the air traffic skills assessment. That's a computer-based test that examines whether a candidate possesses the required critical knowledge, skills, ability, and other personal characteristics to be an air traffic controller. All applicants are then required to go to training at the FAA's Academy in Oklahoma City and then required to do an additional 2 to 3 years of on-the-job training at airports. Arthi, according to the FAA, only 10% of applicants meet all the necessary requirements. Then there's a mandatory age of retirement, that's 56. But because of the shortage, that number has been pushed in some cases to 61. Again, the FAA has been trying to boost the number of controllers, but it's a long, long process.
That's the CBC's Willie Lowry reporting from Washington. Stay with us. We have much more on this story coming up right here on CBC News Network. You're looking live at LaGuardia Airport in New York this hour. The airport remains closed and a major investigation is underway. It was launched after 2 pilots were killed last night when an Air Canada Express regional jet collided with a firefighting vehicle on the runway shortly before midnight Eastern. And that investigation will hopefully answer how or why communication broke down in that moment leading up to the crash, and also what that could mean for safety at one of the busiest airports in the United States. We want to bring in the CBC's Hilary Johnstone now with more details on this. Okay, so we're starting to get a better sense of what took place behind the scenes here. Walk us through what we know so far.
That's right. And we're starting to understand a few more details about where these 2 vehicles were as well, where that plane was and where that firefighting truck was as well. LaGuardia Airport, as Arthi is saying, one of the busiest in the United States, popular because of its proximity to Manhattan. We know that there are 2 runways. So there's runway 422 and there's runway 1331. I want to draw your attention to the red line. That is runway 422. That is where that Air Canada Express plane was landing. And you can see there's sort of a yellow or an orange circle. That is showing you the approximate crash site. What we know from this audio that has now come out detailing some of those communications with air traffic controllers is that firefighting vehicle requested and was given permission to cross the tracks. And of course, we then all know what happened, that collision between the plane and that firefighting vehicle as well. A lot for investigators to be looking at. There are 2 main air traffic control towers at LaGuardia. There's a helipad as well, but it is often thought of as one of the most complex airports in the United States for air traffic controllers to deal with. The FAA gives it an 11 out of 12 rating. There is a lot going on, a lot for people who are working in those towers and the ground controllers as well to be navigating at any particular point in time. Now, this is that firefighting vehicle that the plane came into contact with. And I have a few details for you here on this as well, because I'm sure a lot of our viewers, as they're looking at this just devastating footage and videos and photos of what happened, are wondering, how is it possible that the 2 people who were inside that vehicle, that they survived, that they would seem that they have non-life-threatening injuries. According to LaGuardia's own information here, they have 3 different types of firefighting vehicles. One of them carries more than 5,500 liters of water and fire retardant. The other 2 models carry more than 11,000 liters of water and firefighting retardant. So these are big, heavy vehicles, Arthi, that plane came into contact with. Just finally here, it was estimated at this point that firefighting vehicle was traveling about 40 kilometers per hour. The plane at the moment of impact, about 170 kilometers per hour.
Now, of course, we've walked through a little bit of the protocol, but let's dig a little bit deeper into that. When it comes to vehicles on the runway and an aircraft approaching descent as well, approaching landing, what are all of the steps that need to take place in order for the aircraft and the vehicles to move?
Once the plane has been given clearance to land, it has the priority. It becomes that airplane's runway. And of course, in this case, we're talking here about runway 422. The priority is given to that plane once it has been cleared to land. Here's a little bit more of what we heard earlier from the former Department of Transportation's Inspector General.
That aircraft who's given clearance and is coming into land on its final approach owns that runway. So that's the second part of it. But what we don't hear is, were the ground controllers coordinating with the tower? And of course, there was no way, apparently, that the aircraft would have heard that they just cleared a fire truck across the runway they're coming in to land on. So there are 3 people communicating, but not with each other.
So as you're hearing, there are a lot of questions for investigators to be digging through going forward.
Okay, thank you for this, Hilary. That's the CBC's Hilary Johnstone. We continue to follow breaking news out of New York. An investigation is underway into a fatal collision between an Air Canada jet and a fire truck on a runway at LaGuardia Airport last night. The pilot and co-pilot on the flight from Montreal were killed. A total of 76 passengers and crew were on board the plane. 41 were taken to hospital. Most were released this morning, but several remain with serious injuries. Now, the pilots were cleared to land, and moments before the crash, an air traffic controller can be heard apparently giving clearance to the fire truck to also cross part of the tarmac. But then you can hear the controller try to rescind that approval and to try to stop the fire truck vehicle, saying 10 times, "Stop, stop, stop." Now, there's no response back, and the controller later says 3 words, quote, "I messed up." That will undoubtedly play a major role in the investigation. Now, we've compiled parts of the audio, so the following clip isn't in real time. We've edited it for clarity. Take a listen.
Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 at Delta.
Truck 1 and Company crossing 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please. Stop, 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 Truck 1, stop, stop, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000. Jazz 646. Jazz 646, I see you collide with the vehicle there, just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicles are responding to you now.
Is the runway closed?
Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000.
Heading 2000, go around, 2603.
LaGuardia Tower.
Truck 32, runway 4 is closed, correct?
Yep, go on to runway 4 now. Proceed on runway 4, you have access. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want to prepare to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in process for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
So again, that was just some of the audio from air traffic control during the course of that collision. And very early this morning, we also received a brief update from the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, which operates LaGuardia. Here is a statement that the Port Authority's executive director gave.
At approximately 11:40 last night, Air Canada Flight 8646, operated by Jazz, collided with the Port Authority aircraft rescue and firefighting vehicle on runway 4. The plane carried 72 passengers and 4 crew. The ARFF vehicle carried 2 officers. In accordance with our emergency plan, our mutual aid partners, FDNY and NYPD, immediately responded. Initial numbers indicate that 41 passengers and crew were transported to the hospital, as well as the ARF officers. At this time, we understand that 32 have been released, but there are also serious injuries. Sadly, the 2 pilots are confirmed deceased, and notifications are being made by Air Canada's care team at this time. Families were directed to the Air Canada ticket counter to be reunited with their families, and we understand that the 1 unaccompanied minor has been reunited with their families. It is anticipated that the airport will be closed at least until 2 p.m. this afternoon to facilitate the investigation by NTSB, which has already begun to be on site.
That was Catherine Garcia. She's the executive director of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. Stay with us. Our coverage continues straight ahead right here on CBC News Network. We continue to follow breaking news out of New York. 2 pilots were killed last night when an Air Canada jet and an airport fire truck collided on a runway at LaGuardia. Earlier, I spoke with Canadian airline pilot in Montreal for his perspective on the collision. Dominic Daou told us certain elements of the air traffic control audio we've been reporting on stood out for him. Have a listen.
Usually, the radio is a good tool to communicate and it's instantaneous. The only problem with this technology, it's a fairly old technology, it's just a regular VHF radio. And one of the things that we hear on the recordings is there's a weird noise at some point. There's like a big electrical noise, and it's a noise that we hear in the headset when 2 pilots or 2 pilot controller try to speak at once. And this technology doesn't allow for simultaneous transmissions. So if somebody wants to talk and somebody else is already transmitting, it's possible that this message, the stop, 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 never made it to the truck. It's really hard from this standpoint to know what they actually heard.
Because that is certainly what you do hear in terms of the audio that has been revealed, that there was this desperate attempt to try and get the truck to stop because the aircraft was approaching the runway. I want to also ask you, I know it varies, but at what speed is a plane like this traveling on approach? How fast is it going?
Well, like you said, it varies a lot. We don't know exactly where they were in their deceleration phase. We can assume that they landed probably around 120 knots, which would be close to 200 kilometers an hour. Major airports like LaGuardia, they usually ask the pilots to get off the runway as soon as they can so that we make the most of the runway usage time. So they built high-speed exits, which are exits that instead of being perpendicular to the runway, they're at an angle. So that allows the planes to leave the runway a little bit quicker. I think that's what Air Canada may have targeted for an exit. We call them high-speed exits. But really it's too soon to say what exit they were planning. But just looking at the extent of the damage, it's safe to assume that they were faster than taxi speed.
Dominic Daou is a Canadian airline pilot. These are live images now of the runway at LaGuardia Airport in New York. The U.S. Transportation Secretary says a team from the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration is on its way to the site. They'll be there to support the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation. Now, with both pilots dead and many injuries, the NTSB will be under pressure to get answers quickly. They'll be zeroing in on communications between the tower, the plane, and the truck, including comments from a controller after the incident that he, quote, messed up. We asked former accident investigator John Cox for his insight.
It says that there was high energy impact, and unfortunately that the pilots that were in the flight deck have been reported to be deceased. The entire event from the time that that airplane taxied out and also when that fire truck initialized its first movement, the NTSB is going to look at every moment of that. And so the collision itself, they're going to look at in great depth, but they're also going to look at what led up to it. The fact that there is a question about the clearances that both the Air Canada RJ had, as well as the fire truck, that's going to be something that they look very carefully at. They're going to interview the controller. They're going to interview the fire truck driver and that crew as well as soon as they're able. And so they're going to understand that it appears right now that there was both vehicles had the proper clearance from air traffic control, that later the ground controller rescinded for the fire truck. So that's going to be a central area that the investigators look at. You have to approach it objectively. You listen and gather the evidence to get the understanding of what occurred here. If the controller did, in fact, quote, mess up, that will come out. But if there's things that led up to that contributed, all of those things need to be taken into account. The fact that the wings were not ruptured or opened up, there wasn't a fuel spill that we know of so far. There was not an ignition source. So it helped certainly with the evacuation, but this was a high energy impact. So the airplane was moving at a pretty good speed when the impact occurred. So people are going to be dazed. That's going to slow the evacuation down. But very fortunately, there was no fire.
John Cox was a former airline pilot accident investigator with the Airline Pilots Association, and he spoke to us earlier today. We have lots more straight ahead right here on CBC News Network. You are looking live at New York's LaGuardia Airport, where the investigation continues into a deadly collision between an Air Canada plane and a firefighting vehicle. Here's some of what passengers on board had to say.
Fear. I mean, it was pretty shocking. I didn't know what to expect. We were honestly sleeping and then landing, and then all of a sudden, boom, woke up in shock. Just didn't know what to do.
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos in there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop, but in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming. Pretty quickly, we didn't have any directions because the pilot's cabin had been kind of destroyed, so somebody said, let's get the emergency exit and get the door in, let's all jump out, and that's exactly what we did.
One of our friends was
some of the reflections there from passengers who were on board that aircraft. Now an investigation is underway. There's a live shot of LaGuardia Airport. You're watching CBC News Network. You are looking live at New York's LaGuardia Airport, where we're tracking breaking news. An investigation is now underway into a collision between an Air Canada Express plane and an emergency response vehicle. It happened about 12 hours ago, just before midnight, as the plane was landing. Both the pilot and co-pilot were killed. Several people are still in hospital and the airport remains closed, but operations are expected to resume around 2 p.m. Eastern. Hello and welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. I'm Arthi Pol. We continue to learn new details about what happened in New York last night. The Air Canada Express plane, a Bombardier CRJ 900, was arriving in New York from Montreal at around 11:47 p.m. local time. But as it landed, it crashed into a fire truck that was responding to a separate emergency call. 41 passengers and crew were initially taken to hospital. Most were released this morning, but several remain in hospital in serious condition. We know that passengers on that plane now describe panic, fear, and confusion.
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos in there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop, but in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming. Pretty quickly, we didn't have any directions because the pilot's cabin had been kind of destroyed. So somebody said, let's get the emergency exit and get the door in. Let's all jump out. And that's exactly what we did.
The U.S. National Transportation Safety Board will be leading the investigation into what happened. We know that the Canadian agency, the Transportation Safety Board, will also play a role. Investigators will pull the cockpit voice recorder and look at some key questions. For example, could the fire truck see the plane as it was moving across the tarmac? And did the plane see the fire truck? There's a massive shortage of air traffic controllers in the U.S. as well. So might that have played a role in what we saw happen? The pilots were coming in for the landing, and moments before the crash, an air traffic controller can be heard apparently giving clearance to the fire truck to cross part of the tarmac. That's from audio of the air traffic controller. But then in that same audio that we'll play for you, you can also hear the controller try to stop the vehicle from moving, saying 10 times, stop, stop, stop. But there's no response. And then the controller later says 3 words, quote, "I messed up." That will undoubtedly play a major role in the investigation. We do want you to listen into that audio, and we should tell you that the clip is not in real time. We've edited it for clarity.
Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 Delta.
Truck 1 and Company crossing 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please. Stop, 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 Truck 1, stop, stop, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000. Jazz 646. Jazz 646, I see you collide with a vehicle here, just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicles are responding to you now.
Is the runway closed?
Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000.
Heading 2000, go around, 2603.
LaGuardia Tower.
Truck 32, runway 4 is closed, correct?
Yes, go on to runway 4 now. Proceed on runway 4, you have access. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want to prepare to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in progress for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
Okay, so that again was a compilation of audio from air traffic control as they tried to communicate to the emergency vehicle that was on the tarmac. There's a lot of reaction to this story. We know that the Canadian Air Traffic Control Association has released a statement about the crash. It says, quote, "We are deeply saddened by the devastating accident at LaGuardia Airport involving Air Canada AC 8646. Our hearts go out to all those affected, including the passengers, crew, and their families. Our thoughts are also with our aviation colleagues. Moments like these are felt across the entire aviation community. We stand in support and solidarity with all those impacted." So we are waiting to learn the identity of those pilots who died in this crash, as well as more information about the passengers who were on the flight. The CBC's Chris Reyes is at LaGuardia Airport for us. So Chris, describe for us some of the latest developments in the scene where you are.
I'm in the departures area, Arthi, of LaGuardia Airport. And the first thing to say is that there is a lot of police presence here from the NYPD. There's also TSA agents here, and then reports that ICE agents are here as well. And, you know, at first glance, they almost outnumber the travelers that are currently here. But important to note, and you can see them right now, there are some travelers arriving, and they've been arriving in the last hour or so, even though across the board, pretty much every flight has been canceled coming out of LaGuardia Airport. But have a look at the departures board that I captured maybe about 20 minutes ago, and you can see there are a few flights, some United Airlines flights that are actually labeled as departing either at 2 o'clock this afternoon or 3 o'clock this afternoon. So it seems like they're trying to get flights out of LaGuardia Airport. I don't know how that's going to happen, given that the crash site has pretty much stayed static for the last almost 12 hours now. You still have that Air Canada plane on a tilt, the nose completely destroyed, surrounded by emergency vehicles. When I was there on the 5th floor of this parking garage, where you can see a pretty clear vantage point, I counted some 11 planes that are just grounded on the tarmac. So I don't know how they're going to get flights out of here when that is the current state. The other thing that we are waiting for, Arthi, is we're waiting for a fresh update from officials. The last update that we received from the Port Authority officials, which is the agency that oversees LaGuardia and other transportation hubs across New York and New Jersey, that update came at 4:30 in the morning. And even then, the executive director, Catherine Garcia, hesitated to share too many details about the incident. The only details that she did share was, at the time, the status of the passengers on that aircraft. Have a listen to what she said.
Initial numbers indicate that 41 passengers and crew were transported to the hospital, as well as the ARF officers. At this time, we understand that 32 have been released, but there are also serious injuries. Sadly, the 2 pilots are confirmed deceased, and notifications are being made by Air Canada's care team at this time.
So at this point, Arthi, we're now about 12 hours since this collision. So presumably investigators from the National Transportation Safety Board have been on the ground for many hours now. In fact, when I was overlooking the tarmac, I could see some passenger vehicles driving in the tarmac. Not sure whether those were the vehicles that contained investigators, but they were the only vehicles on the ground on the runway. So we have no updates. So there's no way to confirm any of those details at this point. The only thing that Catherine Garcia would say is that at least until 2 p.m., LaGuardia will be completely shut down.
Now, of course, we know, as you mentioned there, that the boards that exist within the airport do suggest that some flights may take off, but we are waiting for confirmation on that. And of course, our viewers are looking at another live shot of that aircraft that remains on the tarmac at LaGuardia this hour. So I'm wondering what the next steps as part of this investigation will be, and what might lie ahead also for those travelers who are trying to get on their way.
Well, the next thing really is that update from officials, so we can learn a little bit more about what led to this collision, a little bit more about that air traffic control communication that we've been playing all morning, where you have an air traffic controller very clearly saying, "I messed up." So a lot of questions surrounding that tape. We don't have anybody to answer those questions at this moment. And then, of course, an update on how they're going to get flights moving and flying out of LaGuardia, given that the crash site takes up a pretty significant part of the runway. You know, of the 3 airports in New York and New Jersey, the other 2 being JFK and Newark, LaGuardia is sort of in the mid-size range. And so there isn't a lot of room outside of that current crash site to really maneuver the airplanes to get it flying out of this airport. So there's a lot of questions around how they're going to do that, given that there are some flights on the board that says that it is delayed to fly at around 3 p.m. I mean, that's a couple hours from now. And again, important to note that this is one of the busiest airports in the city and in the country. About 1,000 flights, Arthi, fly in and out of LaGuardia every single day.
Chris, thanks for the latest on this. That is the CBC's Chris Reyes at LaGuardia Airport in New York. And of course, as Chris mentioned, if there are any updates from officials in New York, we'll bring that to you live as soon as it begins or gets underway. As we've also been reporting, of course, this flight originated in Montreal, and it's a regular route used by thousands of Canadians. So let's go now to Montreal. The CBC's Gloria Enriquez is at the airport in Montreal. Gloria, what are you hearing from not only the airline, but passengers too?
Yeah, Arthi, Jazz Aviation operates as Air Canada Express, and in a statement early this morning, they said that this was a very sad day for the airline. They say they are fully cooperating with authorities in the investigation as they're trying to find out what happened in this tragedy. They also have set up a phone line for people, for passengers and their families who are trying to find out more information about what happened. You can call 1-800-961-7099. We know that from the preliminary passenger list, the aircraft was carrying 72 passengers and 4 crew members. However, the airline says it doesn't know how many injuries or the extent of the injuries. They don't know those details yet. We also we got a statement from the union representing the pilots who died in this crash. They say that these pilots have dedicated their entire lives to the safe transport of passengers and called it a profound tragedy. They added that they are a union team is heading out to LaGuardia in order to collaborate in the investigation. Now, here at the Montreal airport, flights to LaGuardia airport have been canceled, and people who are traveling to the United States under these circumstances are saying they're feeling a little bit nervous.
Have to travel anyways because it's a conference that I need to attend, and it's a difficult situation out there, so I don't know. I just feel kind of anxious.
Air travel's never going away, which is really, just a reality, so just trying to accept it and just hope and pray that everything goes swimmingly, I guess.
I'm sorry for what happened today. It's really, really sad. I feel safe that, I don't know, I think we have to. Otherwise, I'll just live in a constant state of fear.
Of course, operations here at the airport are still going on smoothly despite of what happened, but yet people are still feeling nervous, Arti.
We know, of course, Gloria, aside from those passengers, there's lots of reaction, too, from a variety of officials. What have we heard on that front so far?
Yeah, of course, everyone is saddened by the tragedy. We heard from Prime Minister Mark Carney in a tweet saying that the tragedy was deeply saddening, and Canadian officials are working closely with their U.S. counterparts as the investigation is ongoing. Now, we also heard from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Anita Anand, who said in a tweet that Canadian consular officials are also in touch with local authorities, and they're helping passengers on the ground as they are heading out, and another team is also heading out to New York to provide more support. And any Canadians requiring assistance can also count on the Canadian Consular Services 24/7. We also heard from Premier François Legault, who says this is a very sad tragedy, and his thoughts are with the families of those pilots who died. Back to you.
Thanks for this, Gloria. That is the CBC's Gloria Enriquez in Dorval, Quebec. Now, we know that there are a number of politicians who have been reacting to this situation across the country. Here's more on what Ontario's Premier Doug Ford had to say at an event earlier today in Toronto.
I want to acknowledge the devastating collision that took place at LaGuardia Airport late Sunday evening. My thoughts are with the families of the loved ones of the 2 pilots who were killed, and I'm hoping for a full recovery for all those who were injured.
Now, Ontario's Premier made those remarks about the crash at an event where he announced the province will be taking ownership of Toronto's Billy Bishop Airport, which is owned by the city currently. He says that under a modernization plan, its runway will be expanded to allow for jets. Now, as we heard, AC 8646 was an Air Canada Express flight operated by Jazz Aviation. And we're hearing more now from the parent company about the collision at LaGuardia. The CBC's Brett Ruskin is outside the Chorus Aviation headquarters in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia with that.
Behind me here is the headquarters for Chorus Aviation. It is the parent company of Jazz Aviation that was operating this flight. And earlier today, we saw a statement from Chorus Aviation, from its president and CEO, saying the entire Chorus family is mourning the loss of our Jazz colleagues. Chorus is standing firmly behind the Jazz team, ensuring they have every support necessary as they look after those affected by this tragedy. And we also heard from the Airline Pilots Association, representing the pilots killed in this incident, saying the loss of our two fellow crew members aboard Flight 8646 is a profound tragedy. These pilots dedicated their careers to the safe transport of passengers, and we are thinking of their families, loved ones, and colleagues at Jazz Aviation during this devastating time. We also heard from Jazz Aviation in a statement saying that they have been and they are continuing to work with the various agencies who are investigating this incident. Brett Ruskin, CBC News, Dartmouth, Nova Scotia.
Now, that deadly collision at one of the busiest airports in the U.S. is heightening concerns over air safety in the United States. There's a critical shortage of air traffic controllers, and the federal government shutdown last October has only made the problem worse. The CBC's Willie Lowry joins us from Washington with all the details.
Yeah, Arthi, last fall's government shutdown really exposed a stress point in the transportation industry here in the U.S. The country is short more than 3,000 air traffic controllers, and it's really struggled to hire and train new ones as many age out. Now, the staff shortages have been a long-time complaint among air traffic controllers. Earlier this morning, CBC spoke with Harvey Skolnick, a retired U.S. air traffic controller. Let's take a brief listen to some of what he had to say.
Staffing has always been a problem at facilities. They've always seemed to operate at the very minimal staffing amounts. It's always been difficult for controllers to get time off, to get shift changes, and that exists today. The FAA says they're going to hire 2,600 controllers this year. Of that 26, usually a third don't make it through the entire program.
And Arthi, just last month, the U.S. Transportation Department Office of Inspector General actually opened a probe into what it calls the high failure rates among air traffic control trainees. Many of those who are on the job are working mandatory overtime and often 6 days a week. Now, because of the strains of the job, controllers can only work a maximum of 10 hours for a single shift and must have at least 10 hours off between shifts, but that stretches to 12 hours between shifts for a stint that starts at midnight.
And now, Willie, it's not as simple as hiring more people to cover this shortage. It's a very complicated and extensive process. So let's go through that a little bit. How complicated is it to become an air traffic controller?
Yeah, it is absolutely a long, years-long process. So the Federal Aviation Administration has quite onerous requirements. First-time applicants must be under 31 years of age. They have to pass a medical exam. They also have to pass the air traffic skills assessment. That's a computer-based test that examines whether a candidate possesses the required critical knowledge, skills, ability, and other personal characteristics to be an air traffic controller. All applicants are then required to go to training at the FAA's Academy in Oklahoma City and then required to do an additional 2 to 3 years of on-the-job training at airports. Arthi, according to the FAA, only 10% of applicants meet all the necessary requirements. Then there's a mandatory age of retirement, that's 56. But because of the shortage, that number has been pushed in some cases to 61. Again, the FAA has been trying to boost the number of controllers, but it's a long, long process.
The CBC's Willie Lowry in Washington. Thank you. Here now is another live look to the runway at LaGuardia's airport. The U.S. Transportation Secretary says a team from the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration is on its way to that site following that Air Canada Express collision with an emergency vehicle. Now, later this hour, we'll get some insight of what may have gone wrong when we speak to the former director of the FAA Accident Investigation Office. That conversation is coming up in about 20 minutes. You are looking live at LaGuardia Airport in New York this hour. The airport remains shut down and a major investigation is underway. It was launched after 2 pilots were killed last night when an Air Canada Express regional jet collided with a firefighting vehicle on the runway shortly before midnight Eastern. And that investigation will hopefully answer how or why communication broke down in the moments leading up to that fatal crash, and also what that could mean for safety at one of the busiest airports in the United States. For more on this, let's bring in the CBC's Hilary Johnstone. She joins me now. So we're starting to get a better sense of where the plane was at the time of this collision and what the protocols were too. What more do we know on that?
That's right. Well, I've been looking into LaGuardia Airport a little bit more just to try to give us all a greater sense here of the configuration of this runway, what these pilots, what these air traffic controllers would have been dealing with. It is one of the busiest airports in the United States, number 19 out of 500 that were recently ranked. And it's very popular with people flying into the New York area because of how close it is to Manhattan once you are exiting that airport. We know that there are 2 runways. They are both about 2,100 meters in length. I want to draw your attention, though, to that red line. So that is runway 4. You can see the number 22 at the other end. It's called runway 22 if you're coming in from the other direction, but runway 4 is what we're focused on. We know that it was taxiing down that runway, and you can see there that sort of yellow or orange circle. That is that approximate crash site. We know that that plane was traveling approximately 167 kilometers per hour when it came into contact with that firefighting vehicle that was traveling about 40 kilometers per hour. And of course, as we've been playing throughout the day, we've now heard that audio where you do hear clearance given for all of this to happen before you hear that controller tell that firefighting vehicle to stop. Those are big vehicles, these particular firefighting vehicles. They're operated by the Port Authority Police Department in particular. They are huge. They are heavy because of all of the water and all of the fire retardant that's on them. In some cases, as many as 11,000 liters or more that might be in one of those vehicles at any point in time. So just to sort of give you a greater sense here of why it is that there would be anything left of that fire truck after it came into contact with a moving aircraft. Now, in terms of the air traffic controllers here, there are 2 towers at LaGuardia. It is known as being one of the most complex airports in the country for air traffic controllers. It's given a rating of 11 out of 12 by the FAA. So a lot for those folks to be dealing with as they're trying to navigate all of those planes, all of those other vehicles, all of that traffic that they would have to be dealing with at any point in time.
You know, as you described there, of course, there are so many factors that go into play when it talks about navigating other vehicles on the tarmac, as well as, of course, aircraft that might be landing. So let's talk a little bit about the procedures, because, of course, we've heard that audio where the air traffic controller is trying to rescind the approval or the clearance for the fire vehicle to continue.
And that would have been very difficult to do because the airplanes are given priority. Once they are cleared for landing, the way it's been described is that runway then belongs to that airplane. They have been given clearance. They have been given the priority. And we heard a little bit more on all of that, how these procedures work at airports like LaGuardia from the former Inspector General for the U.S. Department of Transportation.
That aircraft who's given clearance and is coming into land on its final approach owns that runway. So that's the second part of it. But what we don't hear is were the ground controllers coordinating with the tower? And of course, there was no way, apparently, that the aircraft would have heard that they just cleared a fire truck across the runway they're coming in to land on. So there are 3 people communicating, but not with each other.
So all of that, of course, is going to be really key to this investigation. Also worth pointing out here that LaGuardia is one of 35 major airports that only recently had become equipped with what's referred to as advanced surface surveillance system. It uses radar and it uses data from locator systems on these planes to try and alert controllers of any potential conflicts that might come up on a runway. I can imagine that that is also something that will be looked into.
Okay, thanks for this, Hilary. That is the CBC's Hilary Johnstone. Here again are some live images from the runway at LaGuardia Airport in New York. We understand that the New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani is also there right now, as he will be meeting with the Port Authority Executive Director as well. Not only that, we know that a team of the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration is also on its way to the site. They'll be there to support the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation looking into what happened to cause that fatal crash. So, where does the investigation go from here, and what went wrong between this plane and that emergency vehicle? For that, we have reached former Director of Accident Investigation at the Federal Aviation Administration, Steve Wallace. Thank you so much for making time for us today.
Thank you.
What do you believe will be the first priorities for investigators as they reach the site?
Well, preserving all the evidence, because this accident will be solved to a certainty. Everything is right there available. So we have audio recordings of all the air traffic control communications. We'll have some video. The airplane will have cockpit voice and data recorders to show exactly where it was and what it was doing, and of course all the ATC communications. So they will, an early priority, they have all the evidence. They want to make sure that nothing happens to compromise or jeopardize any of it, and then they will just methodically put this together. The NTSB is not fast, but they are incredibly thorough, and plus it is a party system. So the NTSB is in charge of the investigation, and they have the sole statutory responsibility to make the finding of probable cause, the official finding. But the airline will participate in the accident, even the Canadian authorities, the U.S. authorities, which is the FAA. And so I'm extremely confident that they will get it right. And what they do first is not so important as how thoroughly they do everything in the end.
You know, I do want to ask, because of course we've been listening into that audio from air traffic control, in which we do hear, of course, that air traffic control are very desperately trying to stop the emergency vehicle from going ahead and crossing onto the tarmac right in the line of this aircraft that was on descent heading towards the runway as well. And you hear that air traffic controllers saying, "I messed up." I'm wondering, I know that open and shut case isn't something that we would use here in terms of an aviation investigation, but does that make it a little bit more black and white in terms of the speed of the investigation? It would appear that the air traffic controller might be assuming culpability to a degree.
Yes, I don't really think that those three words are going to change the NTSB's tried and true, decades-long approach to solving accidents, which is to be absolutely thorough, absolutely make sure that no piece of evidence is overlooked. And oftentimes, when we talk about human factors, when you think you have found the human error, investigators will often say, the sophisticated ones anyway, that's not the end of the investigation. That's the beginning of the investigation. So more and more accident investigations get into how did that error happen? Okay, maybe we may even see, it may be perfectly clear that the plane was cleared to land at the same time a plane was cleared to cross, a fire truck was cleared to cross the runway. But there'll be an incredibly deep search into how that error or any other errors happened.
Now, we noted, of course, and you mentioned that both the Canadian and the U.S. agencies, in terms of the National Transportation Safety Boards, will be working together in terms of this investigation. How are those roles sort of complementing each other as the investigation gets underway here?
Well, there are legal requirements that start out under the United Nations, the International Civil Aviation Organization, which happens to be based in Montreal, and so there are definitive rules and there are protocols. But of course, we are talking about authorities that have worked together extremely well, and it's a very high level of professionalism and determination to get it exactly right. And so I would even say that, these investigators will have so much experience working together, and we're talking about two A-plus respected aviation authorities. So, and not a situation really that I see, which you do see in some accidents, where a country is sort of trying to protect itself. And I just don't think you're going to see anything like that here. It's very much, everything's on the table, and the airline will be a party to it. The airline pilots union will be a party to it. So everybody gets their say, and it's very much on the whole investigation is kind of on the top of the table, if you know what I mean.
Very finally, Steve, I wanted to ask you, I know you must have seen so many images of the crash itself. I'm wondering just what goes through your mind as you take a look at the amount of damage, especially to the front end of the plane.
Well, I have to tell you, honestly, what goes through my mind, it's absolutely tragic that 2 lives were lost and many, many people were injured, some of them quite seriously. This accident could have been way worse. That's what went through my mind. I mean, a little different impact angle and add a fire into the mix, and it could have been way, way worse than it was. It was obviously a tragedy, but that is what struck me.
Steve, I want to thank you so much for joining us and for your thoughts on this today. We appreciate your time.
Great. Thank you so much, Ari.
Steve Wallace is a former director of accident investigation at the Federal Aviation Administration. Thanks again.
For Canadians without health benefits at work, rising out-of-pocket health costs are hitting hard. But with personal health insurance from Green Shield, you can keep costs down and more money in your pocket. Our plans cover the things you actually need, like up to 80% coverage on dental. That should put a smile on your face. And most plans are guaranteed acceptance with no medical exams. Want over $2,500 in coverage for registered specialists? Just call this number and get the coverage you deserve. And of course, you can save really big on prescriptions, like up to 90% coverage big. Now that's peace of mind you can count on. It's easy to apply, and there's no waiting period. Visit greenshield.ca for a free quote, or call 1-844-292-7873. That's 1-844-292-7873.
A reminder of our breaking news. An Air Canada Express flight from Montreal to New York's LaGuardia Airport collided with a firefighting truck upon landing. The pilot and co-pilot were killed. The airport is closed but is expected to reopen at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Meanwhile, an investigation is underway into what went wrong. Earlier, I spoke with a former pilot in the U.S. about reaction time when it comes to landing a plane, specifically whether the two Air Canada pilots could realistically have avoided colliding with that fire truck. Here's what Dan Bubb had to say.
When you're a pilot and you're coming into land, you're focusing on what we call the touchdown landing zone, part of the runway, which is about the first 2,000 feet of the runway. And so you're really focused on that. But the other pilot who is not landing the plane is, being visible, is looking out for other aircraft, other things that can happen. But when you've touched down and you have, something like this happening, from what I can understand, the pilots were finishing what we call the landing roll, which means they were getting close to the end of the runway. The aircraft had slowed substantially. And so there just wasn't enough time to veer off the runway. It was very sudden, it was very unexpected. And so I think the pilot did the best that they could, which tragically resulted in this crash. But you're so focused on the runway that, you're not really looking at what's around the airport at that particular moment. And so these type of things can happen. Fortunately, they're rare. They don't happen a lot, but sometimes that happens.
That was Dan Bubb. He is a former airline pilot and an aviation historian at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Stay with us. Plenty more straight ahead on CBC News Network. We continue to follow breaking news out of New York. An investigation is underway into a fatal collision between an Air Canada jet and a fire truck on a runway at LaGuardia Airport last night. The pilot and co-pilot on the flight from Montreal were killed. A total of 76 passengers and crew were on board the plane. 41 were taken to hospital. Most were released this morning, but several remain with serious injuries. Now, the pilots were cleared to land, and moments before the crash, an air traffic controller can be heard apparently giving clearance to a fire truck to cross part of the tarmac. But then you can hear the controller try to stop it, saying 10 times, stop, stop, stop. But there's no response. And the controller later says 3 words, quote, "I messed up." Undoubtedly, that will play a major role in the investigation. Now, we have compiled parts of the audio, so the following clip of the audio from the air traffic controller isn't in real time. We've just edited it together for clarity. Take a listen.
Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 Delta.
Truck 1 and Company, crossing 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please. Stop, 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 Truck 1, stop, stop, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000. Jazz 646. Jazz 646, I see you collide with a vehicle there, just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicles are responding to you now.
Is the runway closed?
Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000.
Heading 2000, go around, Delta 2603.
LaGuardia Tower.
Truck through 2, runway 4 is closed, correct?
Yes, go on to runway 4 now. Proceed on runway 4, you have access. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want to prepare to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in progress for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
Okay, again, so that was audio from an air traffic controller. So to break that down, we want to bring in a former air traffic controller, Todd Urey. He joins us from Baltimore. Thank you for making time for us.
Arthur, good to be with you. Unfortunately, under these circumstances, it's a tough day.
No doubt, a tragedy on all accounts by what happened here. I want to ask you, we listened to that audio from the air traffic controller. As you listened into it, what really struck you?
Well, what strikes me is really what starts at the end. You've got another emergency unfolding in real time. You've got activity around the airport just before midnight. Not really sure how that affected any staffing that may have been available. And then in the course of thinking you've got clearance to send an emergency vehicle to the emergency that is ongoing right now, you recognize that you have a conflict that is now established with a landing aircraft. And so it is a reminder that air traffic control is a dynamic reality. It is not something that is pre-scripted. And in any moment, at any time of the day, everything can change in an instant and change the complexity of what air traffic control looks like in the skies over the country.
You know, if you can give a little bit of a more clear view to our viewers here right now about what it is like behind the scenes. So there is a ground clearance that would have allowed for that for the fire truck rather to go on the tarmac. That is then relayed to air traffic control as well. Is that how it's working, and what are they looking at as they make these decisions?
Well, air traffic control actually gives the clearance for the emergency vehicle to cross the runway. Air traffic control, for the most part, is largely responsible for all of the movement on the airport surface, unless there is some sort of agreement that allows for informal communication to take place. And so in order to cross an active runway, you actually have to be in communication with air traffic control to even move on the taxiway. And so the question becomes, are we talking to one controller on a consolidated position, or are we talking to a ground controller who's not able to communicate with the local controller, the one who says cleared for takeoff, cleared to land? And so there are a lot of questions that actually are presented at the beginning. Very few answers. What we do know is we know the aircraft type, we know the emergency vehicle, we know how many persons were affected. We also know there was another emergency going on at the same time. All of that changes the dynamic reality of the complexity of moving around airports in America.
In terms of the fact that there was another situation sort of unfolding at the same time, so there might have been multiple communications happening. Is it possible then that the emergency crew in the vehicle on the ground did not hear the air traffic controller repeatedly say, stop, stop, stop?
Well, that appears to be the case because the vehicle didn't stop, and you don't hear a communication back from the vehicle to clarify whether or not they should cross an active runway. It is quite possible that an emergency vehicle on the way to an emergency situation may be focused on what it is they're about to do. And so there are a number of human factors that are at play. Not all of them are in sync. And so we have to look at all of the levels of communication, who was communicating, who should have been communicating, and then begin to determine what were the contributing factors that led to this unfortunate and disastrous incident.
Has anything like that ever happened to you, where you've been trying to communicate and they haven't heard you?
Well, quite honestly, you have those kinds of incidents that occur almost every day. Never under these circumstances where you have literally zero margin for error. But there are occasions when you lose communication, radio frequencies go down. We've seen that before in the incidents at Newark Airport in the United States and in other places. And so typically what happens is you have to have what we call vigilance. You have to maintain vigilance and be able to communicate as quickly as you can and as effectively as you can. Here, the controller certainly recognized the error, tried to stop the emergency vehicle. For whatever reason, it doesn't appear that the emergency vehicle staff or crew were able to hear the controller, because they may have actually been trying to assess what's going on the United jet that has these unknown fumes moving inside the cabin area, and do they have potentially a major evacuation about to unfold? And so when you have two emergencies at the same time, that's fairly rare. And in this case, it added a lot of complexity to what was already a serious situation, starting with the United flight.
And finally, in the last 30 seconds I have with you, we know that there is a critical shortage already when we talk about air traffic controllers, and you can hear that sort of defeat almost in the voice of that audio recording. How do you imagine he's feeling today?
Having sat in the seat and worn the headset, incidents are not things you just gloss over. The number of lives that are literally in your hand or under the control of your voice is always in the forefront of your mind. It is a tough day for the controller. It's a tough day for the aviation community, and we've got a lot of work to do.
Todd, I want to thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate this conversation.
Thanks, Arthi.
That is former air traffic controller Todd Geary in Baltimore. You are looking live at New York's LaGuardia Airport, which is expected to resume operations in about 1 hour at around 2 p.m. Eastern. It has been closed since late last night when an Air Canada Express plane collided with a firefighting vehicle upon landing. The pilot and co-pilot were killed. Dozens of passengers were taken to hospital and later released, but some do remain under care with serious injuries. Now, we do know, of course, that investigations are underway that will involve agencies from both the United States and from Canada, as this is a Canadian aircraft. Now, we also want to bring you more of what passengers who were on that plane experienced. Here's some of what they had to say.
Fear. I mean, it was pretty shocking. I didn't know what to expect. We were honestly sleeping and then landing, and then all of a sudden, boom, woke up in shock. Just didn't know what to do.
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos from there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop, but in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming. Pretty quickly, we didn't have any directions because the pilot's cabin had been kind of destroyed, so somebody said, let's get the emergency exit and get the door in, let's all jump out, and that's exactly what we did.
One of our friends was several rows back from us, and we walked past him on the way out because he was trying to find his glasses, and his nose was totally broken, bleeding on his face. A lot of people smacked their head against the seat in front of them.
We are bringing you breaking news today, the latest on a deadly collision at LaGuardia Airport in New York. 2 Air Canada Express pilots were killed late last night when their jet collided with an airport fire truck. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. You're watching extensive live coverage on CBC News Network. Investigators are on the ground at LaGuardia Airport examining the crash site. All flights at that busy hub in New York are grounded until at least next hour. Local news cameras spoke to several passengers who were on the Air Canada Express flight.
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something and it was just chaos in there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop, but in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming.
One of our friends was several rows back from us, and we walked past him on the way out because he was trying to find his glasses, and his nose was totally broken, bleeding on his face. A lot of people smacked their head against the seat in front of them.
Fear. I mean, it was pretty shocking. I didn't know what to expect. We were honestly sleeping and then landing, and then all of a sudden, boom, woke up in shock. Just didn't know what to do.
There were 72 passengers and 4 crew members aboard that flight from Montreal. Our last update came hours ago from the Port Authority in New York, which operates the airport. At that time, an official said 41 passengers and crew had been taken to hospital and 9 were still there. The Transportation Safety Board of Canada is deploying a team to support the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board with its investigation. Here's a look at how the crash unfolded. The pilots of the Air Canada plane were landing on runway 4 at LaGuardia Airport. Moments before the crash, an air traffic controller cleared the fire truck to cross the runway. The truck was responding to another plane on the other side of the airport that reported a smell inside its cabin. In an audio recording, we can hear the air traffic controller trying to stop the truck. He repeatedly says, "Stop, stop, stop," but there is no response from the truck. Later, during a conversation with another pilot, the controller says 3 words, quote, "I messed up." We're going to play that exchange for you now. We should tell you the clip is not in real time. We've edited it for clarity.
Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 at Delta.
Truck 1 and Company crossing 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please. Stop, 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 truck 1, stop, stop, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000. Jazz 646. Jazz 646, I see you collide with a vehicle here, just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicles are responding to you now.
Is the runway closed?
Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000.
Heading 2000, go around, Delta 2603.
Tower.
Truck 32, runway 4 is closed, correct?
Yes, go on to runway 4 now. Proceed on runway 4, you have access. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want to prepare to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in progress for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
We are waiting to learn the identity of the pilots who died, as well as the passengers who were on that flight. The CBC's Chris Reyes is at LaGuardia Airport for us. And Chris, at that briefing very early this morning, officials said flights could potentially resume next hour at 2 p.m. Eastern. But what's the scene there right now?
Yeah, that's right, Andrew. So let me show you around the departures area at LaGuardia Airport, just outside the check-in gates, because this is much busier now than it was even just a few hours ago. When I first arrived here about 6 o'clock in the morning, it was almost completely empty, but you can see that it is now full of travelers, in addition to the officers that are here just sort of roaming the floor. So I've spotted ICE agents, I've spotted TSA agents, I've spotted NYPD officers. So they are all on scene, a heavy police presence here at LaGuardia. Let me show you the departures board right now, because this is also an interesting change just in the last hour or so. So this morning, this was red across the board. Every flight was canceled. Now you're seeing a handful that are delayed, with the status indicating that they may be taking off at 2:30 in the afternoon. There's a flight taking off at 3:20, and then even a few flights later this afternoon that are currently listed as on time. So obviously here right now, with the busyness of this airport, you can sense that there's an expectation from travelers that they are going to be able to take off later this afternoon. Now, the Port Authority official, which oversees LaGuardia, the last update that we got from the executive director, Catherine Garcia, was at about 4:30 this morning, and she didn't share very many details. But she did say that the airport will be closed at least until 2 p.m. But she also said that could be extended depending on what investigators will need. She also updated at the time the status of those passengers in that Air Canada flight. But beyond that, didn't share too many more details. Have a listen to what she said about the passengers at that time.
Initial numbers indicate that 41 passengers and crew were transported to the hospital, as well as the ARF officers. At this time, we understand that 32 have been released, but there are also serious injuries. Sadly, the 2 pilots are confirmed deceased, and notifications are being made by Air Canada's care team at this time.
And Andrew, New York's Governor Kathy Hochul also posted on social media this morning that she expects LaGuardia will be reopened at 2 p.m. Now, we haven't received any new updates from officials, and I'll tell you, just from the site that I saw, by getting up to the 5th floor of the parking garage, where you have a pretty clear look at the crash site, nothing there has moved since very, very early this morning. You still have the Air Canada aircraft on a tilt with the damage to the nose, and then it's surrounded by emergency vehicles. LaGuardia is significantly smaller than JFK. So this idea that they're going to be able to clear this out in the next hour or so feels a little doubtful, given the state of that tarmac. I counted about 12 planes grounded on the tarmac at the time. So they are saying, they being officials, that they hope to have this airport open by 2 p.m. On the board right now, flights are being listed as delayed taking off around that time. But again, no official word that this is actually going to be happening. And one thing that you're definitely not seeing on that board, Andrew, is anything listed as boarding.
And Chris, what happens next, both in terms of the crash investigation and the significant travel disruption at one of the U.S.'s busiest airports?
I mean, at this point, you can see, again, I'm going to spin you around just so you get the sense of what travelers are dealing with at this airport. So some of these travelers, because I've been here since very early this morning, they've been waiting for many hours. I saw some sleeping on the ground. They're just waiting for the status of their flights. And you know, again, we're guessing how much of a bottleneck this has created, given that this was a full shutdown for many hours. This wasn't a number of flights canceled. This was all flights since that incident completely canceled. The entire airport shut down, and they're going to have to deal with that backlog to get things going again. This is one of the busiest airports in New York City and in the U.S. Some 1,000 flights, Andrew, come through LaGuardia in and out every single day. So if you think about how many flights have already been grounded just in the last 12 hours since this incident, that's a lot of backlog to get through, to get things running here back to normal, in addition to just the regular delays that LaGuardia typically deals with on a daily basis.
Chris, thank you. That is the CBC's Chris Reyes live at LaGuardia Airport in New York. For his insight on this, I want to bring in Robert Clifford. He's an aviation attorney who has represented clients in every major U.S. commercial airline crash over the last 5 decades, and he joins us from Naples, Florida. Robert, I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
Welcome, Andrew. Good afternoon. And no conversation about this can begin without extending sincere condolences to all the families and their loved ones. This is more example of a needless, preventable disaster that should never have occurred. There's going to be a reckoning here at some juncture. One of the profiles I think that's going to be pursued by the government here in the U.S. is a very strict analysis of the air traffic control and to understand the cooperation and collaboration that went on between the air traffic control that was directing the pilots as well as what was directing the ground activity. You know, there are so many devices. LaGuardia is an airport that's been retrofitted of late in the last several years. They spent tens of millions of dollars. They could have had predictive AI working the control of the ground activities there, and they don't. It's a very, very sad thing here, and so sorry for the losses from Canada.
Yeah, we are sorry as well. The two Canadian pilots that are dead as a result of this. So when you say there's going to be a reckoning, I mean, tell me a little bit about kind of what went through your head. This plane we know was cleared to land. Our understanding is when that happens, that runway is theirs. And somehow there was also permission for this fire truck to also be on that runway. I mean, that just seems to be a recipe for disaster that we're seeing play out.
It's human error, but again, technology could have prevented that error. I think there's a live streaming of air traffic control tower information, and it was picked up on that live stream that at the last moment, this air traffic controller spotted the problem, saying stop, stop, stop. Not only to another flight, but also to this truck and fire truck, and it was just too late. But you're right. The aircraft was clear to land, and it was right on target to do exactly what those two pilots were trained to do.
Is it your understanding? I don't know how much in the specifics you can get, but does the person, the air traffic controller who gave the Air Canada plane the clearance to land, is that the same person, or are they part of the same team that would give the clearance for trucks to cross a runway?
No, they would be different. The clearance to land on the runway is coordinated and controlled by the air traffic control that has been in touch with the pilot throughout, and then that is synced into the air traffic control out of the tower.
And then who gives the permission for a fire truck to address a smell that's on another aircraft, another incident?
The ground tower.
That's the ground tower. So these are two, and how much in communication? They must be in communication constantly, right?
It's supposed to be, and that's certainly one of the problems that we're facing here with air traffic control around the world, but particularly in the United States. There are staff shortages. I'm very actively involved in the D.C. crash of the PSA American flight with the U.S. Army helicopter. Same thing there. You have a problem with ATC staffing, that the ATC controllers are likely overworked. Their focus is distracted by too many activities, and certainly the NTSB is going to take a deep dive into this and make recommendations to the FAA, but they have a long history, those two bodies, of not getting along too well together, and the NTSB will make recommendations, and the FAA doesn't always follow them. So I think enough already. We're going to hear more and more about this as this investigation unfolds.
Again, I know that we're only going by kind of the recordings and the little bit of information that we have, but we can clearly hear I think it's the ground controller telling this truck driver, stop, stop, stop. I think it was 10 times. And yeah. It looks as though that command was either just not obeyed, not heard, or maybe it was all happening too fast. Do you have a sense?
I think it's a matter of focus. Human error is a matter of focus. He asked for permission to cross. He was given permission to cross, and now we're on to the next task at hand, and that's to find that United Airlines flight. I think it's as simple as that. And then by the time the information came to him of stop, 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 it was too late.
My goodness. So it's still very soon after the crash, but from your initial assessment, could this be the type of incident that forces policy changes, either at the airport or more broadly in the aviation industry?
Well, that's right, and it will, because families nowadays are very united in the idea of seeking responsibility for what occurred and a determination of that, seeking accountability for what happened so that they're properly, the losses are properly addressed, and then finally, legacy. Families don't want to be told that their family members died or were injured in vain. They want concrete changes that will improve the safety of the traveling public going forward, and that's the kind of advocacy that ever since this rash of crashes here in the U.S. over the last decade, our Congress has been very receptive to listening to the families and their plea for changes that would improve safety.
So do you have politicians of a particular stripe or a particular level that you would put the blame on?
No, I don't call this a blame game. Certainly not politicians. I mean, if you look at the United States Senate, for an example, on a bipartisan basis, so whether it's Senator Cruz or Senator Duckworth, Republican, Democrat, respectively, they've all been advocating for aviation safety. No, this is a at one level, you've got the politicians who I think are all for aviation safety and are listening to the families. At a different level, you've got the FAA, who, you know, they sometimes they seem to be tone deaf, but, you know, let's give them a chance here. Let them get to the bottom of this and see what the real cause is and what improvements can be made.
Robert, appreciate your time. Thank you. Aviation attorney Robert Clifford in Naples, Florida. Prime Minister Mark Carney is also reacting. He posted on social media saying, in part, the collision is deeply saddening, adding Canadian officials are working closely with their U.S. counterparts. He concludes by saying, my thoughts are with the victims, their families, and all those impacted. As we've been reporting, this Air Canada flight originated in Montreal. It's a regular route used by thousands of Canadians. Let's go there now. The CBC's Gloria Enriquez, who is at the Montreal Trudeau International Airport. So, Gloria, what are you hearing from the airline?
Andrew, Jazz Aviation operates as Air Canada Express, and in a statement earlier today, they said that this was a very sad day for the airline, adding that they're fully collaborating with authorities as they investigate what happened. Now, they also say that in the preliminary passenger list, there were 72 passengers and 4 crew members on board. However, they don't have any details about the extent of the injuries or any fatalities other than the 2 pilots who died. Now, they have established a phone line for those family and friends who are looking for information about passengers who were on that flight. That number is 1-800-961-7099. Now, we also heard from the union representing those 2 pilots who died in the crash, and they say that this was a profound tragedy and that these pilots have dedicated their entire lives to the safe transport of passengers. They have sent out a team down to LaGuardia in order to collaborate with the investigation. Now, here at the Montreal airport, we have been talking to passengers who are flying out to other destinations in the United States, and as they're hearing the more and more details about this tragedy, they say they are feeling sad about what happened and also a little nervous about flying under these circumstances.
I have to travel anyways because it's a conference that I need to attend, and I mean, it's a difficult situation out there, so I don't know. I just feel kind of anxious.
Air travel's never going away, which is really, you know, just a reality, so just trying to accept it and just hope and pray that everything goes swimmingly, I guess.
I'm sorry for what happened today. It's really, really sad. I feel safe that, I don't know, I think we have to. Otherwise, I'll just live in a constant state of fear.
Andrew, I want to draw your attention to the departures board right behind me. I don't know if you can see all those red lines together in the middle at the top. Well, those are all the flights that were scheduled to go towards LaGuardia Airport. However, those flights have now been canceled. And before I go, I want to share with you that we heard from Quebec's Premier, François Legault, on a tweet. He said that he learned about the news, that it was with dismay that he learned about it, and that his thoughts are with those affected by the tragedy. Back to you.
Gloria, thank you. The CBC's Gloria Enriquez at Montreal Trudeau Airport. AC 8646 was an Air Canada Express flight operated by Jazz Aviation. We're hearing more now from its parent company about the collision at LaGuardia. The CBC's Brett Ruskin is outside the Chorus Aviation headquarters in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, with more on that.
Behind me here is the headquarters for Chorus Aviation. It is the parent company of Jazz Aviation that was operating this flight. And earlier today, we saw a statement from Chorus Aviation, from its president and CEO, saying the entire Chorus family is mourning the loss of our Jazz colleagues. Chorus is standing firmly behind the Jazz team, ensuring they have every support necessary as they look after those affected by this tragedy. And we also heard from the Airline Pilots Association, representing the pilots killed in this incident, saying the loss of our two fellow crew members aboard Flight 8646 is a profound tragedy. These pilots dedicated their careers to the safe transport of passengers, and we are thinking of their families, loved ones, and colleagues at Jazz Aviation during this devastating time. We also heard from Jazz Aviation in a statement saying that they have been and they are continuing to work with the various agencies who are investigating this incident. Brett Ruskin, CBC News, Dartmouth, Nova Scotia.
The deadly collision at one of the busiest airports in the U.S. is heightening concerns over air safety in that country. There's a critical shortage of air traffic controllers, and the federal government shutdown last October has only made the problem worse. The CBC's Willie Lowry is in Washington looking into that part of the story and joins me live. So, Willie, just how bad is the problem when it comes to having enough air traffic controllers in the U.S.?
Well, Andrew, last fall's government shutdown really exposed a stress point in the transportation industry here in the U.S. The country is short more than 3,000 air traffic controllers, and it's struggled to hire and train new ones as many age out. Now, the staff shortages have been a long-time complaint among air traffic controllers. Earlier this morning, CBC spoke with Harvey Skolnick, a retired U.S. air traffic controller. Let's take a brief listen to some of what he had to say.
Staffing has always been a problem at facilities. They've always seemed to operate at the very minimal staffing amounts. It's always been difficult for controllers to get time off, to get shift changes, and that exists today. The FAA says they're going to hire 2,600 controllers this year. Of that 26, usually a third don't make it through the entire program.
And just last month, the U.S. Transportation Department Office of Inspector General opened a probe into what it calls the high failure rates among air traffic control trainees. Many of those who are on the job are working mandatory overtime and often 6 days a week. Because of the strains of the job, controllers can only work a maximum of 10 hours for a single shift and must have at least 10 hours off between shifts. Now that stretches to 12 hours off between shifts for stints starting at midnight.
And it's not as simple as hiring more people to cover the shortage, right? What's the process like for becoming an air traffic controller?
That's right, Andrew. It's long. The Federal Aviation Administration has quite onerous requirements. First-time applicants must be under 31 years of age. They have to pass a medical exam. They also have to pass the Air Traffic Skills Assessment, a computer-based test that examines essentially whether a candidate possesses the required critical knowledge, skills, abilities, and personal characteristics to be an air traffic controller. And all applicants are then required to go to training at the FAA's Academy in Oklahoma City. But then after that, they're required to do an additional 2 to 3 years of on-the-job training at airports. Now, according to the FAA, only 10% of applicants end up meeting all of the necessary requirements. And then there's a mandatory age of retirement, that's 56. Though because of the shortage, that number has been pushed, Andrew, in some cases to 61. As we've mentioned, the FAA has really been trying to boost the number of controllers, but it's a long, slow process.
Willie, thank you. The CBC's Willie Lowry live in Washington. And this is a live shot of the runway at LaGuardia Airport. A team from the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration is on its way to the site, following that Air Canada Express collision with an emergency vehicle. We will hear from our Transportation Minister within the hour. Stephen McKinnon will comment before question period. Much more ahead. You're looking live at LaGuardia Airport in New York. The airport remains shut down and a major investigation is underway. It was launched after 2 pilots were killed last night when an Air Canada Express regional jet collided with a firefighting vehicle on the runway shortly before midnight Eastern. Air Canada's CEO has just released a video statement. Let's listen to that. There's no sound. And we apologize. We have audio issues with this. Did I hear it? I think I'm starting to hear it. Can we go back to it? Yes, let's go back. Air Canada's CEO.
President and CEO of Air Canada. Today is a very somber day at Air Canada. I'm here to provide information on an accident that occurred involving an Air Canada Express aircraft. The aircraft was operated by Jazz Aviation LP, which operates flights on behalf of Air Canada. First, and most importantly, I want to express our deepest sorrow for everyone affected. Our efforts are focused on the needs of our passengers and crew members, along with their families and loved ones. We know this is a difficult day for everyone, including all of us at Air Canada. We know that there are many questions, but at this early stage, we do not have all the answers, as the circumstances are still being assessed. However, I do want to share the information I have at this time. The event happened at LaGuardia Airport after Air Canada flight AC-8646, operated by Jazz Aviation, a CRJ 900 aircraft traveling from Montreal to New York, had landed. Flight AC-8646 was carrying 72 passengers and 4 crew members, for a total of 76 people on board. We now know that the captain and the first officer were killed in this accident. We are deeply saddened by the loss of 2 Jazz employees, and our deepest condolences go out to the entire Jazz community and their families. We are working with the authorities to confirm the number of injuries and if there are any other fatalities. We are actively working with all relevant authorities on emergency response efforts. The Air Canada Special Assistance Team has been activated to assist our customers and their families. We're fully supporting the relevant investigative authorities in their investigation to learn everything we can about these events. While that work will take time, anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of those impacted by this incident, including their families. Members of our specialized team will be on their way to New York. We know that many people are concerned about the welfare of their loved ones, and we've set up a special helpline. Friends and family can call 1-800-961-7099. That's 1-800-961-7099. If you believe you've had friends or family on board Air Canada Flight 8646. We understand and appreciate that people are seeking information. Please know that we will provide information as it is verified and cleared by the authorities for release. All our official statements and updates will be posted to our website, aircanada.com, and to Air Canada's official social media channels. Our team of highly trained professionals will work around the clock to support our customers, their families, and our crew and their families in every way we can, and we'll update you regularly as soon as information becomes available. Thank you. Merci.
And that video message was just posted from Air Canada President and CEO Michael Rousseau. This is what he had to say. He recognized that there were 72 passengers, 4 crew on board, and that the captain and first officer were killed, and that he is deeply saddened by this loss, and that Air Canada is working with authorities to ascertain the number of injuries and if there are other fatalities. So we will continue to monitor that important angle of the story and bring you more as soon as we know it. Let's take you to LaGuardia Airport now and connect with Jared Hill of CBS News. Jared, you're there. Tell us what's the latest.
So, Andrew, as you can see, the plane is still on the tarmac at this moment after that deadly crash that happened late last night here in New York City. One of the things that we're learning is a bit more about the specifics around what happened there. We're learning now that the plane was going about 100 or so miles per hour as that crash happened, which is one of the reasons you see just the incredible amount of damage to the cockpit. As we have learned, the 2 people that were killed there were the 2 pilots in that plane. We're also learning that some of the other injuries largely composed of scrapes and bruises as well as some broken bones. One incredible story that we're hearing is that a flight attendant who was on the plane was strapped into her seat. She was found hanging out of the wreckage by the authorities that came to help with this. Still, though, so many questions regarding exactly what might have gone wrong in the communication process along the way.
And Jared, I want to play a bit of the edited audio from the air traffic control tower in the seconds before the collision. We'll hear the tower talking to the Air Canada flight, and then there's an exchange afterwards with another airline. Let's listen.
Truck 1 and company crossing for Delta.
Stop, truck 1, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop.
That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know, I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
And so, Jared, what at this point can we say that may reveal?
Well, one of the big questions, Andrew, is going to be how many people were working in the air traffic control tower at that time. Was it just this one person who was dealing with everything that was happening? Again, this was late at night, so this is typically a less busy time for the airports. But still, we do know that they were dealing with not only this situation, but that emergency vehicle, that fire truck, was going to help with an issue with a separate plane that was on the tarmac here in New York. And so there was a lot going on. One of the big questions, and something that one of your reporters was talking about earlier, is, again, whether the staffing was appropriate here. We do know that there have been ongoing staffing issues with air traffic controllers in the United States. Was that a factor in this? Again, we just don't know yet.
And what is the situation there at the airport right now?
Right, so the airport is still technically closed to flights, although that is expected to change within the next 30 or so minutes. I did a stroll through the airport a little bit ago, and there are people starting to come back in. We know earlier today that with all the flights canceled and the emergency situation happening here, anyone that did have a flight was rerouted to some of the other local airports. As the day gets started, as things start to open back up over the next couple of hours, we'll wait and see if there are any of these long lines that we have seen across airports in the United States. Because on top of this situation, there also is this partial government shutdown that's impacting the TSA, those security agents that work the gates here. That has been causing some headaches for travelers as well. That, on top of this, could potentially pose for a pretty rough day here at LaGuardia.
Jared, thank you. Jared Hill of CBS News reporting for us from LaGuardia Airport in New York. Now, the investigation will hopefully answer how or why that communication broke down in the moments leading up to the crash and what it could mean for safety at one of the busiest airports in the United States. And the CBC's Hillary Johnstone joins me now with more on that. We're starting to get a better sense of where the plane and the fire truck were when the crash, the collision happened. Walk us through what we know so far.
That's right. We're starting to understand sort of their positioning a little bit better and also their timing a little bit better as well. So if we go through some of those details, of course, we do know that at the time that this happened, it's believed that that plane was traveling about 170 kilometers per hour, 100 miles per hour, as we were just hearing there from the CBS News correspondent. And that fire truck was going about 40 kilometers per hour when the two of them collided. Of course, there are going to be a lot of questions at this point about what happened, what went wrong. Did something go wrong with the communications as well? So if we take a look at a graphic here, LaGuardia has two runways. There is runway 4 that you are going to see here that we are very focused on. That is the runway where all of this happened. And as we play this graphic, you can see that red line there. That is showing sort of the flight path and then also that impact site where the plane and that fire truck came into contact. Two runways, like I'm saying, there are also two air traffic control towers, and LaGuardia is known as being one of the most complex for air traffic controllers in the country. It is ranked by the FAA as being an 11 out of 12 in terms of level of difficulty and just how complex it is. So a lot there for them to be looking at as well. We also know that LaGuardia is one of 35 major airports across the United States that's equipped with what's known as this advanced surface surveillance system. It uses radar and data from locator systems to try to alert air traffic controllers and ground controllers to any possible conflicts that might be coming up. That will also be something that will be looked at. Now, in terms of who had the priority here, everything that we are being told by the experts is that as soon as a plane is cleared to land, that runway becomes the airplane's. It's theirs to sort of take control of until they have landed safely. Here's a little bit more of what we heard from a former Inspector General from the U.S. Department of Transportation.
That aircraft who's given clearance and is coming into land on its final approach owns that runway. So that's the second part of it. But what we don't hear is were the ground controllers coordinating with the tower? And of course, there was no way, apparently, that the aircraft would have heard that they just cleared a fire truck across the runway they're coming in to land on. So there are three people communicating, but not with each other.
Just finally here, those fire trucks as well that you can see, and we have some really incredible images here showing the aftermath of all of that. These vehicles are huge and they're heavy. There are 3 different models that the airport operates. Some of them have as much as 11,000 liters of water and fuel retardant on board at any particular time. They're operated by the Port Authority Police Department, and their officers are certified by the FAA. So also a very important role here, and what role did any of those people will be something that investigators are looking into.
And the fact that this plane didn't catch on fire is something that
right.
has really been noticed. Zooming out, tell us about other collisions that have happened at LaGuardia.
If you can believe it, last night was the 32nd anniversary of another fatal crash at LaGuardia. This was a U.S. air flight. This happened, like I say, 32 years ago. As of last night, it crashed on takeoff at LaGuardia, crashed near Flushing Bay. 27 people on board died. LaGuardia, of course, also comes to mind, I'm sure, for some people when you think about that 2009 Miracle on the Hudson as well. No one died, but there were passengers who were injured after that, after a bird strike forced forced that plane to make this landing on the Hudson River. And just finally here, Andrew, it has never happened in Jazz Aviation's history, which is sort of the owner of this regional airline. They have never lost passengers or crew. Air Canada, for its part, you have to go back to 1970, the last time an Air Canada crew member died as part of a flight. 1983 was the last time that a passenger died on an Air Canada aircraft as well. So you can also just imagine what a big deal this is for Canada's aviation community.
Yeah, it's fortunately very rare, but unfortunately it has happened to two Canadian pilots. Hillary, thank you.
Thank you.
CBC's Hillary Johnstone. The runway crash at LaGuardia Airport is having repercussions on this side of the border as well. We'll take you to Canada's busiest airport, Toronto Pearson. For more on that, you're watching CBC News Network. Stay with us. We continue to follow breaking news out of New York. An investigation is underway into a fatal collision between an Air Canada jet and a fire truck on a runway at LaGuardia Airport last night. The pilot and co-pilot on the flight from Montreal were killed. A total of 76 passengers and crew were on board the plane. 41 were taken to hospital. Most were released this morning, but several are still being treated for serious injuries. Steve McKinnon is Canada's Transport Minister. We're expecting he will speak shortly. He will speak with reporters shortly ahead of question period in the House of Commons. He posted earlier today on social media. I am deeply saddened by the tragic incident at LaGuardia Airport. He continues, my thoughts are with the families, loved ones, and colleagues of those who lost their lives, as well as all those who were injured. McKinnon adds Canada is working closely with U.S. authorities and following developments closely, and he concludes aviation safety remains our highest priority. The closure of LaGuardia Airport is having a knock-on effect for air travel across North America, including here in Canada. The CBC's Mercedes Gaztambide is at Toronto Pearson International Airport, the largest in the country. She joins us now. So Mercedes, what's happening there?
Well, Andrew, of course, it's a devastating situation out of LaGuardia from that Air Canada flight. Of course, we know now that when the plane landed, it collided with a fire truck on the runway, killing both the pilot and co-pilot. Out of 72 passengers on board, 9 are still in hospital. We have an audio clip from the air traffic controller talking to the fire truck moving across the runway, trying to tell them to stop, but not able to get through. Now, this clip has been edited for clarity. Have a listen.
Truck 1 and Company, cross for Delta.
Truck 1 and Company crossing for Delta.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000. Jazz 646. Jazz 646, I see you collide with the vehicle here, just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicle's there responding to you now.
Is the runway closed?
Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000.
Heading 2000, go around, Delta 2603.
LaGuardia Tower.
Truck through 2, runway 4 is closed, correct?
Yep, go on to runway 4 now. Proceed on runway 4, you have access. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want to prepare to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in process for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my staff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
And Mercedes, we know flights at LaGuardia were grounded. What is the situation at Pearson Airport right now?
Yeah, so here at Pearson on the flight board, we can see flights to LaGuardia canceled as late as 4 p.m. We do have an update that LaGuardia should be reopening now at 2 p.m. So far, at least 29 flights have been canceled between the two airports. And as you can see, it's a pretty quiet day here. Most of the people who had flights this evening have already been informed about their flight cancellations. But we did speak with a passenger whose flight was canceled to LaGuardia this morning.
Hearts go out to all the people that were affected and obviously the pilots. And we were coming back from an event and we had friends on the plane, and thankfully they were not terribly harmed, but yeah, it's just tragic. Right now I'm still scheduled to go to LaGuardia, but later this evening, and I'm not sure when the airport will open up. I'm just going to go in and hang out.
Hope for the best.
I have to work, so I might as well go work somewhere.
It's not clear how many flights will remain to be canceled from Toronto to LaGuardia now that that runway has reopened. But the message here from the airport is for passengers to just keep on checking their phones for updates, texts, emails regarding further flight cancellations. Andrew.
Mercedes, thank you. That was the CBC's Mercedes Gaztambide for us at Pearson International Airport in Mississauga, Ontario. We continue to follow breaking news out of New York. 2 pilots were killed last night after an Air Canada jet and fire truck collided at LaGuardia Airport. 41 passengers and crew were taken to hospital, and all planes at the airport remain grounded. There are still many unanswered questions about what led to this collision. Earlier, we spoke with former air traffic controller Todd Erie in Baltimore, and we asked him to describe what air traffic controller is looking at when making the decision to allow an emergency vehicle to move on a runway.
Well, air traffic control actually gives the clearance for the emergency vehicle to cross the runway. Air traffic control, for the most part, is largely responsible for all of the movement on the airport surface, unless there is some sort of agreement that allows for informal communication to take place. And so in order to cross an active runway, you actually have to be in communication with air traffic control to even move on the taxiway. And so the question becomes, are we talking to one controller on a consolidated position, or are we talking to a ground controller who's not able to communicate with the local controller, the one who says cleared for takeoff, cleared to land? And so there are a lot of questions that actually are presented at the beginning. Very few answers. What we do know is we know the aircraft type, we know the emergency vehicle, we know how many persons were affected. We also know there was another emergency going on at the same time. All of that changes the dynamic reality of the complexity of moving around airports in America.
That was former air traffic controller Todd Erie speaking from Baltimore. Stay with us. We're back in a moment here on CBC News Network. This is another look at the Air Canada passenger jet on the tarmac at LaGuardia Airport in New York. A quick recap of what we know so far. The aircraft collided with a fire truck on runway 4. The pilot and co-pilot were killed. 41 people were hurt, some with serious injuries. Officials from the U.S. National Transportation Board are on scene and have launched an investigation. Canadian crash investigators will also be involved. Anita Anand is Canada's Minister of Foreign Affairs. She's among those reacting to the crash on social media. She calls the deaths of the two pilots a tragic accident. Anand says she's thinking of their families and friends and the passengers on board, including those who were injured. She also mentions the broader aviation community. Anand says Canada's consular officials are providing assistance to passengers. She adds an additional consular team is en route to New York. Other politicians across this country are also responding to the crash. Here's what Ontario Premier Doug Ford had to say at an event earlier today in Toronto.
I want to acknowledge the devastating collision that took place at LaGuardia Airport late Sunday evening. My thoughts are with the families of the loved ones of the two pilots who were killed, and I'm hoping for a full recovery for all those who were injured.
Ford made those remarks about the crash at an event where he announced the province will be taking ownership of the Billy Bishop Airport, which is currently owned by the city. He says that under a modernization plan, its runway will be expanded to allow for jets. You're looking at live pictures of the runway at LaGuardia Airport in New York. The airport is expected to reopen within minutes after that collision between an Air Canada Express plane and an emergency vehicle. Canada's Transport Minister is expected to speak on this any moment now. We will continue to follow this story. We will bring you his remarks live as soon as they happen. You are watching extensive coverage of this fatal collision involving an Air Canada plane at LaGuardia Airport in New York. We are bringing you in-depth breaking news today. The latest on a deadly collision at LaGuardia Airport in New York. 2 Air Canada Express pilots were killed late last night when their jet collided with an airport fire truck. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. You're watching extended live coverage on CBC News Network. U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is scheduled to hold an update at LaGuardia Airport next hour. We will carry that for you live on CBC News Network. In the meantime, the airport is on track to reopen this hour after all flights were grounded because of last night's crash. Dozens of passengers were taken to hospital. Local news cameras spoke to a woman whose daughter was on the plane. She drove to New York from her home in Connecticut when she learned of the crash.
She just said, Mom, there was a plane crash. And we're all okay, but there was a plane crash. Please come. And that was basically it. Now she's in Elmhurst Hospital right now, just getting her stomach checked. But it's crazy, like, and I still can't even fathom, like, plane, like, what? She just went for the weekend just to go see Canada for the weekend for friends.
There were 72 passengers and 4 crew members aboard that flight from Montreal. Our last update came hours ago from the Port Authority in New York, which operates the airport. At that time, an official said 41 passengers and crew had been taken to hospital. Air Canada's president and CEO released a video statement a short time ago. We're actually taking you now to Ottawa, where Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet is speaking.
Rappelons-nous, 1982, Pierre Elliott Trudeau met dans la Constitution canadienne d'abord une charte des droits qui, en regard de l'histoire, apparaît conçue dans le but express d'affaiblir l'expression d'une nation québécoise différente.
There to suppress the national identity of Quebec in a derogatory clause, which today is subject to an approach that aims to mask the real intention of the adversaries of Bill 21, which is to compromise the Quebec value of separation between church and state.
This is what Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet is speaking about live right now. But what we wanted to show you was his reaction to this Air Canada collision that killed 2 pilots from just moments ago. We can play that for you now.
Parlant d'avions qui s'écrasent, d'abord mes condoléances.
Speaking of planes crashing, my condolences to the families of the pilots. It's a terrible tragedy. It's not as if we were short of dramatic situations these days, so our thoughts are with them. I want to speak quickly. Well, it's finally started.
That is again the Bloc Québécois leader expressing his condolences to the loss of those 2 pilots. As you have been hearing, this was a flight that originated in Montreal. The 2 pilots are Canadian. The pilots of the Air Canada plane were landing on runway 4 at LaGuardia Airport moments before the crash. An air traffic controller cleared the fire truck to cross the runway. The truck was responding to another plane on the other side of the airport that reported a smell inside its cabin. In an audio recording, we can hear the air traffic controller trying to stop the truck. He repeatedly says, "Stop, stop, stop," but there's no response from the truck. Later, during a conversation with another pilot, the controller says 3 words, quote, "I messed up." We're going to play that exchange for you now, and we should tell you the clip is not in real time. We've edited it for clarity.
Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 at Delta.
Truck 1 and Company crossing 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195, just stop there, please. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000. Jazz 646. Jazz 646, I see you collide with a vehicle here, just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicles are responding to you now.
Is the runway closed?
Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000.
Heading 2000, go around, Delta 2603.
Tower.
Truck 32, runway 4 is closed, correct?
Yes, go on to runway 4 now. Proceed on runway 4, you have access. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want to prepare to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in progress for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
Journalist Mitch McCann is at LaGuardia Airport and joins us live. Mitch, officials there announced a short time ago the airport is on track to reopen this hour. What are you seeing there right now?
Yeah, good afternoon from LaGuardia Airport, Andrew. What we've seen in the last couple of hours is more people arriving here at the airport, hoping that they're going to be able to get on their flights this afternoon. And according to LaGuardia Airport, in the last few moments, I received a message from them saying they are expecting that planes will start taking off around now. So there were 8 planes that are scheduled to take off at 2 o'clock local time. So a resumption of operations here at the airport at the moment. But they have said that people should expect more delays and more cancellations in the coming hours. In fact, I've been speaking to a number of people who were trying to get on a flight to Detroit, Michigan in the last couple of hours. And they've been waiting all morning into the afternoon only for that flight to be cancelled in the last short while. I think there's also this feeling of confusion from some and frustration from others. I spoke to one family who were going to Houston, Texas. They can't get on a flight now till Wednesday. Another woman told me she's just been getting automated voice messages when she calls her airline. And I even spoke to a group of Chinese exchange students who are headed to Orlando, Florida to go to Disneyland. They're not going to be compensated by their airline, and they have to pay for $300 for another night at a hotel here in New York. But I think most people understand why this has had to happen in terms of the delays and cancellations. But the good news for now is that these flights are resuming.
And Mitch, I just want to let our viewers know, and you know, that we are looking at some live images of that Air Canada plane, and we are looking at a number of investigators who are on the scene right now. You can see these are, again, live images of this Air Canada Express plane right now at 2:08 p.m. Eastern, with a number of people around that wreckage. It really does give you a chilling view of just how bad this collision was, this fatal collision, taking the lives of both the pilot and the first officer, a number of people. We know that National Transportation Safety Board investigators are leading this investigation, but we also know that Canada's Transportation Safety Board is also sending an investigation team there. We don't know whether or not they've arrived yet, but these are the images that are taking place now and you can see on that runway 4 where this terrible collision took place just before midnight last night. So, Mitch, what is the latest on the investigation? What do we know about what happened, and what information are we still waiting for?
Yeah, look, Andrew, I think there's still a number of unanswered questions here, but I think you talked about some of the key points there. The National Transportation Safety Board launched an immediate investigation into this collision right when it happened last night. And as you say, investigators from Canada are also going to be joining that. And I think what's central to this investigation is what you mentioned earlier, that air traffic control audio that's now being widely reported, where that fire engine responding to an emergency is allowed or is given permission to cross the runway, only to be told stop, 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 stop. And I think we can ascertain by the time that they were told to stop, it was obviously too late, and the worst possible situation unfolded from there. Now, we've heard from a number of people that were on board that flight, what that terrifying experience was like. Take a listen to what they had to say a little earlier.
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos from there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop, but in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming.
One of our friends was several rows back from us, and we walked past him on the way out because he was trying to find his glasses, and his nose was totally broken, bleeding on his face. A lot of people smacked their head against the seat in front of them.
Fear. I mean, it was pretty shocking. I didn't know what to expect. We were honestly sleeping and then landing, and then all of a sudden, boom, woke up in shock, just didn't know what to do.
Now, Andrew, I think in the next hour or so, when Sean Duffy speaks to reporters at LaGuardia Airport, I think one of the questions many people are going to be having is what are we going to do, or what are you going to do about the number of near misses or near collisions that we've been seeing in airports around New York specifically over the last couple of years. In 2023, it's been reported that the FAA gave out $200 million to various airports to try and improve safety. Now we've seen this tragic incident here at LaGuardia Airport, and I think passengers I've been speaking to today are wanting to know why these collisions or near collisions continue to happen. And I think that's one of the questions that need to be answered soon.
Yeah, Mitch, because, and I may have to cut you off because we're about to hear from the transportation minister here in Canada any moment now. But while we wait for that to happen, it doesn't look that busy there right now. Is it expected to kind of ramp up with time?
I think that is the case, but the airport has told people, passengers arriving here, that although we are expecting flights to resume around 2 o'clock local time, so now or in the last 10 minutes, they do expect delays and cancellations later on this evening on some flights as they try and make up time. So while people may have waited all day to come to the airport and finally get on that flight to wherever they're going around the country or to Canada, there's still the very much possibility that their flight could then be cancelled by the time they get here. So I think people are doing their best to sort of understand what's going on, but I think it is frustrating for a lot of people that they aren't able to get out and about, get out of New York to where they need to go. So I spoke to another couple actually, they were heading to Orlando as well. They said they were able to fly tomorrow, but they had to go from a different airport. So people having to make all sorts of different plans, and that includes finding more accommodation in New York City. It's not a cheap city to book a hotel, as you may know, Andrew. So a lot of people coming up with contingency plans. So a lot of frustration, but as I say, I think it's important to point out that most people understand why they're having to make these decisions, and things are going to be slow for a number of hours.
Mitch, thank you. That is Mitch McCann live at LaGuardia Airport in New York City. I want to show you the scene live now in Ottawa. That is where MPs are stopping to speak about the deadly collision involving an Air Canada flight. We are expecting any moment now that the Transport Minister, Stephen McKinnon, is going to approach that microphone and... Oh, all right. We're not exactly sure whether he's spoken or maybe he spoke briefly. We'll get the clip for you, and we'll tell you more about what he said, if in fact he did. Prime Minister Mark Carney is reacting to the crash. He posted on social media saying, in part, the collision is deeply saddening, adding Canadian officials are working closely with their U.S. counterparts. He concludes by saying, my thoughts are with the victims, their families, and all those impacted. So what exactly will investigators be looking into as they try to piece together what happened? For more on that, let's bring in J.F. Joseph. He's a retired pilot with the U.S. Marine Corps and also an aviation consultant with more than 40 years of experience with accident investigation and construction. And J.F., appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
You flew out of LaGuardia for decades during your career. I mean, first of all, just as a pilot, this just must be really tough. These images must be really tough for you to see.
Well, it's tragic, and clearly this will be a human factors investigation. High tempo operations and a lot of moving parts to this, and it's tragic. But again, high tempo operations in a small geographical footprint, such as LaGuardia is situated. Timing is everything, and the expectation of policy and procedures being executed flawlessly is what makes a system work and work safely.
Help us understand the process a little bit more here. So the plane would have had permission from the tower to land on that runway. How could a fire truck also have permission to be on the same runway at the same time? Because once you've been given clearance to land, that runway, from my understanding, it's yours, right? It is that pilot's runway.
Well, that's the assumption, certainly from a pilot perspective, that once you've been cleared to land, that you do own that concrete. The conflict here is, however, emergency operations were being conducted simultaneously, and the way that LaGuardia Airport is situated has intersecting runways, such that you can have aircraft, going 90 degrees to each other at any point in time. But air traffic control ultimately is responsible either from the tower side, controlling aircraft in flight, preparing for takeoff, and then the ground controllers controlling ground movement with vehicles as well as aircraft. So that concert of putting the operations in parallel with each other and in sync with each other is critical. The other aspect of this would be that they were probably operating, certainly were operating on different frequencies, such that the pilots did not hear what the ground activities were. So there's a lot, as I said earlier, there's a lot of moving parts to this, and the complexities and frailties of the system just bore out in this specific instance.
When you listen to the ground control audio, where we can clearly hear, the ground controller basically saying to the truck, stop, stop, stop. I think he said it 10 times. And either it was too late or that demand wasn't heeded for whatever reason. And what do you think happened?
Well, communication issues for one thing, and certainly the ground controllers, from his perspective, at some point in time, felt that there was adequate separation such that he could get the crash fire rescue vehicle across the runway. Many things come into the calculus whether or not that could happen. The expectation is perhaps that the fire truck is going to move immediately and begin his movement across the runway such that he'd be clear before the aircraft that was landing would be in conflict. If there was any delay at all with that movement, or any number of things could have taken place such that that time sequence, that element that the controller was expecting did not occur, then there was a change in plan, and that sounds as though that may have been the case here. Will the FAA, the NTSB, certainly the TSB will do in-depth study with regard second-by-second activities and choreograph that with the voice transcripts, and we'll be able to find out precisely what happened, where the delays were, and where the confusion may have lied.
Do we know anything about the speed that this aircraft was landing at, and does that provide any kind of useful information?
Well, it does, and the aircraft is obviously at a very high rate of speed. The flight crew were conducting what appears to be a nominal approach to runway 4. As we call across the fence, they were probably in the neighborhood of 120 knots, say 130, 35 miles an hour, and touching down. The deceleration rate at the point where it appears that the impact was with the crash fire rescue vehicle, they were probably still in excess of 100 knots, say 110, 115 miles an hour. So there's very little margin for error, and certainly the flight crew, once they touched down the runway, not expecting to see a fire truck, on the runway, that was would have given them little time, if any, opportunity to execute a go-around. And the other aspect of this is landing at airports like LaGuardia, particularly if it's rain-soaked. It's just a sea of lights and reflections where you see blue lights, white lights, green lights, and even flashing lights from ground vehicles and rotating beacons on aircraft. So it's very difficult to, when you're landing the airplane, to be able to break out a specific light, a specific vehicle on a dark runway when you're looking through that sea of lights, as it were, on the approach to the runway.
I mean, JF, you help me here, but I mean, a plane that is landing on what is, from my understanding, a fairly short runway at LaGuardia. It can be landing at high speeds or lower speeds, depending on conditions, for whatever reason, for many different reasons. There can't be another vehicle on that runway.
Well, that's absolutely fundamentally correct, and it was certainly, I think we'll find out, and certainly not the intent of the controller. And I'm sure his expectation when he cleared the vehicle to cross was that there would be sufficient margins that there would not be a conflict with the crash fire rescue vehicle and the aircraft cleared to land on that particular runway.
We've heard talk about some overworked, understaffed air traffic controllers. I don't know whether that's the same case for the ground controllers. What do you know anything about? Are there people that are overworked? Are there people that are doing extra work? Is air traffic and ground control sometimes, do we have any sense of actually what's going on, what may have gone on last night, or what's going on more generally in that regard?
Well, the air traffic control staffing issue, not just here in the United States but worldwide, has been an issue for a number of years, and it has candidly been kicked down the road for a number of years without anybody really paying the due diligence to it and trying to afford some remedy to the problem. This specific mishap will ultimately be a human factors investigation, and they'll look at the fatigue issues, the staffing issues, certainly the backside of the clock operations, if you will. It was 11:30, almost 12 o'clock at night for the controllers. How long had that controller been on duty? Were they doing additional duties in concert with their regularly scheduled duties? But all that will come into play, and it is an issue. It certainly is an issue with regard to staffing, and it's been an issue for a long time.
Why is that, JF? Why is that it's been such an issue for such a long time that it just people can't seem to get it right? I mean, it seems as though there's a problem with either not having enough trained air traffic controllers, overworking them, the understaffing. Like, what is going on?
Well, I will say this: aviation safety is expensive. It becomes even more expensive when you lose lives. We have a saying in the business: anytime you make a decision based on saving time, money, or out of convenience, you've probably made the wrong choice. And inevitably, when we do the autopsy on a mishap, we'll look back and say what decisions were made, why were they made, and why were these policies carried out given a set of known constraints. It's nothing new. The fatigue issues for the controllers has been at the forefront for a number of years. I think we finally have an administration in this country now that is taking seriously to find a remedy to the controller shortage, the work tempo operations, and certainly fundamental to the training of our controllers. So we have exceptional controllers in this country, and certainly around the world, and Canada is no different. But they can be put into a position that they're simply overtaxed, given the scenario, a situation, and then throw on top of that fatigue. It's untenable, and it has to be addressed. And I think we're at the point now, unfortunately, as a result of recent high visibility mishaps, that something's going to get done with this. But as I said, this has been in the works for a number of years, and this is not a surprise to anybody that's operated in the industry. I certainly, in the last 50 years, have watched it, and you watch the volume of traffic as it's increased at all these different airports. It's a money-making business, make no mistake about it, and it can be done and done safely, but you have to staff the problem correctly, and that appears to be, in recent events, the crux of the problems that we've encountered.
JF, thank you very much. Aviation consultant JF Joseph. Question period has just begun. The Transport Minister has made comments about last night's collision at LaGuardia. Let's listen.
Questions, but first of all, we want to express our profound sadness and that of the entire House of Commons following the incident that took place earlier today at LaGuardia Airport in New York involving an Air Canada Express aircraft. On behalf of the Government of Canada, we express our sincere condolences to the families and friends of the victims, those who died, and everyone who is concerned about those who were injured. As Minister of Transport, I know that it's important that every person working in transport come home at the end of every day. That's what we want, and so in the face of this tragedy, we are searching for answers. Canada is searching for answers. I've spoken with my American counterpart, and Canadians are in LaGuardia today to get to the bottom of this accident.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Conservatives share our condolences as well.
Now, on the issue of jobs, 108,000 full-time jobs and almost 50,000 youth jobs lost in 1 month alone. This Liberal Prime Minister is responsible for generational deficits and generational job losses. Development blocked, not a single major project approved. Now, this fall, I announced the Conservative Jobs Plan, unleashing the economy, fixing immigration, fixing training, building homes where the jobs are. After a year of failure, why won't they simply adopt the plan that we've already put forward?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, of course, we will be answering all the questions from the opposition today, but I first want to express the sincere condolences and shock, frankly, of myself and I know all members of this House after the incident that occurred earlier today or late last evening at LaGuardia Airport involving an Air Canada Express aircraft. On behalf of the Government of Canada, I offer my sincere condolences to the families of the victims and obviously all of those many people who will have been shaken and affected by this incident. I have spoken with Secretary Duffy, my American counterpart. We will be continuing to work together to get to the bottom, to find the answers that Canadians are going to be looking for, Mr. Speaker, and we will get those answers for them.
And you've been listening to Stephen McKinnon, the Transportation Minister, speaking about the loss of 2 Canadian pilots on an Air Canada Express plane last night at LaGuardia Airport following a deadly collision that you saw, the plane landing and hitting an airport fire truck there, saying that he is speaking with his the U.S. Secretary of Transportation. We're also expecting to hear from him today. We will bring that to you. In the meantime, the CBC's Olivia Stefanovic has been listening. She joins us from Ottawa. And Olivia, we also know, in addition to what we're hearing from the Canadian government, from the minister there, that Canadian National Transport Safety investigators, Transportation Safety Board investigators, are going down to LaGuardia to be part of this investigation.
That's right, Andrew, because this is not just an investigation that the Americans are doing. The Canadians will also be a part of this, since this was an Air Canada Jazz plane, and 2 pilots, of course, are now deceased. We heard from the Transport Minister there offering his condolences on behalf of the House of Commons, saying politicians are shocked and saddened in Canada, and he received a standing ovation for that. We also heard from the Conservatives afterwards expressing their condolences as well to the families. What we also heard from the Transport Minister, and we'll hear more from him after question period when he speaks to reporters, is about what these investigators will be doing, the Canadian ones who are going to New York to be part of this investigation, Andrew, as well as the consular services that they are providing to the passengers who were on board that plane. The Foreign Affairs Minister put out a release earlier in the day saying an additional consular team is on the way to New York State to assist and help passengers out with any services they may need. And she also noted that local authorities, Americans, are helping these passengers as well. The Prime Minister, he is not in the House of Commons today, Andrew, but we did see a post from him earlier on social media calling the collision here deeply saddening. And we expect to hear more, of course, from Canadian officials a little later on today.
Olivia, thank you. The CBC's Olivia Stefanovic live in Ottawa. And let's take you back to the scene right now on the runway at LaGuardia Airport. A team from the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration is on its way to the site following that Air Canada Express collision with an emergency vehicle. Stay with us as we continue to follow developments on the story. This is CBC News Network. You're looking live at LaGuardia Airport in New York. The airport we think is open, but this area of the airport is not. A major investigation is underway. That is the Air Canada plane, the Air Canada Express plane. As you can see here, 2 pilots were killed last night when an Air Canada Express regional jet collided with a firefighting vehicle on the runway shortly before midnight Eastern Time. AC 8646 was an Air Canada Express flight operated by Jazz Aviation. We're hearing more now from its parent company about the collision at LaGuardia. The CBC's Brett Ruskin is in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, with more on that.
Behind me here is the headquarters for Chorus Aviation. It is the parent company of Jazz Aviation that was operating this flight. And earlier today, we saw a statement from Chorus Aviation, from its president and CEO, saying the entire Chorus family is mourning the loss of our Jazz colleagues. Chorus is standing firmly behind the Jazz team, ensuring they have every support necessary as they look after those affected by this tragedy. And we also heard from the Airline Pilots Association, representing the pilots killed in this incident, saying the loss of our 2 fellow crew members aboard Flight 8646 is a profound tragedy. These pilots dedicated their careers to the safe transport of passengers, and we are thinking of their families, loved ones, and colleagues at Jazz Aviation during this devastating time. We also heard from Jazz Aviation in a statement saying that they have been and they are continuing to work with the various agencies who are investigating this incident. Brett Ruskin, CBC News, Dartmouth, Nova Scotia.
We continue to follow breaking news out of New York. An investigation is underway into a fatal collision between an Air Canada jet and a fire truck on a runway at LaGuardia Airport last night. The pilot and co-pilot on the flight from Montreal were killed. A total of 76 passengers and crew were on board the plane. 41 were taken to hospital. Several are still being treated for serious injuries. Air Canada's president and CEO, Michael Russo, has released a video statement on the collision at LaGuardia, calling it a difficult day for everyone at the company. Here's part of that statement.
Today is a very somber day at Air Canada. I'm here to provide information on an accident that occurred involving an Air Canada Express aircraft. The aircraft was operated by Jazz Aviation LP, which operates flights on behalf of Air Canada. First, and most importantly, I want to express our deepest sorrow for everyone affected. Our efforts are focused on the needs of our passengers and crew members, along with their families and loved ones. We know this is a difficult day for everyone, including all of us at Air Canada. We know that there are many questions, but at this early stage, we do not have all the answers, as the circumstances are still being assessed. However, I do want to share the information I have at this time. The event happened at LaGuardia Airport after Air Canada flight AC-8646, operated by Jazz Aviation, a CRJ 900 aircraft traveling from Montreal to New York, had landed. Flight AC-8646 was carrying 72 passengers and 4 crew members, for a total of 76 people on board. We now know that the captain and the first officer were killed in this accident. We are deeply saddened by the loss of 2 Jazz employees, and our deepest condolences go out to the entire Jazz community and their families. We are working with the authorities to confirm the number of injuries and if there are any other fatalities. We are actively working with all relevant authorities on emergency response efforts. The Air Canada Special Assistance Team has been activated to assist our customers and their families. We're fully supporting the relevant investigative authorities in their investigation to learn everything we can about these events. While that work will take time, anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of those impacted by this incident, including their families. Members of our specialized team will be on their way to New York. We know that many people are concerned about the welfare of their loved ones, and we've set up a special helpline. Friends and family can call 1-800-961-7099. That's 1-800-961-7099. If you believe you've had friends or family on board Air Canada Flight 8646. We understand and appreciate that people are seeking information. Please know that we will provide information as it is verified and cleared by the authorities for release.
That was Air Canada's president and CEO, Michael Russo. He also says the airline will be posting updates on their website at aircanada.com. Here's another live look at LaGuardia Airport in New York. It has reopened after that deadly runway crash involving an Air Canada plane and a fire truck late last night. A major investigation is underway involving investigators from Canada's Transportation Safety Board. We'll keep bringing you the latest on the story as it develops. You're watching CBC News Network. We continue to follow breaking news out of New York. Officials at LaGuardia Airport say it is now open again after a closure of more than 14 hours resulting from that deadly runway crash involving an Air Canada plane and a fire truck late last night. The airport warns travelers to expect delays or cancellations. A major investigation is underway. Meanwhile, investigators from Canada's Transportation Safety Board are also joining U.S. National Transportation Safety Board investigators. The crash claimed the lives of the two pilots. 41 passengers and crew were injured. And the investigation will hopefully answer how or why that communication broke down in the moments leading up to the crash, and what it could mean for safety at one of the busiest airports in the United States. The CBC's Hilary Johnstone joins me now. And Hilary, we were starting to get a better sense of where the plane and the fire truck were when that crash happened. And we have some new video showing the moment of impact. This is going to be some tough video. Walk us through it.
That's right. Some tough video to watch. So we do want to have a warning now for our viewers that we are going to be sharing this new video. We're going to play it in just a moment here. Would like to remind everyone, of course, that it does show the moment of two people's deaths. Of course, we now know that the pilot and the co-pilot of that Air Canada Jazz, that regional flight, that they both died. Many other people have been injured. So keeping that in mind, but also want to be able to show our viewers what it is that happened on that runway, on runway 4 of LaGuardia yesterday. Here is that video. So you can imagine that video like that, Andrew, of course, will become very important to investigators as they try to piece together what it was that happened. As we were talking earlier, what was the sort of the chain of information and communication that was going on between air traffic control and ground control, the pilot, and then those firefighters as well who were inside that firefighting vehicle. Throughout the day, we've been speaking with experts here on CBC News Network who have all said that as soon as a plane is given clearance to land, that runway becomes the planes, that they are the ones that have the responsibility to get that plane onto the ground safely. Earlier, we spoke with the former Inspector General of the U.S. Department of Transportation, and she spoke a little bit about that.
That aircraft who's given clearance and is coming into land on its final approach owns that runway. So that's the second part of it. But what we don't hear is, were the ground controllers coordinating with the tower? And of course, there was no way, apparently, that the aircraft would have heard that they just cleared a fire truck across the runway they're coming in to land on. So there are three people communicating, but not with each other.
So all of that, of course, is going to become very, very important, along with that video showing the moment of impact. Of course, that we know that dozens of people were injured. A few of them have now been released, but we are still waiting for more details on those passengers who were still in hospital after all of this. And once again, that is that moment of impact, once again, just for our viewers, showing when that firefighting vehicle, which was under the Port Authority, it's the Port Authority Police Department that operates those vehicles. They are credited by the FAA as well, the operators of those vehicles. So they play a very important role in airports, on the runway. They also needed to be given clearance. Of course, we've been listening to that audio throughout the day as well. When you do hear that they ask for that clearance to then go and proceed across that runway. And of course, we now know the devastating consequences of that moment of impact that we just saw play out.
Yeah, it sure is tough to watch. And as we know, the two pilots are dead as a result of that collision. One of the stories, an incredible story that has come out, is that a daughter of one of the flight attendants is speaking. What do we know?
That's right. She has been speaking with media in Quebec about her mother and what her mother went through. And when some of these reports first started to emerge of a flight attendant who had been ejected out of that aircraft, it seemed almost unbelievable. But the daughter of that flight attendant has now been speaking with media in Quebec, who says that, yes, this happened, that it's a miracle, and that her mother was ejected more than 100 meters out of that plane and survived. I'm going to play you just a little bit now of the daughter's interview. This is in French. We will just listen to a few seconds of it, and then we'll come out and I'll translate for you.
tout qu'un miracle, est expulsée à plus d'une centaine de mètres de l'avion. Ils l'ont retrouvée, elle était encore attachée dans son banc. Elle était transportée à l'hôpital.
So that interview in French that the daughter of that flight attendant gave to TVA, I'll just talk to you a little bit more briefly here about other things that she says as part of this interview. So she speaks about the fact that this is a miracle, that her mother was ejected more than 100 meters from the plane, that when she was found, she was still in her jump seat, so still attached to her seat. She was taken to hospital. She had x-rays done. One of her legs is broken in multiple places. This will require surgery, but she does seem to be okay. And her daughter says that she is still trying to understand, the daughter that being, how it is that this happened. She makes the comment at the end that her mother must have a guardian angel looking over her.
That is an unbelievable story, certainly a good story on what has been a very sad day for at least two of the crew on that flight, but
And
Hillary
their families.
and their families. Yeah. Hillary, thank you. CBC's Hillary Johnstone.
With less local news, noise, rumors, and misinformation fill the void. That's why CBC News is putting more journalists in more places across Canada, reporting on the ground from where you live. Because local news is big news. Choose news, not noise.
You're looking live at LaGuardia Airport in New York, where a major investigation is underway. It was launched after two pilots were killed last night when an Air Canada Express regional jet collided with a firefighting vehicle on the runway shortly before midnight Eastern. A video has now surfaced showing the moment of impact, which will likely be a key piece of evidence for investigators to consider. The deadly collision at one of the busiest airports in the U.S. is heightening concerns over air safety in that country. There's a critical shortage of air traffic controllers, and the federal government shutdown last October has only made the problem worse. The CBC's Willie Lowry is in Washington with the details.
Well, Andrew, last fall's government shutdown really exposed a stress point in the transportation industry here in the U.S. The country is short more than 3,000 air traffic controllers, and it's struggled to hire and train new ones as many age out. Now, the staff shortages have been a long-time complaint among air traffic controllers. Earlier this morning, CBC spoke with Harvey Skolnick, a retired U.S. air traffic controller. Let's take a brief listen to some of what he had to say.
Staffing has always been a problem at facilities. They've always seemed to operate at the very minimal staffing amounts. It's always been difficult for controllers to get time off, to get shift changes, and that exists today. The FAA says they're going to hire 2,600 controllers this year. Of that 26, usually a third don't make it through the entire program.
And just last month, the U.S. Transportation Department Office of Inspector General opened a probe into what it calls the high failure rates among air traffic control trainees. Many of those who are on the job are working mandatory overtime and often 6 days a week. Because of the strains of the job, controllers can only work a maximum of 10 hours for a single shift and must have at least 10 hours off between shifts. Now that stretches to 12 hours off between shifts for stints starting at midnight.
And it's not as simple as hiring more people to cover the shortage, right? What's the process like for becoming an air traffic controller?
That's right, Andrew. It's long. The Federal Aviation Administration has quite onerous requirements. First-time applicants must be under 31 years of age. They have to pass a medical exam. They also have to pass the Air Traffic Skills Assessment, a computer-based test that examines essentially whether a candidate possesses the required critical knowledge, skills, abilities, and personal characteristics to be an air traffic controller. And all applicants are then required to go to training at the FAA's Academy in Oklahoma City. But then after that, they're required to do an additional 2 to 3 years of on-the-job training at airports. Now, according to the FAA, only 10% of applicants end up meeting all of the necessary requirements. And then there's a mandatory age of retirement, that's 56. Though because of the shortage, that number has been pushed, Andrew, in some cases to 61. As we've mentioned, the FAA has really been trying to boost the number of controllers, but it's a long, slow process.
The CBC's Willie Lowry in Washington. The Air Canada flight originated in Montreal. It's a regular route used by thousands of Canadians. The CBC's Gloria Enriquez is at Montreal Trudeau International Airport with more.
Jazz Aviation operates as Air Canada Express, and in a statement earlier today, they said that this was a very sad day for the airline, adding that they're fully collaborating with authorities as they investigate what happened. Now, they also say that in the preliminary passenger list, there were 72 passengers and 4 crew members on board. However, they don't have any details about the extent of the injuries or any fatalities other than the 2 pilots who died. Now, they have established a phone line for those family and friends who are looking for information about passengers who were on that flight. That number is 1-800-961-7099. Now, we also heard from the union representing those 2 pilots who died in the crash, and they say that this was a profound tragedy and that these pilots have dedicated their entire lives to the safe transport of passengers. They have sent out a team down to LaGuardia in order to collaborate with the investigation. Now, here at the Montreal airport, we have been talking to passengers who are flying out to other destinations in the United States, and as they're hearing the more and more details about this tragedy, they say they are feeling sad about what happened and also a little nervous about flying under these circumstances.
I have to travel anyways because it's a conference that I need to attend, and it's a difficult situation out there, so I don't know. I just feel kind of anxious.
Air travel's never going away, which is really, just a reality, so just trying to accept it and just hope and pray that everything goes swimmingly, I guess.
I'm sorry for what happened today. It's really, really sad. I feel safe that, I don't know, I think we have to. Otherwise, I'll just live in a constant state of fear.
Andrew, I want to draw your attention to the departures board right behind me. I don't know if you can see all those red lines together in the middle at the top. Well, those are all the flights that were scheduled to go towards LaGuardia Airport. However, those flights have now been canceled. And before I go, I want to share with you that we heard from Quebec's Premier, François Legault, on a tweet. He said that he learned about the news, that it was with dismay that he learned about it, and that his thoughts are with those affected by the tragedy.
CBC's Gloria Enriquez at Montreal Trudeau International Airport. This is another live look at New York's LaGuardia Airport. It has reopened after last night's deadly collision that saw an Air Canada plane collide with a fire truck on a runway. U.S. officials are set to provide an update in about 20 minutes. We are bringing you in-depth breaking news today, the latest on a deadly collision at LaGuardia Airport in New York. 2 Air Canada Express pilots were killed late last night when their jet collided with an airport fire truck. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. You're watching extended live coverage on CBC News Network. The U.S. Secretary of Transportation and the head of the FAA are scheduled to hold an update about the crash in about 15 minutes. We will take you to New York for that news conference when it begins. Right now, we want to show you new video just into our newsroom. It is footage from LaGuardia Airport showing the moment of the crash on the runway. Our CBC News video team has verified this video. We want to warn our viewers, you may find this difficult to watch.
Oh, God. Oh, my goodness. That's crazy.
Flights resumed at LaGuardia about an hour ago after planes were grounded because of last night's crash. Canada's Minister of Transport, Stephen McKinnon, addressed the collision and the death of 2 pilots in the House of Commons last hour.
I just want to express the sincere condolences and shock, frankly, of myself and I know all members of this House after the incident that occurred earlier today or late last evening at LaGuardia Airport involving an Air Canada Express aircraft. On behalf of the Government of Canada, I offer my sincere condolences to the families of the victims and obviously all of those many people who will have been shaken and affected by this incident.
There were 72 passengers and 4 crew members aboard that flight from Montreal. Our last update came hours ago from the Port Authority in New York, which operates the airport. At that time, an official said 41 passengers and crew had been taken to hospital. Air Canada's president and CEO released a video statement a short time ago.
First, and most importantly, I want to express our deepest sorrow for everyone affected. Our efforts are focused on the needs of our passengers and crew members, along with their families and loved ones. We know this is a difficult day for everyone, including all of us at Air Canada. We know that there are many questions, but at this early stage, we do not have all the answers.
The pilots of the Air Canada plane were landing on runway 4 at LaGuardia Airport. Moments before the crash, an air traffic controller cleared the fire truck to cross the runway. The truck was responding to another plane on the other side of the airport that reported a smell inside its cabin. In an audio recording, we can hear the air traffic controller trying to stop the truck. He repeatedly says, "Stop," but there's no response from the truck. Later, during a conversation with another pilot, the controller says 3 words, quote, "I messed up." We're going to play that exchange for you now. We should tell you the clip is not in real time. We have edited it for clarity.
Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 Delta.
Truck 1 and Company, crossing 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195, just stop there, please. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000. Jazz 646. Jazz 646, I see you collide with a vehicle here, just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicles are responding to you now.
Is the runway closed?
Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000.
Heading 2000, go around, Delta 2603.
Tower.
Truck 32, runway 4 is closed, correct?
Yes, go on to runway 4 now. Proceed on runway 4, you have access. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want to prepare to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in progress for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know, I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
Journalist Mitch McCann is at LaGuardia Airport and joins us live. Mitch, flights there resumed about an hour ago. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, that's right. Good afternoon from LaGuardia, Andrew. What we're seeing is more people turn up at the airport here at LaGuardia, hoping to get on their flights in the next couple of hours. We know the first flight departed at around 8 minutes past 2 o'clock this afternoon when flight operations resumed. That was a Delta flight heading down to Atlanta from New York. But yes, we're seeing a number of people arriving here at the moment. The airport has told people to be aware there will be more cancellations and there will be more delays in the coming hours. And we've been speaking to passengers throughout the day. Many of them, of course, understand why it was necessary to have these delays, all these cancellations. But I think the frustration comes from people who are having a difficult time getting in touch with their airline. I spoke to someone a short time ago that said they'd tried to call the airline about 15 times. Another said that they were getting automated voice messages. I even spoken to a group of young people. They were Chinese exchange students here in New York trying to fly down to Disneyland in Orlando. They were concerned because they're not being offered any compensation. They're going to have to pay for a hotel in New York for the night and for new flight tickets down to Orlando. So I think there is some frustration here, and people are obviously rather horrified with what they've seen. Now that vision has started to come out, people have learned about the audio from the air traffic control as well. So I think people have been frustrated here today, but also very shocked from what they've seen online about what happened last night.
And Mitch, what is the latest on the investigation? What do we know about what happened, and what information are we still waiting for?
Yeah, well, look, we know that the National Transportation Safety Board here in the US is going to investigate this. They launched an investigation immediately, and we know their Canadian counterparts are coming here to the United States to assist in that investigation, obviously because it was an Air Canada Express flight involved in this crash. I think a focal point of the investigation is going to be that audio that we just heard, where that fire truck was allowed to go across runway 4. Then it was told stop, stop, stop by the time it was too late. I think there are also many unanswered questions here at the same time, Andrew, and this concerns the broader situation across airports in New York and the US. It was only a couple of weeks ago there was another major incident where there was a near miss at Newark Airport in New Jersey involving an Alaska Airlines flight and a FedEx plane that almost ended in disaster as well. Now, as you've said, we've seen the vision of that collision last night, but we've also heard from a number of passengers that were on board that plane, and they've described the horrifying moments of when this all happened. Take a listen.
We went down for a regular landing, and we came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos in there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop, but in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming.
One of our friends was several rows back from us, and we walked past him on the way out because he was trying to find his glasses, and his nose was totally broken, bleeding on his face. A lot of people smacked their head against the seat in front of them.
Fear. I mean, it was pretty shocking. I didn't know what to expect. We were honestly sleeping and then landing, and then all of a sudden, boom, woke up in shock. Just didn't know what to do.
So people arriving here at this airport, as I said, Andrew, at LaGuardia Terminal A, hoping to get on a flight in the coming hours. In fact, some people are actually arriving here, finding out that their flights have been cancelled after having to wait all day to get on those flights. We are going to hear more from the US Transportation Secretary, who's giving a press conference in the next short while. And I think one of the key questions he's going to face is what do the government and what do the Federal Aviation Administration plan to do about the number of near collisions and major incidents like this one that we're seeing across the country, because I think travellers are very concerned about this and it's becoming a point of frustration for many people.
Mitch, thank you. That's journalist Mitch McCann at LaGuardia Airport in New York. Prime Minister Mark Carney is reacting to the crash. He posted on social media saying, in part, the collision is deeply saddening, adding Canadian officials are working closely with their U.S. counterparts. He concludes by saying, my thoughts are with the families, the victims, their families, and all those impacted. As we've been reporting, this Air Canada flight originated in Montreal. It's a regular route used by thousands of Canadians. The CBC's Gloria Enriquez is at Montreal Trudeau International Airport with more.
Jazz Aviation operates as Air Canada Express, and in a statement earlier today, they said that this was a very sad day for the airline, adding that they're fully collaborating with authorities as they investigate what happened. Now, they also say that in the preliminary passenger list, there were 72 passengers and 4 crew members on board. However, they don't have any details about the extent of the injuries or any fatalities other than the 2 pilots who died. Now, they have established a phone line for those family and friends who are looking for information about passengers who were on that flight. That number is 1-800-961-7099. Now, we also heard from the union representing those two pilots who died in the crash, and they say that this was a profound tragedy and that these pilots have dedicated their entire lives to the safe transport of passengers. They have sent out a team down to LaGuardia in order to collaborate with the investigation. Now, here at the Montreal airport, we have been talking to passengers who are flying out to other destinations in the United States, and as they're hearing the more and more details about this tragedy, they say they are feeling sad about what happened and also a little nervous about flying under these circumstances.
I have to travel anyways because it's a conference that I need to attend, and it's a difficult situation out there, so I don't know. I just feel kind of anxious.
Air travel's never going away, which is really, just a reality. So just trying to accept it and just hope and pray that everything goes swimmingly, I guess.
I'm sorry for what happened today. It's really, really sad. I feel safe that, I don't know, I think we have to. Otherwise, I'll just live in a constant state of fear.
And Andrew, I want to draw your attention to the departures board right behind me. I don't know if you can see all those red lines together in the middle at the top. Well, those are all the flights that were scheduled to go towards LaGuardia Airport. However, those flights have now been canceled. And before I go, I want to share with you that we heard from Quebec's Premier, François Legault, on a tweet. He said that he learned about the news, that it was with dismay that he learned about it, and that his thoughts are with those affected by the tragedy.
The CBC's Gloria Enriquez at Montreal Trudeau International Airport. Air Canada Express Flight 8646 is operated by Jazz Aviation, and we're hearing more from its parent company about the collision at LaGuardia. The CBC's Brett Ruskin is outside the Chorus Aviation headquarters in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, with more on that.
Behind me here is the headquarters for Chorus Aviation. It is the parent company of Jazz Aviation that was operating this flight. And earlier today, we saw a statement from Chorus Aviation, from its president and CEO, saying the entire Chorus family is mourning the loss of our Jazz colleagues. Chorus is standing firmly behind the Jazz team, ensuring they have every support necessary as they look after those affected by this tragedy. And we also heard from the Airline Pilots Association, representing the pilots killed in this incident, saying the loss of our two fellow crew members aboard Flight 8646 is a profound tragedy. These pilots dedicated their careers to the safe transport of passengers, and we are thinking of their families, loved ones, and colleagues at Jazz Aviation during this devastating time. We also heard from Jazz Aviation in a statement saying that they have been and they are continuing to work with the various agencies who are investigating this incident. Brett Ruskin, CBC News, Dartmouth, Nova Scotia.
The deadly collision at one of the busiest airports in the U.S. is heightening concerns over air safety in that country. There's a critical shortage of air traffic controllers, and the federal government shutdown last October has only made the problem worse. The CBC's Willie Lowry is in Washington with the details.
Well, Andrew, last fall's government shutdown really exposed a stress point in the transportation industry here in the U.S. The country is short more than 3,000 air traffic controllers, and it's struggled to hire and train new ones as many age out. Now, the staff shortages have been a long-time complaint among air traffic controllers. Earlier this morning, CBC spoke with Harvey Skolnick, a retired U.S. air traffic controller. Let's take a brief listen to some of what he had to say.
Staffing has always been a problem at facilities. They've always seemed to operate at the very minimal staffing amounts. It's always been difficult for controllers to get time off, to get shift changes, and that exists today. The FAA says they're going to hire 2,600 controllers this year. Of that 26, usually a third don't make it through the entire program.
And just last month, the U.S. Transportation Department Office of Inspector General opened a probe into what it calls the high failure rates among air traffic control trainees. Many of those who are on the job are working mandatory overtime and often 6 days a week. Because of the strains of the job, controllers can only work a maximum of 10 hours for a single shift and must have at least 10 hours off between shifts. Now that stretches to 12 hours off between shifts for stints starting at midnight.
And it's not as simple as hiring more people to cover the shortage, right? What's the process like for becoming an air traffic controller?
That's right, Andrew. It's long. The Federal Aviation Administration has quite onerous requirements. First-time applicants must be under 31 years of age. They have to pass a medical exam. They also have to pass the Air Traffic Skills Assessment, a computer-based test that examines essentially whether a candidate possesses the required critical knowledge, skills, abilities, and personal characteristics to be an air traffic controller. And all applicants are then required to go to training at the FAA's Academy in Oklahoma City. But then after that, they're required to do an additional 2 to 3 years of on-the-job training at airports. Now, according to the FAA, only 10% of applicants end up meeting all of the necessary requirements. And then there's a mandatory age of retirement, that's 56. Though because of the shortage, that number has been pushed, Andrew, in some cases to 61. As we've mentioned, the FAA has really been trying to boost the number of controllers, but it's a long, slow process.
The CBC's Willie Lowry in Washington. And this is the scene inside LaGuardia Airport in New York. The U.S. Transport Secretary and the head of the Federal Aviation Authority are about to provide an update on last night's crash. We will bring it to you live. I want to take you now to Ottawa, where question period has just wrapped up. Canada's Transportation Minister, Stephen McKinnon, is speaking about last night's crash involving an Air Canada plane that killed 2 pilots. Let's listen.
That we are obviously extremely shocked and saddened by the incident that occurred at LaGuardia Airport late last night or early this morning. And I want to send my condolences, those of Transport Canada and certainly those of all of the Government of Canada, to the families of the victims, to the families of those who were injured, to obviously those themselves who were injured, and the many, many people who must have been very concerned by these incidents. We have a team that is on site. If they're not physically on site, they're certainly heading there, which includes transportation safety officials as well as a Transport Canada advisor. I've spoken to the head of the Airline Pilots Association for Canada, the CEOs of Air Canada and Jazz, and we've offered all of our cooperation to them and obviously our sympathies to their employees as well. so many people work in the transportation sector in Canada. Some of these jobs involve taking risks, and I think it's important that we continue to underline how much Canadians support and appreciate the people who do that incredible work for Canada. I've spoken finally to my American counterpart, Secretary Duffy, who has pledged cooperation of the government. Unfortunately, there have been incidents, as we both observed on the phone call, including the Delta incident in Toronto, which has caused our respective transportation safety personnel to work together. So it's an unfortunately well-worn path, but we did want to stress in both of our cases how significant and important the cooperation has been between the transportation safety officials and the FAA and Transport Canada. So thank you very much. Donc en français, on veut exprimer évidemment notre
So obviously we wish to express our sadness and extend our sincere condolences to the families and the victims and the friends of the victims, as well as the victims themselves. With respect to the incident that occurred at LaGuardia Airport early this morning, I was in contact with the CEOs of Air Canada and Jazz Aviation, as well as the Airline Pilots Association, to offer all kinds of support and assistance. I've also spoken to my U.S. counterpart, and we will have an opportunity to agree on very high-level cooperation between our two administrations when it comes to the Transportation Safety Agency and the American counterpart. And there, of course, are Transport Canada advisors on site, as well as TSA officials. And unfortunately, this is a well-worn path in the sense that we have worked together on previous incidents, including the one that occurred a year or two ago with Delta, where we had a chance to work together. So we will get to the bottom of this, get answers for people. And I just want to close by saying there are many, many people who work in the transportation sector in Canada who take risks every single day, and I think it's important today that we highlight our support and our thanks for all they're doing on behalf of all Canadians.
Become public involving the air traffic system. I wonder, presumably you've heard it or read about it, what you make of it.
Look, it's a really important, I know a lot of, especially today, these incidents, where they weren't filmed before or access to that material was not so readily available. I do want to stress, as the Minister of Transport, how important it is that we get all the facts, that we put them all on the table. I think that's the least we can do for the families of the victims and all of those who are preoccupied by this, and the people who need to learn the lessons required such that we avoid these mistakes in the future. Our system is predicated on in doing exactly that work, the very fine detail work that allow us to identify systemic issues or other issues and to prevent them from ever occurring again. That's the whole purpose, and you'll appreciate that I'm reluctant to jump to any conclusions before that work is done.
Do you support Premier Ford's proposed expansion of Billy Bishop Airport?
We are very interested by the Premier's observations. I know that the province of Ontario has announced an intention to step in as a shareholder, one of three, including the federal government and including the Port of Toronto. We have an issue with air travel in Toronto. Pearson is a congested airport, and there are safety issues at Billy Bishop. So we'll be working with our partners, once the City of Toronto, now the province of Ontario, to design a path forward for that facility.
Just in the majority of the board, you own the majority of the land. Don't you have a big say in this? You've shut it down before. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I just said that we would be sitting down and looking to sketch the way forward.
Just generally without tying one together, but I'm wondering if you have an update or a snapshot of the current situation regarding air traffic controller vacancies in Canada, and whether, in your view, NAV Canada has done enough on the recruitment side of things to alleviate that vacancy rate.
Yeah, look, the first thing to say is there are open positions in air traffic control. It's an incredible career, and we hope more people choose that career. The airport and air traffic systems in Canada are incredibly safe. In fact, are among the most rigorous and reputable in the world. And we want to keep it that way. But we do have a shortage of air traffic controllers. It's a high-skill profession, a very difficult job, but a very rewarding job as well for those who perform it. I want to thank all of those who do that work. And obviously, I've asked NAVCAN to continue to come up with solutions for recruitment so that we can reduce the undue reliance we have on a smaller number of air traffic controllers than we would wish to have.
Do you have any concerns with the state of the American system right now?
No, look, I have a big job in Canada making sure that safety is our primary focus here in all sectors, all modes of transportation in Canada, and I know that there are some really highly qualified and motivated people who work in the transportation safety sector in the U.S. as well. So I want to reassure everyone traveling that we have among the most modern, best systems in the world, and we need to keep working to maintain them.
As far as you're aware, is there an issue with regards to Canadians going through the training program, getting certification, but then taking jobs outside of Canada in other countries?
I'm not up to speed on the latest statistics on that. I mean, normally Canada is a net beneficiary, frankly, of across professions of training, but I'll take a closer look at that.
What would your message be to Canadians who might see and hear about shortages on both sides of the border when it comes to air traffic control, see these accidents happen, and might wonder if it's still safe to travel to places in the United States?
Well, look, I want to be very reassuring. Canada has a very, very high and rigorous set of standards when it comes to regulating safety in all modes of transportation. And those standards are being maintained. In fact, we work all the time to make sure they're continuously improving and being elevated, those standards. We want safe workplaces, and we obviously want the security and safety of people, of passengers in that system. So I can vouch for our policy, which is to put safety at the heart of all of our transportation policy. That is, we work with international partners, including the United States at ICAO and in other fora, to make sure that those standards are stretched right across the globe. So I can vouch for that as well.
What
does this say about the safety and security of the system in the United States? Our American partners and the people who work in transportation safety show the same rigor as Canadians. They're just as proud of their system. And we believe that the safety of passengers and crew is at the very center of all of our concerns. And I can absolutely assure you that air safety in Canada is undeniably in place, and I believe that the United States apply with the same rigor their standards and regulations. And they have the same concerns, which is that security has to come first.
Stephen McKinnon, the Minister of Transportation, speaking about the deadly collision at LaGuardia Airport that killed 2 Air Canada pilots last night, saying that he's shocked and saddened, also talking about how there are Canadian Transportation Safety Board investigators, as well as an advisor from Transport Canada, that are either there or on their way there to LaGuardia. He said that he spoke with his American counterpart, the Secretary of Transport, that is going to be speaking, we think, any moment now. We'll bring that to you live, and he pledged the cooperation. He was asked a little bit about air traffic control in the United States and whether some of the funding is a problem. He didn't really go there. The CBC's Olivia Stefanovich is following reaction from Ottawa. So, Olivia, there were a couple of questions there saying, you know, Canadians may be wondering if it's safe to travel to the U.S. given some of the problems that there have been with understaffing, with overwork, and also he did recognize that there's a bit of a problem in Canada, that there aren't enough air traffic controllers in this country.
That's right, Andrew. And there's actually a global shortage of air traffic controllers because of upcoming retirements. So this is not only a problem in the United States, but in Canada as well. We didn't hear any specific numbers from Transport Minister Stephen McKinnon there, but he did try to reassure Canadians that air travel in Canada and the United States, in his view, is safe, that the administrations are working closely together, and they want to make sure that everything is in place to ensure the safety of passengers, no matter where they're flying to. So he made sure that message came across. When it comes to the issue, Andrew, of air traffic controllers, I can tell you that NAV Canada, as we heard from the minister, is undergoing a push right now to actually increase recruitment for air traffic controllers in Canada, and it actually has a goal to recruit over 500 of these new air traffic controllers by 2028. Unclear if it's on track to meet that goal by now, Andrew, but of course that recruitment strategy is still underway. When it comes to the actual collision that happened in New York, we heard from the transport minister there, as you mentioned, Andrew, that he is working and he did speak to his counterpart in the U.S. And Canadian investigators are going to New York State, if they're not there already, to participate in this investigation with the Americans to get answers. And the transport minister was quite careful in his remarks there, Andrew, to again stress the safety of air travel in Canada and the U.S. and not to rush to judgment and lay blame to anyone or any organization. He says that when he spoke to the U.S., his U.S. counterpart, the U.S. Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, that the two agreed to work together collaboratively, and they have some experience recently in doing so, Andrew, because of the Delta Airlines crash at Toronto's Pearson International Airport in 2025. So they had to collaborate when it came to that collision, and they're going to do so with this one as well.
The plane that flipped upside down and everyone miraculously walked off. People will not forget that one either. This one, unfortunately, was deadly. Olivia, thank you. The CBC's Olivia Stefanovich in Ottawa. The U.S. Secretary of Transportation, as Olivia was mentioning, Sean Duffy, is now speaking to reporters following last night's fatal collision. Let's listen.
McKinnon and, again, our two teams work very closely together. I want to take a moment and just walk through the facts again of what happened. There was a CJR 900 from Montreal here to LaGuardia, operated by Air Canada Express and by Jazz. It collided with a Port Authority fire truck at approximately 11:45 p.m. last night. There were 72 passengers on the plane and 4 crew. Approximately 40 people were sent to the hospital after the crash. Several have also been released. As has been reported, the 2 pilots of the aircraft passed away in the crash last night. I do want to note that we send our deepest condolences to their families as they're going through, no doubt, a grieving process. There were 2 individuals in the fire truck. They too were sent to the hospital after the crash. Now, there's going to be a lot of questions, I know, about what do we know at this time? And what we are going to do is give you the information that we can. We all have the respect for the NTSB. The NTSB goes through a thorough investigation. And we are conscious about the information and the facts that we give you because we want that information to be accurate. There's some information that we hold back that the NTSB has that we allow them to do the investigation, and it takes months, sometimes up to a year, before we get the findings of that investigation. But NTSB is on the ground at the airport. The FAA is on the ground. Over 10 people from the FAA are here, as well as Transport Canada is sending a team to LaGuardia as well. Our 2 countries work very well together. There's a well-worn path where we collaborate together when there's aviation crashes in either of our countries. The administrator and I were at the crash site earlier today, which is easily visible from the airport. And it's incredibly sad, it's troubling, and I just want to let America know that we are working our hearts out to make sure that when people travel, whether by rail or car or by air, that they travel safely. And we put in precautions and policies to make sure that you are safe when you travel. When I was at the crash site, it was just a reminder that when you're traveling by air, you should wear your seatbelt. If you see the videos of the air crash, wear your seatbelt when you're on the airplane. Also, in a car, wear a seatbelt. As you see from last night, they do save lives. I'd also note that as of now, LaGuardia is open. There is a reduced capacity because the aircraft and the fire truck are still in their positions from last night. So we are going to have reduced capacity for some time, but the airport is operational. Again, we'll come back and take your questions, but at this time I want to turn it over to the FAA Administrator, Brian Bedford.
Thank you, Secretary Duffy. Again, I want to extend my deepest sympathies on behalf of the 44,000 men and women of the Federal Aviation Administration. We take our responsibilities quite seriously, managing the safety of the air traffic control system in the national airspace. So we're deeply, deeply moved by the tragedy of last night. Been in contact with the leadership teams of both Air Canada and Air Canada Jazz to express our sympathies, as well as my peer at Transport Canada. And of course, we are a supporting agency in the investigation now. The National Transportation Safety Board is running the investigation. So there are few facts we're going to be able to share with you today. What I can share with you, of course, the weather conditions last night were moderate winds out of 050 at 7 knots. We had broken ceilings at 9,000 feet. Visibility roughly 4 miles in raining conditions, so there was mist and fog here at the LaGuardia Airport last night. We had a situation with United Airlines aircraft that had experienced an aborted takeoff. This is the reason why the fire and rescue crew had been deployed. Of course, the Air Canada flight was arriving on runway 4 when the incident took place at the Delta intersection. Again, I want to extend my sympathies to the families of the two pilots. These were two young men at the start of their careers, so it's an absolute tragedy, that we're sitting here, with their loss. So my heart really goes out to the families for sure. But we are committed to a full, transparent investigation. We will support the NTSB in any way possible. And again, we look forward to being able to take concrete actions to ensure something like this will never happen again. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Catherine Garcia, Executive Director of the Port Authority, and I want to add our voice to those that you've heard before and share our deepest sympathies with the families of the captain and the first officer who passed away last night. The Port Authority takes great pride in being able to work with all of our partners to deliver safety for the flying public. And it has been over 34 years since we had an incident with a death at the airport. As the Secretary said, at approximately 11:40 last night, Air Canada Flight 8646, operated by Jazz Aviation, collided with a Port Authority aircraft rescue and firefighter vehicle on runway 4. The ARV vehicle carried Sergeant Orselio and Officer Baez. Both were taken to New York Presbyterian Hospital. We expect one to be released later this afternoon and the other to be kept overnight for observation. And in accordance with our emergency plan, our mutual aid partners, the Fire Department of New York and the New York Police Department, immediately responded. They transferred over 43 people to the hospital during the evening, though many have been released at this time. At approximately 5:30 this morning, the airport reopened for passengers, and our first flight, a Delta flight, left about a minute after 2 this afternoon. Again, I want to share my deepest sympathies with the families. This could have been an even broader tragedy if everyone had not responded as quickly and effectively as they did. Thank you, and I'm going to turn it over to the governor, New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
Thank you, Catherine. While the facts of what happened last night at 11:45 p.m. were well known, yes, it was an aviation disaster, the likes of which we have not seen here in over 3 decades. But it's a deeply human story where 2 young pilots left their homes expecting to return to their families, and they will not. And this is what pains everyone here in the state of New York. I've conveyed our condolences to the Canadian government. I have walked the halls and gone up to Port Authority personnel and police, telling them how grateful we are that they put their lives out there every single day to make sure our traveling public is safe. So to the entire Port Authority and LaGuardia family, I want you to know we are very cognizant of the traumatizing impact this has on you and indeed your own families. So I want to first convey my gratitude to all of you and sympathies to those who have had their lives shattered as a result of this and those who have sustained injuries. It's not what you expect when you get out of an airplane. But also, I want to offer the full cooperation of New York State with the investigation. I'm grateful also to Secretary Duffy and Administrator Bedford for coming right here on this day. It's important to have your presence, to know that this will be addressed at the highest levels, and also support from the mayor, who represents many of the people who work here as I do. And Catherine Garcia, up until a short time ago, she was my top state operations officer in charge of every disaster, every crisis that has befallen the state of New York in the last 4 years. So she is a top consummate professional, and I have great confidence in her ability as well. So let me close with this. Let's acknowledge the tremendous stress, particularly in recent days, that our airline workers are under. And as we come through here, know that this is an ecosystem which is not self-sustaining. There are countless individuals who step up every day willing to do the hard work to make sure we're safe. And in my judgment, they all deserve gratitude, not just on this day, but as I often do walking through airports, just saying thank you with a heart full of gratitude for what they do to make our lives safer and better. Thank you. Mayor Zoran Mondami.
Good afternoon. I want to begin by echoing the words that have been shared before me, and also by thanking our partners in city, state, and federal government who are here today. As has been shared, late last night, a Jazz Aviation flight operating on behalf of Air Canada struck a Port Authority aircraft rescue and firefighting vehicle on runway 4 at LaGuardia Airport. Both pilots of the aircraft were killed in the crash. And I echo the words of the governor and those who spoke before in sending our deepest condolences to the families and to the many who are mourning their loss. I am grateful for the work of dedicated first responders, including the men and women from the NYPD, the FDNY, and NISM, who arrived on the scene within minutes, treated injuries, and handled a chaotic scene with incredible professionalism and poise. I also want to commend those who were thrust into a frightening accident and reacted not only with composure, but by extending a hand to the person next to them. Passengers who opened the emergency door and helped one another off the plane. People who kept one another calm. And I know that this crash has shaken New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, whether they are traveling today or simply watching from home, especially since it's the first fatal crash at LaGuardia in more than 30 years. I want New Yorkers to know that the National Transportation Safety Board is investigating the cause of this accident, and that we will not rest until the conclusion of that investigation. We have been coordinating closely with our partners across government since late last night, and we will continue to do so. Air Canada has set up a hotline for families and friends of the flight's passengers, and I encourage those who are worried about their loved ones to call. That number is 1-800-961-7099. While LaGuardia was closed since the accident until 2 p.m. today, it has since reopened. I want to thank the many New Yorkers and visitors who had their travel plans impacted for their patience and their understanding, as well as those who work here at LaGuardia and the Port Authority, for how they have not only responded to this accident, but the work that they do each and every day. As we continue to learn information, we will share it with you. And in the meantime, let us keep those who died in our thoughts and continue to hope for a quick recovery for those who were injured. Thank you.
So just a couple of additional comments before we take your questions. I just want to make a note that when these incidents happen, you see politics fade away and people work together. And that's why you have people with very different political views coming together, standing together to respond together to an incident like this. Number one. Number two, I know that Jennifer Hamady and the NTSB is going to do a press conference later today with some initial findings that that they'll have with this crash. I want to make another point. You know, I've been asking the Congress for additional money. Many of you have reported that we need more money for air traffic control. We are modernizing our system, but we can't fully modernize it until the Congress gives us additional money. It's not a partisan issue. Both Democrats and Republicans agree, but they have to have the will to finish the funding. I'm not saying that this crash would have been prevented if we had all the equipment deployed, but it's important if we care about air travel safety, we care about having a brand new air traffic control system, the best in the world with the best equipment, virtually all of it developed here in America. Before you ask me a question about our staffing for air traffic controllers, I'll just give you an update on how LaGuardia operates. I'm not going to talk about specifics, but this airport has a target of 37 controllers at LaGuardia. We have 33 controllers employed, certified at LaGuardia, and we have seven actually that are in training. So as our airports go, LaGuardia is a very well-staffed airport. We're a couple controllers short in total, but it is a well-staffed airport. Again, 33 certified controllers that operate out of the tower here at LaGuardia. With that, we are happy to take any of your questions that are specific to what happened last night. Go ahead. Yeah, so the question is in regard to what was the staffing in the tower last night? And we have a very good relationship with the NTSB. We have information. We don't put that information out. We allow the NTSB to gather the information, double, triple check it, and it goes into their report. So I'm not going to give the data on that. Again, that's an arrangement we have with the NTSB, letting them actually do their investigation. And so that's not for us to tell you. That'll be for the NTSB at the appropriate time. Well, it's troubling that we had an aircraft hit a fire truck. I mean, that's troubling. Full stop. Go ahead. So the question is, should the truck have stopped? And again, this goes to information that we have, but we give it to the NTSB. They analyze it and they make the judgment call on what should have happened in regard to air traffic control, trucks and airplanes. And through that investigation, they then put out a report. So I can't give you specifics on what went wrong. That's for Jennifer Hamady and the NTSB. Right here.
However, I said it was speaking if that was the case, would the FAA then be responsible for it?
So I told you I'm not going to talk about specifics, but for that question, I'll just tell you that is inaccurate.
I understand that you're wanting more air traffic controllers. I understand you're saying there's not enough funding for that. In the meantime, while you work that out, how do you even convince people to become controllers after seeing what happened last night and after hearing that devastating audio?
So with air traffic controllers, we have surged in our training facility, which is in Oklahoma City. We are putting more controllers through our academy. Now, it does take time to train up as a controller. If you come to a very busy space like N90 in New York or LaGuardia, it's going to take you over a year to train up in a facility like this. So there's some lag time as we get controllers through the academy, and we need them trained up in a facility. As I mentioned, there's 7 controllers. Many of them have a lot of experience in different facilities, but they have to be trained up specifically in this airspace. What I've also done is I have offered bonuses to air traffic controllers who are of the age to retire. I've asked them to not retire, to stay on the job, and we're paying them a 20% bonus just so we can bridge this shortfall. But as airports go, LaGuardia is a well-staffed airport. Even though we do have shortages, I was speaking specifically in regard to the dollars that we need for the technological upgrade. We have, again, this was not tonight, but there's copper wires, we use analog, not digital. There's a whole suite of technological upgrades that we want to make that will make the job of air traffic controlling much easier. And again, it's a separate issue, but I think it underscores the point that the Congress does need to do their job. And there's bipartisan agreement, so they should, in a bipartisan way, come together and figure out a way to give us the rest of the dollars to complete the job. I'll take one more question right here.
Given what you know and what you've been told as Transportation Secretary, can you confidently tell the public that you are satisfied with staffing levels in that tower last night?
So it's a great question, and again, you want me to front run the NTSB, and I'm not going to front run the NTSB. We have a great working relationship with them, and we've set this up, and it's the right way. We take a step back. And I don't give you all of the information. I let the NTSB take that information and do their analysis. And I'll just say, oftentimes what we learn is information that we have at the start of an incident like this oftentimes is wrong. And so what we think we know right now, that's why it goes to the NTSB. They pressure test it, they investigate it, and then they come out with a report for all of you. But I did want to clarify, I've heard the rumor that there was only one controller in the tower, and that's not accurate. Listen, I want to thank you all for coming out. Again, we are committed to safety. We are committed to working together to make sure when you fly, you get to your destination. Thank you.
You have been listening to the Secretary of Transport for the United States, as well as we heard from the Mayor of New York, the Governor of New York, the head of the FAA, talking about this fatal collision last night involving an Air Canada plane, an Air Canada Express plane that hit a fire truck on a runway. It resulted in the death of 2 pilots, saying that they have sent their deepest condolences to them, describing them a little bit more as 2 young men at the start of their careers, that 43 people have been sent to the hospital, that many of them have been released. We also heard Secretary Duffy say that in general, LaGuardia Airport is a well-staffed airport, that there are 33 controllers at the airport, but when asked specifically about what the staffing was like last night, because there has been some concern around understaffing and overworking of air traffic controllers in the United States, he said that will be for the National Transport Safety Board in the U.S. to reveal in their investigation of what took place, an investigation that has begun that will also involve Canadian Transportation Safety Board investigators, as well as Transport Canada, an analyst from Transport Canada that will also be part of this, saying that it is a well-worn path between the 2 countries. The CBC's Hillary Johnstone has been following along and joins me now live. And as we listen to this audio, there have been concerns raised in the United States about the staffing, frankly, at U.S. airports.
That's right. And some of those concerns really sort of first came to light back in January of last year, of 2025. You'll remember when there was that collision, that mid-air collision between that passenger plane and a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. This was over the Potomac in Washington, D.C. And that was sort of not that long after Donald Trump won that presidential election. And it was sort of the first time that there started to really be some scrutiny on what was going on at that point in time. These are concerns that we have continued to hear about since then. These pressures on air traffic controllers. You even heard the Transportation Secretary talk about how there is this global shortage because of pending retirements as well. He spoke about some of the efforts that they're currently undertaking to try to encourage them not to retire. He pointed out that there are 33 accredited air traffic controllers at LaGuardia Airport. He did not go into details about how many were on staff last night. And you can imagine that that will be a big part of the NTSB investigation. It'll be something that investigators are looking at very, very closely. LaGuardia is also known as being quite a complex airport, a difficult airport for air traffic controllers. The FAA gives it an 11 out of 12 rating in terms of difficulty for air traffic controllers, the complexity, everything that they're needing to deal with. This happened around 11:45 p.m. Eastern time last night, so late in the evening. That is part of what's going on here as well. You also heard him talk about that earlier incident with a United Airlines jet that aborted its takeoff. That was because of a foul odor on the plane. That pilot had also been requesting to return to a gate. So you can sort of start to understand why there would have been so many things going on all at once. It is the reason why you had these fire trucks responding to the scene, of course, when it then comes into course with that Air Canada Express flight. That is why those fire trucks were even out there at the time. So much for them to be looking at, so much for them to be thinking about. But yes, there were a lot of questions there about air traffic controllers in the United States.
And I guess we learned a little bit more information in that it was this fire truck was on its way to a United flight. That flight had been aborted for takeoff. So they were not going to take off because of this strange odor that was on the plane.
That's right.
So that's why this fire truck was on their way to another incident at another part of the airport. They described a little bit about the weather, saying it was moderate winds, there was some mist and
Misty
fog.
conditions and foggy conditions.
Yeah. Okay, now we are learning a little bit more about the identities of the pilot. Well, we heard there from the head of the FAA describing them as two young men at the beginning of their careers, and there's some media in this country that is getting more specific about the identity of at least one of the pilots, right?
That's right, Andrew. There are now 2 Canadian media outlets that are reporting the identity of one of those pilots as being Antoine Forêt. He is from, according to these Canadian media outlets who have now been able to identify him, one of them even would seem having that information come directly from his family, that he was from the Coteau-du-Lac area of Quebec. This is an area of southwestern Quebec. It's the Montérégie region. I've been on his Facebook page, his LinkedIn page as well. Both of them say that he had been working for Jazz Aviation, which, remember, is what owns these Air Canada Express flights or airline, that he's been working for them since December of 2022. So that would certainly be in keeping with what we were hearing there from officials, that these were 2 young men who were at the start of their careers. That would certainly be in keeping with that.
And then finally, Hillary, we're also learning an incredible story about one of the flight attendants that was ejected in her seat from the aircraft.
That's right. So her daughter, the daughter of this flight attendant, has been speaking with TVA, so this is media in Quebec, saying that, yes, this happened. Her mother survived. As she described it as a miracle. She said her mother was ejected more than 100 meters from the plane. Just incredible details. According to the daughter of that Air Canada flight attendant, she was found still strapped into that jump seat attached to her seat. She was taken to hospital. She had x-rays done. One of her legs has been broken in multiple places. That is going to require surgery. But according to the daughter, she seems to be okay. And the daughter is saying that she's still trying to sort of understand or come to terms with how that could be possible. She says that it would seem her mother had a guardian angel looking over her.
And then just finally, at least 40 people to hospitals, several have been released. And then we did learn a little, because we were the fire truck, we've seen some of the images of that fire truck. It also looks demolished, just like the nose of this plane. And I think it was one firefighter.
One is expected to stay in hospital tonight, overnight, for observation. The other one is expected to be released later on this afternoon, but neither one of them somehow seem to have life-threatening injuries. They're both expected to survive.
And the others, we're still trying to find out more about the others that remain in hospital, their conditions and the extent of their injuries. All information that we will bring our viewers as soon as we can. Hillary, thank you. The CBC's Hillary Johnstone. So stay with us for the latest on the collision that killed 2 young Canadian pilots. We have a reporter standing by at LaGuardia Airport. Our live coverage from New York begins in just seconds from now. We are bringing you in-depth breaking news today. The latest on a deadly collision at LaGuardia Airport in New York. 2 Air Canada Express pilots were killed late last night when their jet collided with an airport fire truck. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. Officials in the United States just held a news conference at LaGuardia Airport. It was the first update on the crash in nearly 12 hours. New York Governor Kathy Hochul spoke about the 2 pilots that lost their lives.
While the facts of what happened last night, 11:45 p.m., were well known, yes, it was an aviation disaster, the likes of which we have not seen here in over 3 decades. But it's a deeply human story where 2 young pilots left their homes expecting to return to their families, and they will not. And this is what pains everyone here in the state of New York. I've conveyed our condolences to the Canadian government.
Right now, we want to show you some surveillance video from LaGuardia Airport. It shows the moment of the crash on the runway last night. Our CBC News video team has verified this footage. We want to warn our viewers, you may find this difficult to watch.
Oh, God. Oh, my goodness. That's crazy.
The pilots of the Air Canada plane were landing on runway 4 at LaGuardia Airport moments before the crash. An air traffic controller cleared the fire truck to cross the runway. The truck was responding to another plane on the other side of the airport that had reported a smell inside its cabin. In an audio recording, we can hear the air traffic controller trying to stop the truck. He repeatedly says, "Stop," but there's no response from the truck. Later, during a conversation with another pilot, the controller says 3 words, quote, "I messed up." We're going to play that exchange for you now. And we should tell you the clip is not in real time. We have edited it for clarity.
Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 at Delta.
Truck 1 and Company, crossing 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195, just stop there, please. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Stop, Truck 1, stop. Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000. Jazz 646. Jazz 646, I see you collide with a vehicle here, just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicles are responding to you now.
Is the runway closed?
Delta 2603, go around, runway heading 2000.
Heading 2000, go around, Delta 2603.
Your tower.
Truck 32, runway 4 is closed, correct?
Yes, go on to runway 4 now. Proceed on runway 4, you have access. Frontier 4195, I got the word that we're going to be closed for a little while. If you want to prepare to return to the ramp, let me know.
Yeah, we got stuff in process for that, man. That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know, I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier, and I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
There were 72 passengers and 4 crew members aboard that flight from Montreal. Local news cameras spoke to several passengers who were on the Air Canada Express flight.
We went down for a regular landing, and we came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos from there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop, but in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming.
One of our friends was several rows back from us, and we walked past him on the way out because he was trying to find his glasses, and his nose was totally broken, bleeding on his face. A lot of people smacked their head against the seat in front of them.
Fear. I mean, it was pretty shocking. I didn't know what to expect. We were honestly sleeping and then landing, and then all of a sudden, boom, woke up in shock, just didn't know what to do.
U.S. Transport Secretary Sean Duffy said a team from the Transportation Safety Board of Canada will join its American counterpart in the investigation. Duffy said the two agencies have a long track record of working well together. Duffy also said he spoke today with Canada's Minister of Transport, Steve McKinnon, and later this hour, we will be speaking to one of the passengers you just heard from now, Jack Cabot. That's coming up in about 40 minutes. Journalist Mitch McCann is at LaGuardia Airport and joins us live. And Mitch, as I mentioned, there was an update just a short time ago on the crash and the investigation. What did we learn?
Yeah, good afternoon again from LaGuardia Airport. Well, the first thing I would say about that press conference is that officials made it very clear they were limited in the information that they could share at this point. And that's because this investigation has been led by the National Transportation Safety Board in coordination with their Canadian partners. So really, they said it was up for them to release details from that investigation. They didn't want to give too much away at this early stage, but there were some important points that we picked up from listening to that press conference. One was that the officials said that the pilots that were killed on board this plane were two young men at the start of their careers. So that was one point that was new from that press conference. We also heard a discussion about air traffic controllers. Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, really stressed the point that they're trying to get more air traffic controllers in the United States. And he spoke to LaGuardia Airport specifically. He said at this airport they want 37 air traffic controllers. They currently have 33 and 5 more are in training. He described that as a well-staffed airport. And the third piece of information that I thought was new from that press conference was around the firefighters who drove onto that runway. They were taken to New York Presbyterian Hospital in Manhattan. One of those people have already been released and another is going to be kept overnight for observation. So some new information there. And I want to point you to a clip that we've taken from Catherine Garcia. She's the head of the Port Authority here in New York, New Jersey. Here's what she had to say in that press conference.
I want to add our voice to those that you've heard before and share our deepest sympathies with the families of the captain and the first officer who passed away last night. The Port Authority takes great pride in being able to work with all of our partners to deliver safety for the flying public. And it has been over 34 years since we had an incident with a death at the airport.
Now, as I mentioned there, Andrew, Sean Duffy was very careful not to release too much information from the investigation, but he was asked by a reporter around this allegation that perhaps there was only one air traffic controller inside the tower last night. He was stressed to say that that was inaccurate. That was a rumour that was untrue. There were more than one person in that traffic control tower last night. Regardless, a tragic situation here, and we are expected to hear more from the NTSB, the lead investigators, in the coming hours.
And flights resumed at LaGuardia about 2 hours ago after planes were grounded because of the crash. What are you seeing there right now?
Yeah, look, in the last couple of hours, we've seen a steady stream of people into this terminal where we are to get their flights. I know that there's been a number of people waiting around all day to try and get to different places. We've spoken to people who have been trying to get to Houston, Orlando, Myrtle Beach as well. But the thing is that many of those flights that have already started, so flights started again at 2 o'clock local time, but many more flights are still being cancelled or still being delayed. Will they make up for that lost time? So while people might feel that they're in the clear coming to the airport now, there is still a chance that their flight's going to be cancelled. So a frustrating time for many people here, Andrew, but I think they also acknowledge why these delays, why these cancellations were necessary. It shocked many people here.
Mitch, thank you. That's journalist Mitch McCann at LaGuardia Airport in New York. Canada's transport minister says he's been in touch with his U.S. counterpart, Stephen McKinnon, who spoke earlier during question period, and he also took reporter questions afterwards. The CBC's Olivia Stefanovich was listening in, and so what did McKinnon say, Olivia?
Well, Transport Minister Stephen McKinnon says that he started by expressing his condolences, Andrew, to the victims, the injured, and their families on behalf of Transport Canada and the Government of Canada. McKinnon says he spoke to the CEOs of Air Canada and Jazz Aviation today, as well as the Airlines Pilots Association, to provide any assistance they may need at this time. And as you mentioned, he also spoke to his U.S. counterpart. That's the U.S. Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy. And he says in that conversation, Duffy pledged cooperation with Canada on this investigation, in which Canadian investigators will be involved. They are on their way to New York, or they're either they may be on the ground already, and they'll be participating in this investigation to get to the bottom of what happened here, Andrew. And they have recent experience collaborating. As McKinnon noted, they collaborated most recently just last year when there was a Delta Airlines crash at Toronto's Pearson International Airport, and that flight actually flipped over upon landing. Now, in that incident, all 80 passengers and crew members survived. But now that there's been another incident, reporters asked McKinnon whether he believes Canadians should feel safe flying, and he tried to reassure the public that they should feel safe and they should have confidence in air travel, not only in Canada, but the United States as well. Here's more of what he had to say.
Canada has a very, very high and rigorous set of standards when it comes to regulating safety in all modes of transportation. And those standards are being maintained. In fact, we work all the time to make sure they're continuously improving. I can vouch for our policy, which is to put safety at the heart of all of our transportation policy.
Now, the Prime Minister was not in the House of Commons today, but Mark Carney did issue a statement earlier about the collision, calling it deeply saddening. He also mentioned that Canadian officials are working closely with their U.S. counterparts on this investigation, and he added that his thoughts are with the victims, their families, and all those impacted, Andrew.
And Olivia, while of course a lot of the focus today is on the air traffic control situation in the United States, but Canada has its own challenges with the number of air traffic controllers it has. What did McKinnon say about that?
Well, it does, Andrew. And in fact, there's a global shortage of air traffic controllers due to upcoming retirements in this field. It's something that McKinnon noted during his question and answer session with reporters today. And here's what he says Canada is doing about it.
There are open positions in air traffic control. It's an incredible career, and we hope more people choose that career. And obviously, I've asked NAVCAN to continue to come up with solutions for recruitment so that we can reduce the undue reliance we have on a smaller number of air traffic controllers than we would wish to have.
Now, as we heard from the minister there, it's NAV Canada that is taking the lead on these recruitment efforts. And in fact, it's in a race right now to recruit more than 500 new air traffic controllers in Canada by 2028. Unclear if it's going to meet that threshold, Andrew, by that timeline, but it is trying. And of course, this incident just adds more importance to that goal.
Olivia, thank you. The CBC's Olivia Stefanovich in Ottawa. As we've been reporting, this Air Canada flight originated in Montreal. It's a regular route used by thousands of Canadians. The CBC's Gloria Enriquez is at Montreal Trudeau International Airport with more.
Jazz Aviation operates as Air Canada Express, and in a statement earlier today, they said that this was a very sad day for the airline, adding that they're fully collaborating with authorities as they investigate what happened. Now, they also say that in the preliminary passenger list, there were 72 passengers and 4 crew members on board. However, they don't have any details about the extent of the injuries or any fatalities other than the 2 pilots who died. Now, they have established a phone line for those family and friends who are looking for information about passengers who were on that flight. That number is 1-800-961-7099. Now, we also heard from the union representing those 2 pilots who died in the crash, and they say that this was a profound tragedy and that these pilots have dedicated their entire lives to the safe transport of passengers. They have sent out a team down to LaGuardia in order to collaborate with the investigation. Now, here at the Montreal airport, we have been talking to passengers who are flying out to other destinations in the United States, and as they're hearing the more and more details about this tragedy, they say they are feeling sad about what happened and also a little nervous about flying under these circumstances.
I have to travel anyways because it's a conference that I need to attend, and it's a difficult situation out there, so I don't know. I just feel kind of anxious.
Air travel's never going away, which is really,
just a reality. So just trying to accept it and just hope and pray that everything goes swimmingly, I guess.
I'm sorry for what happened today. It's really, really sad. I feel safe that, I don't know, I think we have to. Otherwise, I'll just live in a constant state of fear.
Andrew, I want to draw your attention to the departures board right behind me. I don't know if you can see all those red lines together in the middle at the top. Well, those are all the flights that were scheduled to go towards LaGuardia Airport. However, those flights have now been canceled. And before I go, I want to share with you that we heard from Quebec's Premier, François Legault, on a tweet. He said that he learned about the news, that it was with dismay that he learned about it, and that his thoughts are with those affected by the tragedy.
The CBC's Gloria Enriquez at Montreal Trudeau International Airport in Dorval. We also have some reaction from the president and CEO of Air Canada. The company posted video on social media earlier today and expressed condolences for last night's tragedy.
First, and most importantly, I want to express our deepest sorrow for everyone affected. Our efforts are focused on the needs of our passengers and crew members, along with their families and loved ones. We know this is a difficult day for everyone, including all of us at Air Canada. We know that there are many questions, but at this early stage, we do not have all the answers.
Flight 8646 was an Air Canada Express flight operated by Jazz Aviation. And we also heard today from its parent company about the collision. The CBC's Brett Ruskin is in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, with more on that.
Behind me here is the headquarters for Chorus Aviation. It is the parent company of Jazz Aviation that was operating this flight. And earlier today, we saw a statement from Chorus Aviation, from its president and CEO, saying the entire Chorus family is mourning the loss of our Jazz colleagues. Chorus is standing firmly behind the Jazz team, ensuring they have every support necessary as they look after those affected by this tragedy. And we also heard from the Airline Pilots Association, representing the pilots killed in this incident, saying the loss of our two fellow crew members aboard Flight 8646 is a profound tragedy. These pilots dedicated their careers to the safe transport of passengers, and we are thinking of their families, loved ones, and colleagues at Jazz Aviation during this devastating time. We also heard from Jazz Aviation in a statement saying that they have been and they are continuing to work with the various agencies who are investigating this incident. Brett Ruskin, CBC News, Dartmouth, Nova Scotia.
The deadly collision at one of the busiest airports in the U.S. is heightening concerns over air safety in that country. There's a critical shortage of air traffic controllers, and the federal government shutdown last October has only made the problem worse. The CBC's Willie Lowry is in Washington with the details.
Well, Andrew, last fall's government shutdown really exposed a stress point in the transportation industry here in the U.S. The country is short more than 3,000 air traffic controllers, and it's struggled to hire and train new ones as many age out. Now, the staff shortages have been a long-time complaint among air traffic controllers. Earlier this morning, CBC spoke with Harvey Skolnick, a retired U.S. air traffic controller. Let's take a brief listen to some of what he had to say.
Staffing has always been a problem at facilities. They've always seemed to operate at the very minimal staffing amounts. It's always been difficult for controllers to get time off and to get shift changes. And that exists today. The FAA says they're going to hire 2,600 controllers this year. Of that 26, usually a third don't make it through the entire program.
And just last month, the U.S. Transportation Department Office of Inspector General opened a probe into what it calls the high failure rates among air traffic control trainees. Many of those who are on the job are working mandatory overtime and often 6 days a week. Because of the strains of the job, controllers can only work a maximum of 10 hours for a single shift and must have at least 10 hours off between shifts. Now that stretches to 12 hours off between shifts for stints starting at midnight.
And it's not as simple as hiring more people to cover the shortage, right? What's the process like for becoming an air traffic controller?
That's right, Andrew. It's long. The Federal Aviation Administration has quite onerous requirements. First-time applicants must be under 31 years of age. They have to pass a medical exam. They also have to pass the air traffic skills assessment, a computer-based test that examines essentially whether a candidate possesses the required critical knowledge, skills, abilities, and personal characteristics to be an air traffic controller. And all applicants are then required to go to training at the FAA's Academy in Oklahoma City. But then after that, they're required to do an additional 2 to 3 years of on-the-job training at airports. Now, according to the FAA, only 10% of applicants end up meeting all of the necessary requirements. And then there's a mandatory age of retirement, that's 56. Though because of the shortage, that number has been pushed, Andrew, in some cases to 61. As we've mentioned, the FAA has really been trying to boost the number of controllers, but it's a long, slow process.
The CBC's Willie Lowry in Washington. There are still many unanswered questions about last night's plane crash in New York. Coming up, we'll speak to a CBS transportation reporter and try to piece together what happened. That's ahead here on CBC News Network. Stay with us. You're looking at LaGuardia Airport in New York. The U.S. National Transportation Safety Board has launched an investigation into a deadly collision there last night between an Air Canada flight and an emergency vehicle. 2 Air Canada Express pilots were killed. Officials from the Transportation Safety Board of Canada will also provide support. The investigation into the deadly collision of an Air Canada Express plane at LaGuardia Airport will hopefully answer how or why communication broke down in the moments leading up to the crash. We're starting to get a better sense of where the plane and fire truck were when the crash happened. And the CBC's Hillary Johnstone joins us now with more. And Hillary, we have some new video showing the moment of impact. Walk us through it.
That's right, and it does need a warning, just because it does show the moment of these 2 pilots, of their deaths. So just a warning to our viewers that we're going to show this. It's about 8 seconds in total. It does show that moment of impact between that Air Canada Express plane and that fire truck as well. We'll play it and then we'll talk a little bit about it, but here is that video. So a devastating moment, of course, for the 2 pilots who were both killed, for the dozens of people who were taken to hospital as well, and for that broader aviation community at this point as well. Now, in terms of what happened here, the communication, what happened with communication, all of those questions, of course, are going to be part of this broader NTSB investigation. This graphic that you're looking at, I'll draw your attention to that red line. That is showing the flight's path as it approached runway 4 at LaGuardia Airport. This This was last night around 11:40 p.m. Eastern time. It comes in on runway 4, and then you have at the end there where that moment of impact happened with that fire truck. Now, we know that that fire truck had been responding to an earlier incident on United Airlines plane that had to actually abort its takeoff because of a foul odor, a bad smell that had been reported. The pilot was wanting to return to a gate. Those fire trucks were deployed. Of course, we've been playing that audio throughout the day where you hear that controller give those fire trucks permission to cross the runway. Of course, we all know that that had devastating consequences. Now, in terms of who has the authority, who sort of owns the runway when there's a plane coming in, according to experts who we've been speaking with throughout the day here on CBC News Network, once a plane has been given clearance to land, they own that runway. Here's what we heard earlier from the former Inspector General of the U.S. Department of Transportation.
That aircraft who's given clearance and is coming into land on its final approach owns that runway. So that's the second part of it. But what we don't hear is, were the ground controllers coordinating with the tower? And of course, there was no way, apparently, that the aircraft would have heard that they just cleared a fire truck across the runway they're coming in to land on. So there are 3 people communicating, but not with each other.
So, of course, all of that is now going to be part of this investigation. Given all of that, what we're learning, we'll take one more look at that video. Again, a warning. It shows the moment of those 2 pilots' deaths, but this is also the moment of that impact between the plane. You can see it here. And that fire truck. The 2 firefighters who were inside that Port Authority fire truck were both taken to hospital. One of them is expected to be released later on this afternoon. The other one is expected to spend one more night in hospital for observation.
Yeah, it is tough to watch because we do know that both of those pilots died, and we're learning more about one of the pilots.
That's right. And this is coming to us from our colleagues at Radio-Canada, who through their sources have been able to confirm the identity of one of those pilots as being Antoine Forêt. We know, and this is a photograph, I should say, taken from his Facebook page. Both his Facebook page and his LinkedIn talk about the fact that he's worked for Jazz Aviation, which is what oversees those Air Canada Express flights since December of 2022, so a little over 3 years ago now. That, of course, would be in keeping with what we heard from the U.S. Secretary of Transportation earlier today, Sean Duffy, when he spoke about the fact that the 2 pilots who died were both young men at the start of their careers.
And we're learning, yeah, it is very sad news, absolutely. Now, we're learning more about the crew on that flight, including a flight attendant who, I mean, it's just
It's
unbelievable.
incredible. It's an incredible story, and it is a little bit of a bright spot compared with that devastating news about Antoine Forêt from Quebec, from Côte-du-Lac, Quebec, along with the other pilot. This is about this flight attendant who, according to her daughter, who has now been speaking with TVA, this is media in Quebec, survived despite the fact that she was ejected from that aircraft, still strapped into her chair more than 100 meters. That chair sort of flew through the air before it came to a stop. I'm going to play a little bit now. This is what her daughter's been saying, speaking with media in Quebec. It is in French, but then at the end of it, we'll come out and I'll translate a little bit more for you.
Tout qu'un miracle, est expulsé à plus d'une centaine de mètres de l'avion. Ils l'ont retrouvée, elle était encore attachée dans son banc. Elle était transportée à l'hôpital.
So that is the daughter of that flight attendant who survived. Just very quickly here, she also says that her mother has a leg broken in multiple places, that she was taken to hospital, that it will require surgery, but she is alive. She describes it as a miracle. She says that her mother must have had a guardian angel looking over her.
Unbelievable. All right, Hillary, thank you.
Thank you.
CBC's Hillary Johnstone. My next guest was on board Air Canada Flight 8646 when it collided with an emergency vehicle. Jack Cabot joins me now. And Jack, thank you for taking the time. I'm sure you're still, I don't even know how you're feeling, but how are you doing right now?
You know, not the best day ever. Honestly, it's pretty shaken up, and but at the end of the day, I'm really happy that it wasn't just a whole lot worse. You know.
Yeah. What do you remember of the moments? You know, just tell me about, you know, you're coming in for a landing. I'm sure you've been on a plane a number of times, and then what happened?
You know, it was a regular flight, and then right as we hit the ground, we kind of felt the brake was pretty hard, and we all felt something was wrong. And then it was just this sudden, overwhelming panic because we'd hit something, and there was nobody in control. There was no pilot still around, and it just felt like the plane was taking a course, and it was really in somebody else's hands, or it was in nobody's hands, whether we lived or died. And at the end of the day, I'm very thankful that so many people were able to make it.
I am certainly thankful about that as well. So can you just tell me a little bit about, it felt as though you had hit something? Is that what it felt like? Like something went wrong?
It felt like we hit a wall. I mean, it was a sharp bang. That's why everybody was so bruised up, was just because of how hard that impact was. That collision really rocked pretty much everybody. Yeah.
And so when it felt like it hit like a wall, did the plane kind of did it stop very quickly after, as you know now, it was a fire truck?
No, it ran right into the wall, or it ran into the truck, and then it continued rolling. It was moving so quickly that there was already so many people bleeding for that couple seconds, and then it's continued just to be this terrifying moment where we didn't know if we were going to make it.
And so then what happened when the plane did stop? What happened?
There was this moment of, what do we do next? What's the right actions? I mean, we're all, as far as we all knew, most of us were okay. There wasn't a lot of crazy injuries in the back, and the people on the plane took charge, and they got the emergency door open, and they got everybody out, and it helped everyone kind of just jump off onto the plane, off onto the wing of the plane, and then onto the ground. And then we all kind of coalesced in the rain before the airport staff had arrived, and we all kind of just had this real moment of grappling of, wow, we just survived this, and oh my God, this is much worse than we thought. Yeah.
And so did you have any idea what had happened to the pilots at this point?
I was maybe one of the earlier people off the plane, and I walked around front, and I just knew. I mean, there was nobody that could survive that kind of collision, and a lot of passengers kind of had that same moment of realization.
And so when the plane came to a stop, did people, because we know now that there was one flight attendant that in her seat had been ejected from the plane, so there was just one flight attendant, right? And then the rest are just passengers. And then how did you get the door open? How did that happen?
Yeah, I mean, we thought a lot more people were injured by the looks of the plane. When we got all gone out, I mean, it looked like the whole front of the plane had been a crumple zone. So it was a miracle that the flight attendant survived. And really, I thought a lot of people in first class probably would have passed too. Yeah, we just somebody just took charge and got the door open. And I mean, apparently they said it's quite heavy, so that's something I know now. Yeah.
And then so you got the door open, and then everyone's just walking on the wing, and then
jump out onto the wing, and then maybe another 5-foot jump onto the ground, and everybody's helping everybody, and we're all just trying to get through this one together.
And what about the other flight attendant? Did you kind of notice whether that person was around as well, or?
No, I didn't. I was I had a pretty narrow lens of what happened. I mean, there was a lot of things that happened in that moment, and I for example, during the crash, I really had my head down.
Yeah, and then have investigators spoken to you, or?
Yeah, they met with everybody, and Canada Airlines gave us their lounge while we were waiting around to get cleared for the airport, and we spoke to investigators there.
And I guess you told them what you told me?
Yeah, exactly.
And how long were you on? So once you had jumped off the wing, and then you're kind of standing around, how long before you all were attended to, and what kind of injury? You seem fine. Are you banged up? How are you physically?
I'm a little banged up. I think I'm pretty frazzled, but I still think I'm really one of the lucky ones. I mean, a lot of people went to the hospital, and I was lucky to not. But, they triaged, and they made sure that the people who are the most critical got the first help, and then they kind of worked their way down from there.
So when you felt that impact, I mean, what did you kind of hit your head forward, or what happened? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I felt like that's what happened to so many people. I mean, everybody just kind of like slammed forward in their seat right as that happened.
That must have been just really, really scary. And so once the plane kind of stopped, how long before you all kind of figured out to open the door and get off the plane?
Maybe 30 seconds to a minute, but then some people took charge, and it was really helpful.
And in terms of the injuries around you, did you know, like, everyone was able to kind of walk off, or you got that impression?
Yeah, but there was some people that were bleeding pretty horribly. Yeah, I mean, most of the injuries were people banging their heads, so there was a lot of just like bleeding, but it wasn't like a lot of people like broken their legs or anything like that.
And then how long before they were able to get to you? How long before emergency vehicles got to you and were tending to you all?
5 minutes, 10 minutes. I mean, yeah, we were up in the rain for a little bit first, but yeah. And it took us a little bit to get off the plane too. I mean, plane lines don't usually move that fast, especially in the moment of a disaster. And there was a moment where the tip of the plane actually kind of snapped off the front. If you see the pictures now, you can kind of see where the front kind of fell off. And passengers were still on the plane, and that was a pretty scary moment too.
My goodness, were you still on the plane when that happened?
No, I was able to get off early.
You were able to get off early, but it must have made quite a. Did it make a sound? Did it make a?
Yeah, it was a loud crashing sound. It was just there was screams and.
Yeah. Wow, that is really rough. And so you're doing okay now?
Yeah.
More or less.
More or less. Yeah, I'll be all right. And a lot of the passengers will be too. It's just such a miracle that there's not much. Or that plane crash at several hundred miles an hour into a truck doesn't result in a lot more casualties than that.
What did you think when you kind of heard the news that you'd hit a fire truck that was crossing the runway?
That made sense, honestly. Given as soon as everyone heard that, they were like, "Yep, that checks out." Because honestly, that's kind of it felt like a big collision. It also kind of felt a little bit like we've been hearing about airline troubles for quite a while, and this is the first time it really hit home.
Mm-hmm. Jack, we're going to show some of your pictures that you took, okay? Maybe you can just walk us through what we're seeing, okay? So this is you're outside, and you're just showing us around, I guess. Tell us a little bit about what we're looking at.
It was just a moment of complete disbelief for us. I mean, I don't think I really understood it, and in that moment, and I just knew that it was just going to be a lot to take in. So I just figured to really capture that. Yeah.
And Jack, can I just ask you, like, where's home? Like, you were traveling from Montreal to New York. Where's home?
I'm New York City born and raised. I grew up on the Upper West Side, and yeah.
Okay,
won't ever leave it.
So you are home. You are now home. Probably a good place to be. Jack, appreciate you talking to us. I hope you kind of, are able to kind of process all of this. I know, but we appreciate you taking the time to tell us about this harrowing experience, and glad to see that you're okay.
Yeah, and the pilots did the absolute best they could, and I'm forever going to be thankful for that. Yeah.
Jack, thank you. Jack Cabot, a passenger on that Air Canada flight. We can now confirm the identity of the second pilot, by the way. Sources have told our colleagues at Radio-Canada that his name is Mackenzie Gunther. Once again, citing Radio-Canada sources, Mackenzie Gunther is the second pilot to have confirmed to have died. We heard earlier that they were both young men, so that is the second identity that we can confirm, of the second pilot that died on that Air Canada plane when it hit a fire truck on the runway in LaGuardia. Let's stay on this story and bring in Chris Van Cleve. He is the senior transportation correspondent for CBS News, and he joins us now live from LAX International Airport in Los Angeles. Chris, you've seen the video of this crash. What will investigators look for as they watch this?
Well, certainly the video you've been showing is going to tell investigators part of the story, but there's a lot more they're going to look to understand here. Particularly, I think one of the things you're going to see the National Transportation Safety Board really study closely is the air traffic control staffing and the workload of the controllers at LaGuardia in this moment. You have the ground controller, who we hear in that audio is dealing with an emergency on the other side of the airfield, is working to try to find a gate for that airplane to get first responders to that airplane, air stairs to that airplane, coordinating, moving other planes on the field around that emergency plane, that United plane, and in the same time is trying to track the progress of this fire engine. It was actually a caravan of fire trucks that were coming from the fire station, which is on the far side of runway 4 from the terminal. And of course, you heard him clear them to come across the runway mistakenly and then try to get them to stop. So the other thing the NTSB is going to look at is the communication. Who could hear who understood what was going on, the manner of the communication, and what could each party involved hear and see.
I mean, you know, when you look at the video, we're looking at some of the video that's been verified by our team, and you can see the fire truck crossing the runway, and you can see the Air Canada plane hit it. I mean, that is just some really unfortunate circumstances, deadly circumstances. I mean, how can something like that happen?
You know, that's an excellent question, and that's part of what the NTSB is going to try to figure out. You know, you can hear in that air traffic control audio, alarms are going off in the tower. So it's likely a proximity alarm, one of those last lines of defense is triggered. You know, the other question I think they're going to look at trying to understand is what could the firefighters in the cab of that vehicle, what could they see? Were they in a position to be able to determine how close that Air Canada plane was when they went to cross? Did the pilots of the Air Canada plane have any heads up that fire truck was going to be in the vicinity or crossing? I mean, certainly once they are wheels down on that runway and braking, there's not a lot they can do. You know, it's not like a car where you can bob and weave and swerve easily. So it doesn't look like there was a lot the pilots could have done in this circumstance. How could it have happened? I think the other question, one of the other questions, there'll be many, the NTSB is going to look at, because these things came up in the mid-air collision over Washington, D.C. Air traffic control staffing and air traffic control workload. Was this guy simply juggling too many things? And was there a relief valve? Were there other people that could have stepped in to help? You know, we hear the same controller talking to planes minutes, even almost an hour after this accident, trying to get them to places on the airfield. This is somebody who's been through a very traumatic experience. Why was he still on the job after that? Why wasn't there somebody who could step in? I think that's going to be a big question for the NTSB to try to answer. Because, Chris, we heard the Transportation Secretary say that LaGuardia, generally speaking, was a fairly well-staffed airport. But when he was asked more specifically, what about last night? And he said, well, that's part of the NTSB investigation. What do you make of that in terms of an explanation for not wanting to get into that detail? It is certainly an important question, right, as you raise. It is. And in fairness to the Secretary, that's the answer he is supposed to give. Once the NTSB gets on scene and sort of takes control of an investigation, information is supposed to come from them. So the Department of Transportation, because they oversee the FAA, which handles air traffic control, they are part of that investigation. So as soon as the NTSB sort of takes command of the investigation, it really limits what they can say. That said, it's an incredibly unsatisfying answer, right? So he's not, unfortunately, in a position where he can share it necessarily. But yes, you can have a relatively well-staffed tower that is more, you know, that's 33 of the 37 positions, I think is what he said. But how many of the people on that shift that night were in the tower handling traffic? Were they on a break? Was there a supervisor doing administrative work? You know, there can be people that are working and that therefore the tower is staffed but may not be on the line, so to speak.
That's one of the things we don't understand. What we do know from this air traffic control audio is we hear one voice handling an awful lot of things simultaneously, and it's hard to believe that that didn't factor into this loss of situational awareness about the fire truck crossing that runway when it did.
And then finally, Chris, I understand you just got off a passenger jet a short while ago. An accident like this is a pretty rare occurrence, but what was the mood like on your flight?
Honestly, I think more people were concerned / relieved about the experience at airport security leaving Phoenix today than they were talking about this. And maybe that's just because you don't really want to talk about an aviation accident right before you get on an airplane. But, you know, I think you do have now 3 notable aviation accidents, 2 in the U.S., the one in Canada involving a Delta Connection flight within about a 15-month period. That really has, you know, been a wake-up call and ending to an unparalleled period of aviation safety in the United States. That is concerning. And you couple that with what you're seeing play out at airports across the country where, you know, people are waiting hours and hours just to try to get on their flight. It does create a cumulative stress on the flyer, and it will raise very fair questions about the safety of the system. Fundamentally, the system is very safe, but clearly there are places where it needs to be safer.
Chris, thank you. That's Chris Van Cleve at Los Angeles LAX. He is the senior transportation correspondent for CBS News. You're watching CBC News Network.
Good to be
You're looking at LaGuardia Airport in New York. The U.S. National Transportation Safety Board has launched an investigation into a deadly collision there last night between an Air Canada flight and an emergency vehicle. 2 Air Canada Express pilots were killed. Officials from the Transportation Safety Board of Canada will also provide support. Officials in the United States just held a news conference at LaGuardia Airport. It was the first update on the crash in nearly 12 hours. New York Governor Kathy Hochul spoke about the 2 pilots that lost their lives.
While the facts of what happened last night, 11:45 p.m., were well known, yes, it was an aviation disaster, the likes of which we have not seen here in over 3 decades. But it's a deeply human story where 2 young pilots left their homes expecting to return to their families, and they will not. And this is what pains everyone here in the state of New York. I've conveyed our condolences to the Canadian government.
That was New York Governor Kathy Hochul speaking last hour. Right now, we want to show you some surveillance video from LaGuardia Airport. It shows the moment of the crash on the runway last night. Our CBC News video team has verified this footage. We want to warn you, though, you may find this difficult to watch. And we have confirmed the names of the 2 pilots killed in the crash at LaGuardia last night. One is Antoine Forêt from Coteau-du-Lac, Quebec, southwest of Montreal on the St. Lawrence River, about 20 kilometers east of the Ontario border. The other pilot is Mackenzie Gunther. At their news conference last hour, American officials referred to them as 2 young men at the beginning of their careers. The latest now on a deadly collision at LaGuardia Airport in New York. 2 Air Canada Express pilots were killed late last night when their jet collided with an airport fire truck. There were 72 passengers and 4 crew members aboard that flight from Montreal. The U.S. National Transportation Safety Board is investigating. Officials from the Transportation Safety Board of Canada are also providing support. There are still many unanswered questions about what led to this collision. Earlier, we spoke with former air traffic controller Todd Urey in Baltimore. We asked him to describe what an air traffic controller is looking at when making the decision to allow an emergency vehicle to move on a runway.
Well, air traffic control actually gives the clearance for the emergency vehicle to cross the runway. Air traffic control, for the most part, is largely responsible for all of the movement on the aircraft surface, airport surface, rather, unless there is some sort of agreement that allows for informal communication to take place. And so in order to cross an active runway, you actually have to be in communication with air traffic control to even move on the taxiway. And so the question becomes, are we talking to one controller on a consolidated position, or are we talking to a ground controller who's not able to communicate with the local controller, the one who says cleared for takeoff, cleared to land? And so there are a lot of questions that actually are presented at the beginning. Very few answers. What we do know is we know the aircraft type, we know the emergency vehicle, we know how many persons were affected. We also know there was another emergency going on at the same time. All of that changes the dynamic reality of the complexity of moving around airports in America.
That was former air traffic controller Todd Urey speaking from Baltimore. You're watching CBC News Network. Stay with us.
want to be.
Mortgage Guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-888-941-2447.
Now, I'm told you're a pretty incredible baker. Well, let's see what you think. Thought you'd never ask. This is gonna be good.
Call now for your free no-obligation guide. Call 1-888-941-2447. That's 1-888-941-CHIP or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
We continue to follow breaking news out of New York. 2 pilots were killed last night after an Air Canada jet and fire truck collided at LaGuardia Airport. Last hour, we got an update from transportation officials in the United States. They're working alongside Canadian authorities in the investigation.
NTSB is on the ground at the airport. The FAA is on the ground. Over 10 people from the FAA are here. As well as Transport Canada is sending a team to LaGuardia as well. Our 2 countries work very well together. There's a well-worn path where we collaborate together when there's aviation crashes in either of our countries.
Secretary Duffy also said that LaGuardia is currently operating at a reduced capacity and travelers should expect delays as things get back up and running. Flights have resumed at LaGuardia Airport a little more than 14 hours after a deadly collision between a fire truck and an Air Canada flight. U.S. officials
The news doesn't sleep. We're here to help you hit the ground running. Real energy, real news, real early.
Good morning, Canada.
CBC Morning Live with David Common.
Some days can be busy, so it's nice to...
This is Power and Politics. I'm JP Tasker in Ottawa. Canadian investigators are headed to New York to look into the deadly runway crash at LaGuardia Airport.
Canada has a very, very high and rigorous set of standards when it comes to regulating safety in all modes of transportation. I do want to stress, as the Minister of Transport, how important it is that we get all the facts, that we put them all on the table.
Just ahead, the latest from our reporters standing by at the airport. And a retired airline captain walks us through